Bridge. Bridge.
Now, wouldn't it be nice to have...
Bridge. Bridge.
Now, wouldn't it be nice to have...
Bridge.
Wouldn't it be nice to have... Now, wouldn't it be nice to have a little extra money for your holiday? If you buy any used car from the 4th to the 14th of July, we'll give you an extra £500 over and above the amazing deal you'll already get. And if you part exchange by selling us your car too, we'll give you another £500, making a total of £1,000, which is a lot of ice creams, suitcases, beach toys for the dog, or a nicer car to go on holiday in. Ends July the 14th. We are Vertu.
Fridge.
23.
Safe.
Good morning. Well, welcome along from North Marine Road for day 2 of Yorkshire versus Sussex in this County Championship Division 1 match. A reminder, of course, that yesterday Yorkshire won the toss and decided to bowl first, and at one stage the visitors were 150 for 9, but gritting their teeth and digging in. Gurinder Sandhu, 24 not out, and Danny Lamb, 40 not out, added 60 runs in a minute short of 2 hours before the close of play. So it changed the complexion slightly, but still a very good day for Yorkshire, and I'm sure they would have taken 210 for 9 if you'd offered them that at the start of yesterday on winning the toss. Good morning, everybody. We've got the usual crew alongside today, and first up alongside myself, Jonathan Doidge, is Adrian Harms. Good morning, Harms.
Good morning, Doidge. I thought that was a good partnership for Sussex last night. It certainly kept Yorkshire in the field, if nothing else. I thought Danny Lamb played some nice shots. I thought he bisected the field nicely on a couple of occasions with a couple of nice shots through the fielders. But talking to Danny last night, he said to me that it is very slow, and Sussex felt it was a very difficult pitch on what to score. So who knows? He said, let's wait until Yorkshire have batted. But it may be that it's not quite such a bad score as it looks.
Yeah, I mean, once you get to 200, it's never a terrible score, I don't think.
No.
DT dismissed that yesterday when he was on with me towards the end of the day, but I don't think it's a terrible score on here. But we have to bear in mind, of course, that it is a Kookaburra rather than a Duke's ball, and so that negates things to some extent. Jack White then for the first ball of the day, and it is to the left-handed Sandhu, who pushes out into the offside, and there is no run. They'll want to wrap this up as quick as they can, Yorkshire, I'm sure now. Sun shining. Good day for batting, you would think, at this moment in time.
That's very true. Said from the back of the box that James Coles didn't look any trouble. He batted 47 in sort of 50 odd balls, I think it was, wasn't he? I'm sure Kate will tell us.
If anything, I thought Yorkshire bowled well yesterday, and I thought some of the Sussex players were just a little bit tentative as much as anything. Here's White in, and 3 slips in place. Sandhu right behind that, and blocks.
The other good news, Doidge, is that the weather forecast seems to have changed, and the general feeling seems to be we might get 4 full days if it goes that far. It was so nice this morning, there was a paddle boarder in the sea.
Yeah. DT's also dismissed the 4 days out of hand.
Has he?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were going to say DT had been paddleboarding this morning.
Is that? Dear me. Jack White in and bowling, and Sandhu, solid block of this latest delivery, back of length. They've got a point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. James Wharton, and down at long leg there is also a fielder, looks like Matt Milnes, I think, and then 3 slips. Finley Bean at third, Adam Lyth at second. Trying to make out yeah, it's George at first as usual. George Hill. Comes White again, once again Sandhu right in behind that. There's obviously lots of talk about the James Wharton catch. Just been talking to his dad Paul about it as he was walking around the ground to put up his deck chair.
Did he see it?
He did, and I would say Paul is definitely not one of those where everything my son does is brilliant, especially after I spoke to him after his shot at York that he got out against Essex the other week, when he said to me, I hope Anthony McGrath stood him up in front of the team and told him what a ridiculous shot that was. So, and he was quite partial to yesterday's catch, I can tell you. That's a lovely shot. Back foot, just short of length, punched away in the gap between point and cover.
I was just going to say, the groundsman went to get the ball and he didn't field it, and it's ended up under the covers. I suspect his trial for Yorkshire may be suspended for a while.
James, I think he said to Graham Hardcastle on his interview for the website, people are calling that the greatest catch of all time. Would you agree? And I think he just said, yeah, I'd absolutely agree with that, fully agree with that. is white, and from the crease, that is played out square on the offside. Imam does the fielding. That's the end of the first over of the day then. Those 4 runs took Sandu to 28, 214 for 9, 97 overs complete in the first innings of the match.
And this stand that began when Henry Crocombe was out, Sussex at that stage had lost 3 for 1. And it collapsed yesterday from 92 for 2 to 150 for 9. Some shots that 1 or 2 wouldn't have been that proud of, and would have irritated the Sussex coaching staff, I'm sure, particularly after the performance last week against Essex. But these two have restored some credibility. I guess the one thing that I would say, I always wonder when you see a lower order partnerships that you begin to think to yourself, well, perhaps this is a decent pitch, because in fairness, although it was slow going for Lamb and Sandu, they didn't look in huge amounts of trouble yesterday.
No.
And I think Kate said yesterday there were 34 maidens in the day. So it was slow going. But at least Sussex have got something on the board. As Lamb waits, Singh comes back, and well, that's a Danny Lamb plays. He's going to get 4 runs down to third man. I'm not sure that he was totally in control of that shot. But he's played a lofted shot over backward point stroke gully, and the ball races away down the slope for 4 runs. So Danny Lamb on his way this morning. He goes to 44, and Sussex to 218 for 9.
Yeah, 68 runs now the partnership worth. First delivery from Matt Mills. He didn't play it well, did he, Danny Lamb, on that occasion? Just felt for it a little bit wide of off stump, but third man is very wide down by the coffee tent, and so if you can get it finer than that, there's a yawning gap. No point in place there.
Milnes in the bowls, and Lamb is beaten outside the off stump. Or would you say he pulled the bat inside at the last minute?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. That actually makes it the highest partnership of the innings. I don't know how many times, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time in cricket history. I'm sure there's many occasions where the 10th wicket partnership has been the highest, but it's not a regular occurrence. I remember playing in a game once, and the highest partnership was for the 10th wicket. Our team was 0 for 7. And we finished up, I think it was 12 or 13 all out. I know it made the back of the local paper, which was all a bit embarrassing. The sun momentarily disappears as Milnes is running in over the wicket bowls, and Lamb pulls. He's going to get 4 more runs. Well, he's top edged that. He was looking to hook, and Milnes is standing looking at Danny Lamb as if to say, and I think he's having a little word with Danny Lamb, suggesting maybe that was a little fortunate. I don't think Danny Lamb probably matters a jot. He goes to 48, and Sussex to 222 for 9.
Yeah, I mean, look, these things can happen, and you know, 1 or 2 people had a chunter at me on last night and this morning. 1 or 2 of the spectators, you know, let him get away again. But I'll refer back to when it was in your favour, Yorkshire supporters, which is only a couple of matches ago at York against Essex, where Matthew Revis and Ben Code put on 169 for the 9th wicket, a record for partnership for any county against Essex in the history of the County Championship.
Milnes in bowls, and this time he does beat Lamb outside of the off stump, and I think Milnes just having a little word to Danny Lamb, which I'm sure won't bother Danny Lamb at all. I think secretly he quite enjoyed being a Lancastrian holding up Yorkshire yesterday.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And why wouldn't he?
I'm sure he would.
He played the first 3 matches of the season, Danny Lamb, in the County Championship, and then he got injured against Surrey. And I was mentioning yesterday that he really badly injured his shoulder in a T20 match last season and missed the rest of the season, had surgery. It was a really horrible injury. Milnes is in, bowls to Lamb, who's forward defensively, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Milnes is continuing this debate he's having with Danny Lamb as he walks backwards towards the umpire, and then turns and sort of strides back towards his mark. And he then got hit. It was a top edge. He top edged it into his shoulder, and that meant that he missed a few games, and he hasn't made it back into the Championship side since then. But he's been picked this week instead of Ari Cavalos, and it looks a good decision. Now, is there a change in the field? 3 slips just closing up a little as Milnes. Oh, they've brought the 3rd man up to backward point as Milnes is on his way. Bowls, and Lamb right in behind that, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. And that war of words is carrying on. You know, he's not very happy, is he? Milnes. He's got something to say to Danny Lamb, who's a very unflappable character. I'd imagine Danny Lamb is one of these people, you can tell him all you like and he'll just turn around and just won't take any notice of you, which can be even more irritating if you're the one dishing out the verbals.
Yeah, I mean, look, Matt Milnes, I'm not sure if he does that regularly or not. I've not seen him do it before, but of course, because this is only his 5th county championship game in 3 seasons for Yorkshire, we wouldn't have seen much of it, I guess. But maybe just trying something different, trying to get under somebody's skin, make them play a silly shot. That's what it's all about, isn't it? 222 for 9. It's 19, Jack White coming in from the Peaceholm Park end then, bowling to Sandhu, who just for a moment looks like he's going to be completely squared up, but he kept his eye on it, dropped it out into the offside, no run. Quiz night tonight, of course, folks. I know you'll all be there in attendance.
We will.
I don't know if Kate's got a scorers team together with your mate Graham from Sussex and JT Potter. You get the scoreboard operators roped in. The Yorkshire staff are bringing a team. The players are. Maybe you three are in the commentators team.
Maybe.
Here's White. Solidly behind it, Sandhu. No run.
Can we ask how many rounds there are, Doigi?
I'm not sure.
Is it all sport questions?
I have up to 80 questions plus tiebreakers, but I think that could be a bit long, so I'm quite happy to cut it shorter than that in the interests of
getting to bed before midnight.
But yeah, I am armed with that number of questions, and thanks to my bro, Andrew. My brother wrote most of them for last year's Rawdon CC Sports Quiz. I think I contributed a few as well. As White comes in, that's turned to leg this time by Sandhu, no run. But yeah, I've just not had the time in the last couple of months even to. You probably need, from the previous times I've written sports quizzes, and that's quite often, Armsy, you need a day really where you've got a lot of time to go through records and stuff like that.
Well, you were
immensely. I just haven't been able to justify a day.
Yeah, you were immensely helpful. I did a quiz down at Sussex earlier in the season, and thank you for your help with that. But it does take a long time, more than a day.
Yeah, because you've got to check and double check the answers as well. Because the first thing that happens if you get one that's inaccurate, then you certainly know about it as the quiz master. That one's turned square on the leg side.
Well, we had 3 teams in our quiz, the most vociferous of which from the outset, because I think they've been there for a fair time before the quiz in the bar, was the ex-Brighton and Hove Albion players. And of course they won, didn't they? But it was a fun night. But I must admit there was 1 or 2 questions when I did sort of question myself, is that really the right answer? Because 1 or 2 of the guys were quite switched on as to the answers, and you think, well, that is the right answer.
Yep, all sorted by BBC Verify. Alan Mackenzie, photographer's just turned up. Don't know if it was his shot yesterday of James Wharton's catch that we saw or somebody else's, but maybe he can get a photographer's team together tonight. Good delivery from Jack White on the rise past the outside edge of Sandhu's bat, but to be fair to him, I think he was comfortably inside it. I've had a message anyway from Harrison Allen, the Yorkshire analyst, asking if Pie and Peas are on tonight.
Are they?
The lads are asking if Pie and Peas are on, which is promising because that sounds like the lads are going to turn up. I've said no, they're not. It's a case of nip out, get yourself a bit of food, and then come back before the quiz at 7:30.
Right.
So there'll be quite a few fish and chip teas, I'm sure, tonight. People will be dashing back. Here's White again. Well played this time by Gurinder Sandhu. The ball just keeping a little bit lower on him with that one, and he jabbed down on it nicely. 222 for 9 after a Jack White maiden there. 99 overs in now. 3 bowled this morning, and we've seen an addition of 12 runs. And the Sussex first innings continues.
And there was a couple of full shots from Danny Lamb that brought those boundaries. I mean, the pitch isn't. It looks to be decent, doesn't it? It could carry through to the keeper. There doesn't to be a lot in the overheads to help the bowlers this morning. And bear in mind, this ball is only 18 overs old. As Milnes is going to carry on this battle of attrition between him and Danny Lamb. Runs in from the Trafalgar Square in, bowls to Danny Lamb. That's wide of the off stump, and Lamb can't resist. Looking to crack that one away through backward point. The ball whistles past the outside edge into the gloves of Harry Duke behind the stumps, with his blonde hair sticking out behind his cap. Has he got is he blonde-haired Harry Duke, or is that?
Yeah, I don't think he's had it flashed, if that's what you mean.
All right. Is that what you call it? Flashed?
Flash Harry.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Sorry. Okay. I'm really slow this morning. DT's already said a couple of jokes that I didn't get.
Well,
The
standard.
sun has disappeared, Milton. That's a good thing. Now, you were talking yesterday, Doidge, about the Scarborough length. And that was a ball slightly short of a length, and that did seem to climb on Danny Lamb and surprised Lamb, and went through, and Duke took it, round about shoulder high.
So I think as a bowler, you've just got to trust yourself to push it just a fraction further up the pitch than normal. And risk being driven, and that's when you tend to get the benefit. If you're just a little bit short, it will take off, and sometimes batters will play a false shot to that, but often they've got a leave on length.
And again. Oh, that's a very, very fine bit of fielding. Was that Wharton again?
Yep.
He's an excellent fielder. That was tremendous. It was cut away firmly by Danny Lamb. That would have, I would suspect, have been 4 runs on most occasions. But Wharton, who's a tall man, was down very quickly to his left-hand side. Not only stopped the ball one-handed, but then got the throw in and prevented a single being taken.
Yeah. So as I said, I spoke to his dad earlier on. He can't make it to the quiz tonight. I think they've booked dinner, Paul and Bev. And happy 37th anniversary to them for tomorrow.
Right. In bowls, and Lamb is beaten outside the off stump. And that's not the first time this morning that Lamb's been beaten, but he just doesn't look at Mills and just scratches away at his crease.
I'm saying that now because I'll forget tomorrow. So you just told me this morning. So
37 years.
37 years.
Well done.
That's talking of wars of attrition. 37 years married.
Yep. Well done. Sorry, what did Kate say?
No thanks.
Round. I can beat that. Run towards us. And bowls. Oh, and Lamb nudges behind, and there goes the wicket. And Matt Milnes, and that is probably the send-off of all send-offs that Matt Milnes gave Danny Lamb there. I'm not sure it was strictly necessary, but he was very pleased to pick up the wicket nonetheless. Lamb goes for 48. This very good last wicket partnership comes to an end on 222. Last wicket partnership of 72 between the pair. Danny Lamb has done his job. He's going to have a job to do with the ball now. And Yorkshire wrap things up this morning in the 4th over of the day. Sussex dismissed for 222.
Yeah, no, they're just getting together in the middle to have a word, the Yorkshire lads. I think they'll be pretty happy with the job that they've done to get that sorted in a quarter of an hour without too much in the way of further addition, but excellent job as well from Messrs Sandhu and Lamb. We might get a chance to see the send-off again on a replay. Not sure.
He was suddenly pretty... Oh, we might sit here. You've watched, George?
Yeah, dump. And not certainty made back with 19 move of sport on to take 1-0 to 5 balls. Do you have a 2 and oh, quick do. Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Yep, as Gavin Hamilton goes marching past, Yorkshire's general. Ian in York says, thanks for the commentary, good listen. I'm watching Yorkshire from my lounge at home in York this week. This is because of the extortionate pricing. £33 for adult, £33 to sit on a bowed plank of splintering wood on the popular side. Sussex were charging 20 quid last week and Derbyshire 18. No wonder there are so many empty seats by the sea. York Cricket Club will no doubt be taking over these fixtures in future. Scarborough pulled their first team last minute from the Premier League North this season, no doubt for financial reasons, and putting prices up will not help their cause if it dissuades large numbers of people from attending. More in a sec, because we are going to see the first ball of this innings from the Peace-Home Park end, and round the wicket comes Finn Hudson-Prentice, who is kicking things off, right arm round. Finlay being able to easily leave that first delivery wide of off stump. Ian says, I'd be interested to know how many of the alleged 2,000 folks present are paying 33 quid. I suspect the vast majority are members and concessions. There you go, Ian, you've had your say.
It's a lot of money, Ian, I agree with you. Good morning, everyone.
Hudson-Prentice in again, and Bean solidly behind that, and there's no run. Good morning to Lily, who was down to our left, the self-appointed chairwoman of the Matthew Revis fan club. She was frustrated by the last wicket partnership, but I think she'll be a little happier now. Adam Lyth just doing a bit of gardening for Finlay Bean and maybe having a word. There's something he's picked up. Yorkshire still to get going in this innings. And another push into the offside by Bean. Martin Bloomfield says, morning JD et al. Thought I'd attempt to get you acclimatised for this evening's fun and frolics. There are a number of current and ex-players whose surnames can be associated with a condiment. Perhaps you could try and field a representative team of 11. Try as I might, I haven't been able to find a player by the name of Vinnie Kerr. Hope the evening goes well and generates some dosh. Hudson-Prentice in again, edged and put down at first slip. Genuine edge. It was dying on its way through. It wasn't the easiest of chances, but you would want to take it.
Low to Alsop's left. The ball coming in, it was almost like a leading edge, wasn't it? Here, everybody was expecting the ball to be played out onto the onside. Difficult ones, those. But he'll be disappointed.
Hudson-Prentice then. Well, will he take that as a positive that he found the edge, and will that override the maybe negative feelings that his teammate couldn't hang on? Next ball was wide of off stump and an easier leave. So Finlay being dropped on naught in the second over.
Not dissimilar to that catch that Bean actually took yesterday, wasn't he? He took one down low to his left at third slip. Difficult because the movement was all going to the onside, and he had to change his weight.
Yeah, and Hudson-Prentice himself caught at first slip, of course, by George Hill. Final ball of the over was played at solidly and blocked, so back-to-back maidens to start this Yorkshire innings, and Sussex already having created an opportunity but unable to complete that job.
Just heard you talking with Adrian there about not being able to use the word dropped anymore.
Well, it's not that you can't use it, but that when we do our interviews with coaches and those sort of people, they are not inclined to use the word dropped.
No.
Anymore. It will usually be some other excuse.
Sandu bowls to Lyth, and again he leaves that one on length. It came back, it probably went over top of off stump or top of fourth stump.
So, you know,
to the keeper. It is,
it's pretty obvious at times, isn't it? So, I mean, so player plays 5 games in a row, he's bowled loads of overs, he's bowling pretty well, but he's rested. That you can accept that. That's a different thing. But player's not in great form, he's got, 8 successive single-figure scores. He's dropped, hasn't he?
He's dropped. He's got even dafter in football. I mean, there's football, they sack managers by mutual consent these days, don't they? In comes Sandu bowls, and that's played into the onside, no run. It's all to do with people's feelings and not upsetting them, Deutsche. And that's what we must try to do. Kate's giving us a very sideways look there. No runs on the board. Yorkshire openers just looking to play out these first few overs, 3 slips and a fine gully, almost a 5th slip as Sandu bowls to Lyth, who again leaves that one. And if I have a memory of Adam Lyth batting at Scarborough, it's that leave shot. He does employ that an awful lot early on, and he knows this ground better than most. Arguably, they probably batted on better than any player going back years here at Scarborough. Round the wicket now, Sandu, and Lyth as well. Thank you very much. You overpitched that one, and as you can hear from the appreciative crowd here, that one's raced away to the cover boundary for 4, so switched around the wicket. Not instantly successful.
Yeah, I think whatever deck you bowl that one on to Adam Lyth, it's going.
That's his signature shot, isn't it? Apart from the leave. What would you give it? Sandu bowls to Lyth, attempted Yorker, and he's dug that one out, and that was racing away straight down the ground between the bowler and mid-on, and that's successive boundaries for Adam Lyth.
Yeah, I mean,
Cover drive Lyth?
I'd go for the one that goes through extra cover that he just leans on. That would be, if I could only pick one, I think that would be it. The other one for me is the short ball where he tucks up the front knee and pings it away over square leg. Those are the two for me.
Sandu bowls, and Lyth covers up, pushes that one into the offside. Sandu thought he'd almost got that through him, but fielded that mid-off, and the end of the over, 8 for no wicket.
I think he's an excellent player of seam bowling, going in at the top of the order, and with the weight of runs he's got in first-class cricket, you can't argue with that. I don't think he's probably, he'd definitely for me be stronger against seam than spin. But you don't get, again, the weight of runs without being able to play spin pretty well, I would have said. If there's any player, if you like, who'd become more famous or at a higher level that I could put him in that category with, it'd be somebody like a Robin Smith. Seam bowling can disappear when he's in, and yet, he can get a little bit more tied up against spin.
Yeah, entirely different batters, of course, but
But that's just that sort of a feel. If Seamer came in and bowled at Robin Smith, if he was slightly, give him half a chance, he'd get his hands through it. And he was brutal, wasn't he? He was a great player to watch. I used to love watching him bat.
He used to flick the ball off his eyebrows almost, didn't he? He stood up to the West Indian attack in the late 80s, early 90s. Test debut just in the late 80s, I think he probably.
Yeah, he was, for me, it was a square drive, wasn't it?
Oh, yes.
Banged that one. I mean, if you were fielding at point, you'd have sore hands if you were lucky enough to get them on it at the end of a day's play. With him, any width.
I saw him slightly miss-hit one of those at the old Wacker ground where the pitch was really quick in Perth, and actually flew over third's heads for 6, which is pretty remarkable in a test match, particularly on those bigger Australian grounds.
Yeah. Hudson Prentice from the Pease Home Park and then round the wickets. This one angled in, but just holds its line off the seam, wide of off stump. Joshua says the reason managers are said to be sacked or part by mutual consent is so that the manager gets a compensation package.
They never resign these days, do they? Which is understandable when you're on a 7-figure sum to if you get dismissed or
some Prentice in, and Bean turns that one to mid-on. No run. He
released, perhaps.
He also goes on to say he enjoyed the Wharton catch yesterday, and apparently it made Sky.
It did. Yeah,
It must have been short of some material yesterday.
Greatest catch of all time. If you get a chance to get on Twitter or X or whatever it's called these days, then do look at James Wharton's interview.
Hudson Prentice, and that's pushed into the offside by Bean, and there is no run.
It starts with a lovely being asked there were people saying that was the greatest catch of all time, and he's saying, well, yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. It's just a lovely response that you don't normally get, do you? You get a bit, I know he's sort of he's actually a modest lad, but there you go, tongue-in-cheek, but good to hear.
Hudson Prentice in again, and Bean leaving a delivery around about fourth stump. Jeff Greenwood also bemoaning the £33 charge for non-members here at North Marine Road. He says, you said the attendance is in the 2,000 to 3,000 region, about the same as at Headingley, but in the past the attendance at Scarborough was nearer to double that number. I do think SCC may have made a huge error in increasing the entrance cost for non-members. And if championship games are to be reduced to 12 next season, can Scarborough expect to keep 2 games in a season? Has Bean thinks about flicking that one away to Lake, but doesn't get bat on it. He says, especially as I found York an excellent alternative to Headingley.
Yeah, I've long said I'd like to see county cricket played away from the big stadiums, if you like, from the big grounds. There's more atmosphere to it, there's more intimacy to it, you get close. York is brilliant, Scarborough's brilliant. They used to play Harrogate as well.
I thought it was Stadia.
Is it?
Grounds.
Grounds, yes. You shouldn't be playing cricket in a stadium anyway.
Got DT on one there as Bean pushes through the offside. There's a chase on from mid-off. There's the gap through extra cover that was exploited there by Bean. 2 runs is the result. Daniel Hughes doing the chasing. End of the over. 10 without loss. Yeah, so the Scarborough pricing rumbles on.
Just showing on the stream, those of you who got the stream up, they're just showing that Wharton catch again. He was absolutely thrilled with that, and so he should have been as well. There's a real emotion of having caught an extraordinarily good catch. Seen those attempted many times, huh? You don't very often see them actually held on to, because there's so much that can go wrong. A, getting your hands on it to begin with, and B, holding on to it when you hit the ground. Sandhu bowls 2 lithe, who covers up, and Sandhu's back over the wicket, and that's pushed up to mid-off. No run there.
And breaking your neck.
Breaking in neck. Well, I'm not quite sure he's going to break his neck, Kate, but certainly running at breakneck speed, that's for sure. 3 slips and a gully. Cover point mid-off. So there's a big gap for line through cover. Sandhu bowls to him, and he's not tempted there. Allows that through to the keeper. No run. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg, fine leg almost. Down there is fine leg. That's the field. Several of the Sussex players have got their sweaters on out there. Or they call them sweaters anymore. They're tops. Sandhu bowls to lithe again, just allows that one to pass through. And I say, early on in his innings, particularly at Scarborough, there's no better lever of a ball. Batsmen who've prospered at Scarborough over the years, Gary Ballance had quite a good record here, didn't he?
He did. He had quite a good record at most places, Gary Ballance. Never forget that, what turned out to be the last innings he played for Yorkshire at South Northumberland in that warm-up game for the 50-over comp. Whatever it was, probably 4 years ago, is it now?
Sandhu bowls, and Lyth this time has to use the bat, covers up, pushes to mid-off.
I know you can obviously, talk about the different levels. National counties side against a player of international quality, but he got 95. I think it was 26 balls. It was phenomenal. The ball was just disappearing out of the ground, seemingly every other delivery.
Sandhu straight approach. Bowls there, and Lyth looks for that gap through extra cover and just leans on it, but pushes it really. Gets a single. Batsmen swap ends for the first time. Both left-handers, so won't be too many changes in the field, you would think. Although Sandhu's decided he's going to go around the wicket. Now, last week, do we remember Surrey got a leg slip in, didn't they? A sort of leg gully. And there was just a little discussion in the slips there, sort of looking towards leg gully. Are we going to have one in there?
It was Sussex who first did that against Finley Bean at Hove last season. Ollie Robinson.
Sandhu without a leg slip, 3 slips and a gully go down. He bowls to Bean, and Bean on his toes plays that into the onside. End of the over.
Harmsy will corroborate that they set a leg gully for him really, and Ollie Robinson got it right, and he flicked it straight to leg gully, who put it down, and then he did it again. It was either the same over or the following over, and again it went down. It was a more difficult chance from what I can remember, the second one, but the first one was straight in, and I don't know if it was, well, if you can't catch it there's no point in having anybody there, but the man was taken out. So yeah, he does like to play in that area, and it does bring him a fair percentage of his runs. But that is one of those strength and weakness things, isn't it? Sometimes you just can't resist playing it, even if there's a player there.
Yeah.
11 without loss. Finn Hudson-Prentice to continue from the P-Zone Park end. If you're just joining us more recently, Sussex began the day 210 for 9, and it took quarter of an hour and a further 12 runs before Danny Lamb was caught by Harry Duke off Matt Milnes for 48. Hudson-Prentice in and bowling, and Lyth leaves one wide of off stump. Matt Milnes, who's usually fairly quiet, was certainly very chirpy with Danny Lamb, and gave him I think he pointed him in the general direction of the dressing rooms once he'd got him out.
Yeah, we like a little bit of passion, don't we? Like a little bit of conflict between batter and, as long as it's only verbal.
Gurinder Sandhu, the not-out batsman, made 28. 222 all out as Hudson-Prentice bowls to Lyth, who pushes up to mid-off. This time there's no run. Jack White, 3 for 25 from 19, was excellent. Matt Milnes, 2 for 62, 18.5 overs bowled. George Hill, 2 for 34 from 18. Will Sutherland, 2 for 46 from 19. And Matt Revis, 1 for 27 from his 10. Just Don Bess and Adam Lyth finishing without a wicket, so they were shared out. And then Finley Bean dropped by Tom Alsop at first slip in the second over off this man, Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's bowling now. Is cracked away by Adam Lyth, and that will make the boundary through square cover for 4 runs. Just a little too short from Hudson-Prentice. And we do talk about Adam Lyth kind of being an expert batter on this pitch, just purely because he's played here so often, more than, I would have said, more than any other player in the Yorkshire lineup at the moment, even taking into account that some of the younger lads will have played a fair percentage of twos cricket here probably over the years.
It's been retrieved from under the covers. Photographer down there who could have stopped it going under the covers. He'd only have to move a couple of paces to his right.
without loss, 13 of them to Adam Lythe, who's just slightly squared up there. He's got a leading edge on it into the offside. Looks as though he's playing it to leg. So a little win for Finn Hudson-Prentice. And he may rue, we'll see, he may live to rue the fact that that Finley Bean chance was put down. This pair, of course, remember, put on the highest ever first-class partnership on this ground last year. 307 as Lythe strokes one into the offside, no run. Both of them got big hundreds.
You don't need
on that occasion.
You don't need the ever in there, do you?
Well, that's what you say.
The highest first-class opening stand.
Still ever.
Well, still, this is.
It might not be as economical in terms of words for you, but it's only one extra, and I'm using it. Finn Hudson-Prentice comes in, and Lythe pushes out to Hughes at mid-off, and they get through for a single. 14 to Adam Lythe, 16 on the board. Finley Bean has the other 2, and 5 overs in.
Marty Emerson.
Or is it 6 now?
Marty Emerson is always very sharp on his evers. He doesn't think there's any reason for the word to exist, really.
I think in written terminology I wouldn't use it, and I don't always use it either when I'm speaking, but I did.
You don't ever use it? Here comes Sandu. Bowls, and that's outside the off stump through to the keeper. No run.
It's got a little gloomy. There's just a patch of blue now breaking the clouds away to our right. That's coming in from sort of southwest corner of the ground away to the east. There's a bit more blue, but generally speaking we've got a bit of a carpet of cloud above.
I think the sweater's going to have to go back on, and Adrian's putting his on as well. It does that, doesn't it? It's the sort of microclimate here. It can get cold quite quickly. Sandu bowls, and that one's played thick edge down into the gully. No run to be had there. Carson fielding in the gully. He'll have a fair bit of work to do this afternoon, you would think. Sussex do need a wicket or 2 really before the ball starts to go a bit softer. Sandu looking for the first, bowls to Lythe, and Lythe drives that through extra cover up to the tee ring. His signature shot. Another boundary. I think that's his 4th boundary. The score moves on to 20 for no wicket. Lythe's got 18 of them. Finn Bean at the far end, nonchalantly leaning on his bat. He's not worried. Sandu from the Trafalgar Square end bowls and covers up Lythe and plays that round the corner. He could have come back for 2, possibly there, decided against it. A few days off, Doidge, between these 2 games. I was having a wander around Scarborough, because it's a great little town to have a wander around. And Trafalgar Square, shortcut back to my hotel when you're coming back from the town.
Mm-hmm.
I spotted something. Sandu bowls to Bean, and Bean plays that into the onside. No run. There's a flat for sale down that far end. You know the little gap between the houses?
Yeah.
Which is normally sort of behind the bowler's arm. It's a little bit to this side. Top flat, view of the one bedroom flat, view of the ground, and not at all expensive. Certainly not by what Adrian Harms would play in his part of the world. That's for sure.
Putting a bid for it.
Sandu bowls, and Bean gets a thickish inside edge. You'll get a run down to long leg. 1 bedroom. Not in the greatest condition, but I think 62,000, something like that. Not the most expensive real estate in the world. You'd have to go up the stairs, and I get into that sort of age where, you know, so I'm okay now, but 5 years' time I need a bit of help, I think. Somewhere with a lift.
I was given
the over 22 for no wicket.
I was given the Dewsbury Reporter yesterday by a gentleman before play started, with a picture of some players walking out at the old Fartown ground, and this
Where?
this piece is what county cricket looked like half a century ago in terms of the playing, the grounds used to play games on, as Hudson Prentice bowls one wide of Bean's off stump and he leaves. Loads of them that you'll remember, of course, across the various counties. But speaking for both Yorkshire and Sussex, seeing as we're playing in this match, of course, Park Avenue, Shore Lane, Fartown, Circle, as you say if you're from Hull.
Yeah.
Abbeydale Park, St George's Road, Harrogate, and Ackland Park, Middlesbrough. I think we do that one fairly often. In comes Hudson Prentice and Bean defends. Sussex, the recreation ground at Hastings. 228 first-class games played there between 1865, DT was at the first one, Harmsey the second, and 1989.
I was at the last one, Middlesex, 1989.
And then the Saffrons at Eastbourne, 226 first-class games played between 1896 and 2000. Hudson Prentice is in, and right in behind that is Finlay Bean, and again at no run. Somerset apparently used 6 out grounds in addition to Taunton. Yorkshire used the most.
Western Supermare, is that on there? I've done Western Supermare. Somerset outground.
Western Supermare, Clarence Park it is, 191 first-class matches there. Some Prentice in and bowling, and Bean drops one out into the gap in the covers and will scamper through for a single. So typical Yorkshire, of course, we use the most.
A big county. Texas of the UK.
Nottinghamshire used just 2 others apart from Trent Bridge, Newark and Worksop. First class matches, that is.
They're playing at Nettleborough, I think, this year, are they? Is that Nottinghamshire? Which look quite interesting. Nettleworth.
And he comes again, Hudson Prentice, defended by Lythe this time.
Nettle something, anyway. Playing a one-day game there.
Okay. I went to Welbeck Colliery for a one-day game last season.
Sounds a bit grim, Welbeck Colliery, but apparently it's a gorgeous ground, isn't it? Is it somewhere in between?
It was the Battle of Welbeck. .23 without loss as Hudson Prentice bowls now, again wide of Lythe's off stump, and he's not for getting involved with that one. So 23 without loss follows 2-2-2. I'll make that 199 run deficit. And we've got 3 minutes and we'll have a double change in the com box. DT take you through this next Sandu over. You can get in touch on email, yorkshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, or if you know my Twitter handle, which I'm no longer able to give out, then you're welcome to get in touch that way, or you can find me on there, on X.
Am I allowed to give mine out? Is it a blanket ban?
I was told that was the case, and we had to go through at BBC WYS, West Yorkshire Sport.
Sandu then, looking for this important first wicket. Bowls, and Bean just pushes that into the offside. The batsmen look at each other and go. Simple single. No fielder between cover point and mid-off, so no risk there.
Jim Brown says, pricing at Scarborough, my thoughts that at Scarborough trying to convert, or trying to covert, I think it means convert, the Yorkshire fans who annually attend the games there. Makes financial sense for fans who are not Yorkshire members to become Scarborough members at the new prices.
Sandu bowls and a little fiddle outside the off stump. Those were the ones that Lyth was leading, and he now walks away towards square leg, kicking an imaginary ball.
Jimmy Burgess rubbished Joshua's comments about managers being sacked and compensation, but anyway.
No, so it's not the football season yet.
No.
It starts on Saturday, though.
It's always the football season, isn't it?
Sandu bowls. That's through outside the off stump. No run.
No, what I meant was I'm not going to argue on a cricket broadcast too much about what goes on in football contracts.
Kevin Hand himself used to have a swear box. If you mentioned football, you had to put 50p in it during the cricket season, which was stopped us making the connections. Kate agrees with that one. Sandu, 3 slips, waiting for a little tickle. Bowls, and that's played back past him. Not quite sure he's middled that, but he's got enough on it to get to the rope. It hasn't, but picks up a couple of runs. Does Adam Lyth? He moves to 21, 26 for no wicket. Doidge moves out. Adrian Harms moves in. Need a wicket, Adrian.
Yeah.
Ideally a couple before lunch, you would think. From a Sussex point of view, Sandu bowls and covered up by Lyth, who's still admonishing himself, I think, for that little fiddle he had earlier.
Yes, he did, outside the off stump. Just slanted the ball, Gurinder Sandu, didn't he, across the left-hander. I love the way he sort of kicked at the ground, Adam Lyth. As you said, he annoyed with himself.
Sandu balls to Lyth, and Lyth is struck on the pad. There's an appeal, but nothing given from Kettleburn. It was a sort of bit of a strangled appeal from the slips. Maybe a little bit of bat involved in that. Anyway, the 12 o'clock has ticked over, and Yorkshire have pretty happy with that first hour, I think. Just kept Sussex to an extra 12 runs and a comfortable 26 for no wicket in reply.
Thank you, Dave. Kit Harris coming in to replace Dave. There has been one record broken this morning, and that is the record for Sussex against Yorkshire for the 10th wicket, which was broken by 2 runs this morning by Gurinder Sandu and Danny Lamb. The previous record was 70. And I'm indebted to Ray Phillips for letting me know. So thank you, Ray. So well done, Danny Lamb. Well done, Gurinder Sandu. That last wicket partnership of 72, giving Sussex at least something to bowl at as Hudson Prentice makes his way in from the Pease-Holm end. He glides in as Hudson Prentice bowls to Finley Bain, who plays into the offside. There is no run. I also popped into because we didn't have the best view of that edge from Finley Bain to Tom Alsop, and the feeling was in the press box that it wasn't a chance, that it was very low down, and sages in the press box, there's quite a lot of them in there as well, so that in their view it wasn't a chance. So in comes Hudson Prentice round the wicket, bowls, and Bean doesn't get all of that. He plays the ball through the covers. He's going to pick up at least a couple of runs. Jack Carson is back very quickly, fields and gets in the throw, but there's 2 more to Bean. He goes to 7 and the total to 28 without loss. Good start from Yorkshire. Still digesting the news that the Ben Stokes out the 5th test at the Oval with this shoulder injury, which that doesn't sound like great news to me, Kit, because generally Ben Stokes plays, if he's on on one leg, doesn't he? That doesn't sound great.
No, absolutely. And, well, England have lost their best bowler.
In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls and played firmly down the ground, fielded by Sandhu, and there is no run. And Jofra Archer, take a keen interest in Jofra down at Sussex. He's not playing in the match either. A completely revamped bowling attack, with the exception of Chris Wokes, who would have played all 5 test matches in the series. So Gus Atkinson comes back in, Josh Tongue back into the side as well.
Trouble with losing Ben Stokes is that you lose the 4th seamer, which creates all kind of questions about spin.
In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls and driven by Bean straight down the ground to mid-off, fielded by Hughes, and there is no run.
So a very samey sort of seam attack from England. All right arm.
So Ollie Pope's going to skip of the side. Jacob Bethel will come into the side at 6.
He'll be the
spinner.
The sole spin option.
Yeah. The seamers, Gus Atkinson, Josh Tongue and Jamie Overton are included, while Chris Wokes retains his place. Liam Dawson also misses out. In comes Hudson Prentice, round the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Bean, plays down the ground, fielded by Hughes, who's quickly across from mid-off to field, and there is no run. So 3 slips in place. There's a point, cover, mid-off. Mid-on, Dan Ibrahim just in front of the square leg umpire, and a fine leg way down in the distance in front of the tea room. Hudson Prentice wanders back to his mark. He's been really impressive, Finn Hudson Prentice, with the ball this season, and he turns and is on his way. Round the wicket, bowls to Bean, who drives. That's a lovely looking shot by Finley Bean. He's certainly got all of that. No need to run for that one. Beautifully played, just leans on the ball and caresses the ball through the covers for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Finley Bean to finish the over, and Yorkshire off to a good start here. 32 without loss, live on 21. Bean is on 11. That will apply to the Sussex total of 222 if you're just joining us. Danny Lamb top scoring for Sussex. He made 48. Partnership of 72 for the final wicket, as we were saying, a record for Sussex against Yorkshire. With the Duke ball, you just feel that Sussex could do, the Kookaburra ball, you just feel that Sussex could do with a wicket or 2 here.
Yes,
it's been a good start.
Well, especially now that Bean, in that over, has just started to look as though he's hitting his stride a touch. Lyth has accumulated as well as ever, and he's now facing Sandhu. Lets it go outside the off stump. Nice bit of lift from Sandhu, but Lyth, on the whole, is disciplined around his off stump. Maybe 2 indiscretions today. He is on 21.
Always sad when cricketers have to give up the game. Just reading as well that Harry Swindles, the Leicestershire wicketkeeper, has had to give up the game due to a finger injury. Well, so he's a good player, Harry Swindles.
Sandhu bowls wide of off stump, too wide to tempt Lyth. Swindles was a bit of a hero, wasn't he, in the cup final a couple of years ago?
He was.
Seemed that he was on the verge of being released.
Yeah.
By Leicestershire.
Yeah, funny you mention that. They're saying here he made 117 in that one-day cup final against Hampshire. I think Leicestershire were in all sorts of trouble. They're sort of 50-odd for 6.
They were all but out.
And ended up winning the game.
Sandhu's next ball is edged and just short of 3rd slip, and I think that
I don't think that carried.
Might have hurt Haynes' finger a little. No, he's up on his feet again, and he's not wringing his hands. Right in the channel, Lyth played with soft hands, and it bounced just a foot in front of Haynes. That wasn't so much Lyth committing an indiscretion as being lured into playing by a very probing line from Sandhu, who is charging in again. This time Lyth drives and finds mid-off. That was much fuller. Lyth got a good stride in, and he won't be overly phased. The edge. He's been around so long, and I had a little chat with him yesterday. He struck me as one of the most unfazable men around.
Yeah, we saw you chatting away to Adam Lyth. You spoke to him after the close of play.
We chatted about the Scarborough Festival, which has its the 150th anniversary of the first festival is next year. Sandhu bowls a drive through the covers, 4 runs from the moment he struck it. Only half the stride needed from Lyth, and he eased into a beautiful trot. Sandhu over pitching on this occasion. And Lyth with a free flow of the hands. There's no one there between mid-off and point. Sussex perfectly happy with Lyth trying to drive, but it needs to be more of a length ball from Sandhu to bring the slips into play. Sandhu again, drive again, mid-off again.
Ooh.
And a missed field. But, the groan from the crowd and a no from Lyth, just as Bean looked like he might be interested.
Well, they say never run on a misfield, and
that would have been ropey, that one. 36 without loss at the end of the over, the 10th.
Yeah, actually, last week Sussex did run on a misfield, and it caused complete confusion between James Coles and John Simpson, and ended up with John Simpson being run out, which was wasn't a turning point of the game, but it was just as Sussex were looking as if they might dig themselves out of a bit of a hole against Essex last week. But now we've got to change of bowling. Danny Lamb's coming into the attack from the Peasholm end of the ground. 36 without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio York, Leeds, and BBC Online. So just finishing up on Harry Swindles, 102 appearances, scored 2,717 runs for Leicestershire across all formats, but had to give up the game. So we wish him well. As in comes Danny Lamb, top scorer for Sussex with 48, comes in and bowls, and his first ball is driven straight down the ground by Findlay Bean for 4, which wasn't a great start. Over pitched, and Bean just eased the ball down the ground. That's a good shot. And
that was not the best work.
the security guard down there.
The security guard on the tarmac floor. He stopped the ball with his foot and then tried to kick it back, but ended up grinding the ball between his foot and the ground.
Oh, that's not great.
And he got a look from Dan Hughes.
Lamb in bowls, and forward comes Bean, plays onto the onside, no run. Elsewhere around the country today, Surrey 256 for 6 up at the Riverside against Durham. That's a lead of 103. Dan Lawrence making 88. Typically quick time, just 106 balls. Jordan Clark 54 not out. So Surrey batting themselves into a good position there, the championship leaders. Around the wicket bowls, clipped away, that's going to be, is that going to go all the way for 6? Well held, young man. Well, that was mighty impressive. Young man sitting in the front row with the blue shorts on, he's got a cricket bat. It was clipped to him and he caught that. That was a terrific catch. We might see that again in a minute. I don't know if this is Dad with him, he says, well held, son. Just watch this again. It was clipped away, it's gone. I don't know if the camera's going to pick it up, but that was the catch of the day. We had the catch of the day from James Wharton yesterday, but this was the catch of the day by the young man sitting on the bench's way to right. And so here we go. And
here he is.
There he is.
Bottom of the screen.
Look at that.
English style.
Look at that. Sign him up.
And he threw it back.
He comes Lamb bowled and clipped away by Bean to mid wicket. Fielded there by Tom Haynes. There is no run. Well, that was terrific.
He threw it back in so coolly.
But it was so nonchalant, wasn't it?
Caught it and threw it back in one fluid motion. He couldn't quite stop himself. He couldn't hide the smirk of delight when he did it.
Doidge's on his way round there now with a contract, isn't he? Young Yorkshire player. In comes Lamb. Bowls and forward comes Bean. Plays onto the onside. No run. The catch rather took away the fact that was an excellent shot by Findlay Bean, and it's moved Yorkshire on to 46 without loss, and they're motoring along here at over 4-0. There's the catch again. Look at that, straight in. Never in doubt, was it?
That must be the biggest cheer that he's got.
And a bit of a 5 high. In comes Lamb. Bowls again. Bean is forward, plays down the onside of the track. There is no run, so it's the end of Danny Lamb's over.
Most spectators in that situation are shying away from it, but it was right in front of him. He just stood up
Well, I'll tell you what, at the Oval for T20 matches, if you catch the ball, I think you win £1,000.
That's because nobody ever catches anything in the crowd at the Oval.
Well, we'll have too much to drink by the time we get halfway through a T20, but yeah, it's a shame he's not going to win anything for that. Anyway, where was I? I was talking, was that 10 off the over, Kate?
Yes.
Yeah, expensive over, 46 without loss. Lead on 21, Lythe on 25. Elsewhere in the Championship, Essex looking to build on their win against Sussex last week of 419 for 5 against Warwickshire at Chelmsford. Tom Westley made 148. Jordan Cox only 34. He batted beautifully at Hove last week. At Trent Bridge, at Somerset, are 367 for 4, which represents a bit of a collapse. Change of bowling, Henry Crocombe coming in from the Trafalgar Square end kit.
First ball is just tapped to the leg side by Lythe.
Yeah, 367, 364 for 7, Somerset. I'll read the other scores at the end of the over.
Crocombe has been relieved of his third slip straight away. Tom Haynes has been relocated. He bowls now to Lythe, who just steps across in front of his stumps. That trigger movement leaves the ball alone. It's on a length, but well outside off. So there's field for Crocombe, who is not the first bowler today to have a chat to umpire Kettleborough about the footholds where he's landing. For the moment, they're okay. So Crocombe's field, 2 slips in the gully, backward point. There is the field in at cover. Yes, perhaps that's because of the drive, just to give him that coverage. Mid-off, that's the offside. This is a short ball on his tummy, and Lythe just guides it down into the leg side again, where there's a square leg, a long leg, and a quite short, quite wide mid-on. So 6-3 offside field. Lythe settles again. He's well outside leg stump, but shuffles across, and the cover comes into play now. Just a defensive shot that he has to field. The man at cover is Carson, so I think Carson has come out of the gully, and Haynes has gone into the gully, so that Carson can plug that gap, which Lythe very attractively pierced in Sandhu's final over of his spell. This time Crocombe bowls on leg again, and for the third time in the over, Lythe bunts it away off his hip. And Ibrahim, who is the square leg, yet again has to trot in and pick up. So Crocombe not bowling at the moment for those slips. Bowling quite an awkward height and direction for a right-handed batsman so far in the over. This time Crocombe finds good lift, good bounce, outside off stump, and a away movement in the air and after bouncing, but Lythe leaves alone. That concludes the over.
Well, I would say he's the quickest of the Sussex bowlers, Henry Crocombe. He's still only 23, and this is his 39th first-class match, so he's played a lot of cricket, Henry Crocombe, in his young career. He's had shoulder problems going into this season, went away with the Lions in the winter pre-Christmas, came back with a shoulder injury, which it took a while to diagnose exactly what was the problem, but he had a minor procedure a few weeks ago, and seems to be bowling as well as ever. James Kirtley was just sitting below us here, the Sussex bowling coach, watching Henry Crocombe. As it comes, Danny Lamb bowls to Finley Bean, who plays that into the offside, and there is no run. I was giving you the scores in the other games, and I got rather distracted by that excellent catch by the young man in the crowd. So Essex 424 for 5 against Warwickshire at Chelmsford. Somerset 366 for 7. Somerset at Trent Bridge against Notts. And Hampshire now 187 for 4 at New Road against Worcestershire. In comes Lamb, bowls, forward comes Bean, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. It's a strange innings of Somerset's today, because in that 366 for 7, James Rue made 166 and Tom Abel made 156. So they made over 300 of the runs. So the
next highest score is, what is it, 14?
The next highest score is 14, Tom Banton, yeah.
What an extraordinary scorecard.
Yeah. Lamb. And again, bowls to Bean, who's forward, plays to mid-off. There is no run. This is a very encouraging start for Yorkshire. Sussex bowled out for 222. We were questioning the pitch and how difficult or otherwise it was to score. The old sage Dave Townsend said, well, James Coles didn't have any trouble yesterday, and certainly these two aren't having any trouble so far. And bowls and pulled away. Now, is he going to get caught? Where's that gone? Oh, it's going to be caught by John Simpson, and he is caught. The first wicket goes down. So it was short from Danny Lamb. Finley Bean took on the hook. He got a big top edge. The ball ballooned in the air. I lost flight of it for a moment. It went directly behind Finley Bean, high in the air, and John Simpson took the catch, pedalling back, and Sussex were in desperate need of that wicket. 46 for 1, and Bean goes for 21.
A reward for pace and bounce, and the Scarborough pitch, I think it's not a surface that favours anyone except he who makes an effort and bends his back. It's a real sporting pitch. There was extra bounce there, and Bean is now being caught twice in 2 overs. Once by a young man in the front row of the bleachers. That was a hook for 6, and then he's attempted to repeat the shot. Lamb's got some extra bounce. A swirling top edge held by Simpson, tracking back. 46 for 1.
Well, Sussex needed that. And Finley Bean, you could tell he was very disappointed. Kate is waving feverishly to somebody.
The Dave Townsend, our commentator, has gone out to the bleachers to talk to the young man, and he's waving at us, and Kate has spotted it. I'm going, when I finish my stint, I'm going to get into the press box and suggest to Josh, the Yorkshire media rep, that they find a souvenir of the moment of some sort for that young man.
Well, it's magnificent, wasn't it? What a catch it was.
He took the first wicket in his own way, didn't he?
Yes, he did. And Sussex have got theirs. I'm making a bit of a hash of going through these scores, if the truth be known, but I keep sort of getting...
By the time you finish, you'll have to start over.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, the new man in is Amand Al-Haq, who's coming in at number 3. I've got to make hard James Wharton coming in as 3, but... Arna's come in, left-hander, surveys the field, 3 slips go down, and Danny Lamb is having a good match so far. Top score with 48. He's taken the first wicket as well. In around the wicket, bowls, and his forward plays to Carson in the covers. There is no run. So I think I've got as far as Hampshire, 195 for 4 down at New Road against Worcestershire. Start delayed down in Cheltenham, which is a shame, at the festival. Middlesex 232 for 3 against Gloucestershire. Leicestershire 458 for 9. Canterbury against Kent, who docked 8 points yesterday. In comes Lamb, bowls to Ivan, who drives down the ground. I don't think that's the best bit of fielding, if I'm being honest, by Gurinder Sandhu. That's going to be 4 runs, and it's going to bring up the half-century.
As the security guard's going to put his foot on it again.
He is, yeah. I think Dan Hughes is saying, don't put your foot on the ball. But it's driven down the ground. 4 runs, and Gurinder Sandhu was a little slow to get down to that. Half-century's up, 50 for 1.
The security guard doesn't understand cricket. He was winning his first match last week. I had a chat with him in the middle. So he won't understand the...
It's the security... But if it's the security guard's first cricket match, maybe when David Townsend's coming back from talking to that young man, we can have a little bit of use your hands, as every club cricketer has heard at some point in his or her life. Someone needs to go down and show that gentleman the long barrier.
Well, you wouldn't know necessarily, would you? It's
Lyth to resume facing Crocombe, and it's above his off stump, and Lyth jumps into a defensive shot. That trigger movement that he's got, starting outside leg stump and moving across, that was really in vogue five years ago. Everybody did it 5-10 years ago, stepping across to off stump And it seems to me that it's less in fashion now than it was. That most just stand still, maybe tap their feet a little bit to get moving. Lythe's still got that full trigger. Once again, Crocombe bowls on his leg stump. Once again, Lythe pushes it to square leg.
I really wasn't a very good cricketer, and I used to step away to the leg side if anyone came on to bowl with any pace, and my brother used to get really cross. So I'm a right-hander, so he used to encourage me to move my right foot across so that every time I was in line. I mean, it didn't make a lot of difference, if I'm being honest, but at least it didn't look like I was scared and getting out of the way.
Crocombe bowls outside off, Lythe not to be tempted. It's a good length ball, just Dave Townsend it says that this young man plays for Yorkshire under-10s, so it may be that there are people in the white rose uniform around the ground who may already know who he is. That's his first catch in county cricket, and he's taken it for Sussex.
Well, it was terrific. It was just so nonchalant.
Crocombe bowls, Lythe, that's his left hand on length, that's good shoulder arms, and Crocombe he's got a bit of a lick going here.
Well, he is the quickest of the Sussex bowlers, unquestionably, in this match, and I would say, you know, as quick as Ollie Robinson when he's bowling as well, but he, you know, does bend his back, he bowls with nice rhythm, Henry Crocombe. Adam Lythe is playing him with a good deal of respect.
So that young man plays for Yorkshire under-10s. He's at primary school age. Here is Crocombe. And a sort of appeal, but it was well outside leg stump. I reckon that wasn't just going down leg. I think that probably hit Lythe outside leg as well. So he's a primary school boy, and that means that we keep going on about this, but it really was very impressive. He won't be used to the senior size of ball. It will be bigger than the ball he'll play and practice with. And I'm going to shut up about it now. Crocombe is in again. Lythe, a checked drive to mid-off, really just blocking the ball, and it turns out it was a no ball. Umpire Kettleborough indicating to the scorer, one of the many scorers around the ground. I counted about 7 yesterday.
Right.
That it's 2 runs.
Not something I was ever very good at, I have to say. Too easily distracted.
Is that why you became a commentator? Crocombe gets another defensive shot out of Lythe, and that's the end of that over. Yorkshire 52 for 1, Lythe 25, and Imam has 4. We've got Potter and Irwin, the official scorers of the game. They're in the press box. Kate Holdsworth, the media scorer, here with us. There's certainly 3 linear format scorers that I saw on my stroll around the ground yesterday. A lad with a conventional book. So it's scoring the game from the crowd is in vogue here at North Marine Road.
Ollie Carter has just come onto the ground as a replacement for Tom Alsop, who's trotted off. I don't know whether that's for a comfort break or why Tom has made his way off, but Sussex have got a replacement fielder on. I don't know. I was just too. My handwriting has always been dreadful, and I used to make the most awful mess. But where I played in village cricket, which was the level that I played, when we turned up for a game, there was 11 of us, which you would expect to have a cricket team. However, in comes Danny Lamb running in from the Peasholm end of the ground, bowls to Iman, who's forward and plays down the track fielded by Lamb. There is no run, but with 11 of us, out of that you had to have someone who had to umpire and someone who had to score, so it's kind of everybody had to do a bit of everything really. You could probably only, if you were lucky, if there was enough pads to go round, you might have 2 padded up, but more often than not you would just have 1 padded up. In comes Lamb, bowls, and lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. I've said before about in that format, no one had their own kit. I mean, you were totally reliant on the club kit, which you hoped that the captain remembered and bought in the back of his car.
It's not so much a thing anymore in club cricket.
Do you know, it's amazing. I think most clubs don't. as in comes Lamb around the wicket, bowls, drives across the line a little, fielded at mid-wicket, and there is no run by Ibrahim.
Well, my first club certainly had one, and probably half the team used it, but
I mean, and actually, if someone turned up for a game in those days with their own bat, they were quite something. You know,
they thought they were.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there were 3 bats generally in the club kit. Lamb bowls and Emmanuel Hook plays into the covers, and there is no run. So the kit was sort of shared around a bit. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Sussex have just stemmed the flow of runs in the last couple of overs since Finley Bean was out. Been out for 21, attempting to hook, big top edge, caught by John Simpson. Lamb's in, bowls, and is forward, clips his back. Though think about a single, but there's a good bit of fielding there by Dam Ibrahim, who was around quickly from mid-wicket to field, shied at the stumps. He missed, I think, in fairness. Imran was back in his crease, but Adam Lyth was very quick to say no at the non-striker's end. I'll have to go and do my update at the end of this over. 25 to live, 4 to a man, 52 for 1. As Lamb is in again, bowls and let go outside of the off stump, taken by John Simpson. It's the end of a tidy over from Danny Lamb, 52 for 1. Yorkshire in reply to the Sussex total of 222. As Tom Alsop, I reckon that was a comfort break, comes trotting back on Ollie Carter's brief appearance is limited to just 1 over.
Thank you very much, Adrian Harms. I shall be departing as well in a minute, I think, as we'll have a double change. No, Adrian Harms is only popping off for a momentary break to do his update. He'll be back with Dave Townsend replacing me, and he's just sliding into the chair alongside me. These players have to keep hydrated. I mean, that's crucial in professional sport, so hydration has consequences. And here is Crocombe beats the bat of Lyth. I might be uncharitable. Perhaps he drew the bat inside the line at the last minute. Left-handers do tend to leave in funny ways. Hello, Dave.
I thought he was definitely playing at that one, and he's looked good coming down the hill, hasn't he, Crocombe?
I said to me when we chatted yesterday after the day's play that he liked Scarborough because there was really good bounce. Crocombe is proving it. He bowls again, and there was bounce there too. Lyth came forward perhaps more than he should, and had to play the defensive shot higher up than he anticipated. Someone find Dave's binoculars for him.
Got all Doidge's dangly bits in front of me as well.
These
never easy to see through.
They're very, very domestic blinds, and with these draw cords in front of them. And again, uncomfortable bounce for Lyth at his body, at his chest. He squares up a little and fends it off. And Ibrahim at square leg is in action once again. It's a nice battle, this. Crocombe has been bowling. It's not a bouncer barrage, but he's been bowling short at Lyth. There is no one in a catching position off Lyth's hip. I mightn't be surprised to see a short leg going in. It's been too much outside off, but that one is. And Lyth is, for the moment, got a good sense of where his off stump is, leaves it alone.
Good pair of shoulders on him, isn't he, Crocombe?
He's a real coat hanger shoulders. Upper body, must spend a lot of time on the upper body. Can't be sure about the legs. You do get those weightlifter types who spend so long on upper body that the legs are a bit chickeny.
End up looking like a golf tee.
Now we're going to switch to around the wicket, I think. No one has told Imam if that is happening, because he's still standing. No, we're not switching. Okay, Crocombe was just having a chat with mid-on, waiting for the ball to come round.
Ibrahim in at short leg.
There is the short leg. Okay. He's not very, very close. He's 2 pitch widths away. The helmet's gone on. He's crouching. So Now Crocombe really is going to go at the body. It's a bluff. He bowls outside off stump, but Lyth was ready for it. Half volley, driven straight for 4. Well played.
Not that short leg, is he? Probably about 29 inches inside leg measurement, I would have thought, from that position.
Lyth, well, he's been around. It was only a checked drive, really. He didn't follow through with the bat. He timed it perfectly, and mid-off is very wide. That's Sandhu. Crocombe bowls again. That's short and fended off, and it's going to be runs down just one of them, as it's really, really well fielded by Lamb down at fine leg. The success of that was that Lyth played it late. It wasn't too short, so he managed to get it along the ground mostly, but certainly away from Ibrahim at short leg. Lyth, with that single, moves to 30, and Yorkshire are 57 for 1.
So good morning so far for Yorkshire. Want to lose another wicket before lunch, but they could probably cope with losing one if yesterday's play is anything to go on. Adam Lyth is just going about his work at Scarborough, as he's done so many times before, not just for Yorkshire but club cricket as well. That's driven nicely back just wide of middle. He gets one more run there, so Adrian, you can hear in the background, who's just
there's certainly pep and fizz in Adrian Harms's update, isn't there?
Yeah. Oh yes. There you go. Gets it all done. Does three games, you know.
It's like a whirlwind coming through.
Tremendous stuff. Lamb round the wicket to the left-handed Imam, who gets runs there. That one's going to run away down into the corner in front of the hospitality tents. I think it's going to go for 4. Imam set off jogging, thinking it was going for 4, then sped up a little bit, and then when the ball popped over the rope, he's just turned round and made his way back. 3 left-handers at the top of the order for Yorkshire.
Yes, they had the option, didn't they, to break it up the procession with Wharton coming in at 3. So he did last week, but I suppose Imam is an opener, so it makes sense for him to come in at first drop without disrupting the regular opening pair at Yorkshire.
Lamb bowls to Imam, and pushes that into the offside. Won't get a run there. He's on 8. 31 to Lyth. 62 for 1. So if my maths is correct, the deficit now is 160. I think Yorkshire will be looking to bat the day, obviously, but they'll be looking to be, what do we think, 60, 70 runs in credit by stumps. Next delivery turned nicely into the onside, but won't get a run there. 3 men onside for Lamb with a sort of short mid-wicket, mid-on, square leg, and they're the ones saving 1, and then out in the distance in front of the tea room. Long leg down there. I never quite work out the angles with a fine leg and a long leg. Delivery from Lamb is dispatched square the wicket by Imam, racing away down there for 4 runs to the hospitality tent. So he's making good progress on his Yorkshire debut. 12 to Imam now.
That was a really pretty shot. Lamb gave him width on this occasion. It was full and wide. Lamb immediately knew that he had screwed up. Turned back round in disgust. But, Imam is particularly strong square of the wicket on the offside.
Lamb bowls again to him, and this time he covers up defensively, pushes the ball back down the pitch, and that is the end of that over. Adrian Harms slipping back in, after that lively update. I always like to listen to his descriptive, his objectives. Adrian, yesterday it was depressingly, disappointingly something disastrous or something, wasn't it? There were lots of D's yesterday, I seem to remember.
Dissection.
So it certainly wasn't. He wasn't dissecting anything.
No, it might have been bisecting.
Depressingly disappointing or something. But that was when Sussex were 150 for 9 on.
Yes.
And it was fair comment.
Yes.
Did well to get up to 222, record last wicket partnership.
Henry Crocombe from the Trafalgar Square end in bowls, let go by Adam Lyth outside the off stump. Well, you very sage-like said earlier on today, Dave, that because I was saying it was a slow pitch to score on. And you said, well, James Coles didn't look as if it was a slow pitch to score on. And Adam Lyth is going about things in a similar way. 31 not out. And it's been a good start for Yorkshire. You've watched cricket here for many years. We had lots of talk yesterday about the pitch, but it looks to be okay to me. As in comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and Lyth plays onto the onside. There is no run. Sussex with that short leg in place.
Well, when you get the last wicket pair adding 72 and batting for more than 2 hours, then it does suggest that if you just mind your work, Yorkshire had 1 or 2 little special moments yesterday, didn't they? The Wharton catch. And of course we had another wonderful catch this morning from young Joey Scott over there on the benches.
Crocombe in bowls, and Lyth thinks about driving that through the covers, but in the end decides that he's going to let that go through to John Simpson, no run. I see Ollie Carter is back on the field. I'm not sure who's got off. I'll try and work that out in a minute. He was obviously it was a wonderful catch, wasn't it? I mean, it was just it's like shelling peas.
I popped round and had a word with him, and he's here with his granddad.
Oh, lovely.
Granddad Paul Scott. Joey Scott plays for Yorkshire under 10s.
Bowls let go through to Simpson, no run. I bet Grandad was rather proud of grandson, wasn't he?
He was. He's. I asked him whether he was batter or bowler, and he said both.
Ooh.
So confident little fella, quite quiet, but quietly confident. And then I asked him whether he and his granddad would like to come round and talk to us for 5 minutes this afternoon, and they said, yeah, we'd be delighted to.
Crocombe in, bowls to Lyth, who's wrapped on the glove, and there's a little bit of discomfort. Ball bounces down Ibrahim Field's no run.
He did have a lovely little smile when I said the cameras have got your catch, Joey. So he's going to love that, because that'll be all over social media as well, I would imagine.
Well done. It was a terrific catch. Gurinder Sandhu is warming up at mid-off, so I wonder if we're going to see a bit of the Australian before lunch, as Crocombe is in and bowls and played into the offside by Lyth. There is no run. End of the over, 66 for 1, 31 to Lyth, 12 for Iman, as Kate reaches for the paracetamol, having had a night out with Doige and Dave last night.
No, she could drink both of us under the table, Kate.
Really? Yeah.
She's well versed in
being out with you two.
Oh yes.
Was that a maiden over, Kate, from Henry Crocombe? It was. What are his figures?
4 overs, 2 maidens, 7.
Okay, well, I think he brings something a little different for Sussex. Oh, we were right about Sandhu. Little blast from the Peashole men, so he switched ends.
Round the wicket to Imam with 3 saving, 1 on the offside, 2 slips and a gully. And
Seagull stopped play.
was attacked by a seagull just as he was.
That's amazing.
The seagull. Now the seagulls have worked out that causes a bit of mayhem. They're going to be doing it again, aren't they?
Right in front of him. Oh my word! The seagull couldn't have timed that better. That was incredible.
Let's hope they're not quick learners and start doing that just for fun. Sandhu bowls to him. He's up on his toes, plays that to extra cover. No run. It was a big one as well.
Yeah, it was. And it was right in his eye line. Actually, at home, you do get the odd interruption. Oh, the seagull is now resting on the scoreboard, Dave.
Yeah, that's it on top. They are very, very big gulls here. And, well, I don't know whether Imam has that. Next delivery is played down into the gully. No run. I think are we going to see it again here? Is this a replay? Oh,
look at that! That's exceptional. It's a bit too well done to the guys who are operating the cameras here, because they've got the catch, the James Wharton catch, the catch by, I forget the young man's name, Joey Scott, and now the seagull.
That's bowling and driven, but not timed by Imam up to mid-off. Yes, plenty of action here this morning, apart from the cricket. They seem to get bigger every year. These gulls. I think they're gulls rather than seagulls, aren't they? Somebody was telling us there's no such thing as a seagull, Adrian.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You and I know them as seagulls, really. Here's Sandhu bowling and pushed firmly up to mid-off. Imam wants a single. Lithe response on the batsman. Scurry through for 1.
Aren't there like herring gulls or something like that?
Oh,
I think there's all sorts. Apparently there's all sorts of wasps as well, I was reading the other day. I thought there was just a wasp, but apparently there's lots and lots of different sorts of wasps as well, of which there are loads this summer.
Next delivery is outside the off stump through, and there's no run to be had there. There are different types of wasps.
Apparently wasps are really good for the environment, apparently. I just think they're a blooming nuisance, really, but someone will tell us otherwise.
Well, it's a new one on me. I thought there was just the one type of wasp. Sandhu bowls and driven to extra cover. Some more dangerous than others.
I have absolutely no idea, but certainly a lot of them this summer. I was reading, just watching Gurinder Sandhu there. Dave, he's suddenly pitching the ball up. He's encouraging both Imam and Adam Lyth to drive. Sussex desperately searching for another wicket here before lunch. This ball is now 20 overs old.
Lost its best at that stage, starting to get a little bit soft perhaps. Are we going to see Carson before lunch, or will he just get the obligatory one over?
I mean, John Simpson does like to chop and change things around. If he tends not to let things drift. I think he's happy to let Henry Crocombe carry on here. I think he's bowled a good spell from the Trafalgar Square.
I've been impressed, yeah.
He bowls with the yard of placed as Henry. He's wonder whether we might get Jack with a couple of overs before lunch with, what's the ball is still quite hard. What have we got? 12 minutes to go until the break. Croker was on his way, but Imam wasn't quite ready. 2 slips and a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, short leg and a fine leg as Crocombe is in. Bowls and clipped away, and that was down the leg side just as we were. Danny Lamb is quickly round. And that's clearly a very good piece of fielding by Danny Lamb, and not for the first time either, where our view is obscured by the sight screen. But Lamb was really quickly round, a good diving stop, and he's prevented a couple of runs. What are you pointing at?
Those of you who got to the stream, you'll be able to see a very good.
Yeah, it was. Excellent stop.
He's really
throwing himself around is Danny Lamb. Crocombe in again, bowls and playing onside, not that far away from the man. He put him under the helmet at short leg. It was a little short, but you could see what Henry Crocombe's trying to do with those 3 men in on the leg side. And actually, full credit to Danny Lamb, because the shoulder injury he got last year was a horrible injury, diving to take a catch. And
dislocated it?
Yeah, I think he did all sorts to it, Dave. I mean, he left the field, he didn't play again. This is on a T20 against Middlesex in July. And he needed, surgery and spent all winter recovering. Crocombe in bowl, good delivery, and on his forward, placed to mid-off, there is no run. So to see him diving around on the boundary edge, well done to him.
Well, I say he's sort of got his dander up this morning, hasn't he? He had a little bit of a to and fro out in the middle when he was batting, and he's made one or two very good stops, and he's obviously the sort of Lancastrian that enjoys a battle with Yorkshire.
Crocombe in bowls, and again plays onto the onside, not far away from Ibrahim, hands on heads from the Sussex fielders.
If he'd have been a bit closer, I think he might have had a chance. He's quite a...
He is, isn't he? He's not often a short leg. You see, right inside the batter's pocket, but he's 2 tracks away, isn't he? He's not. When he's close, I wouldn't want to be there, but what if he might want to take a couple of steps forward, Daniel? As you mentioned about Jack Carson, you might be psychic because he's warming up, so we might well be going to get a bit of spin before lunch. As in comes Crocombe bowls, and he drives, and the ball bounces over the head of Tom Haynes in the gully and runs away for 4 runs down towards third man. I'm not sure he quite intended that to go there, but nonetheless it's a boundary. One goes to 17 and Yorkshire to 73 for 1. Just see this again, I may be doing him a disservice. Oh no, he did play that deliberately. Scooped the ball. Yeah, that was a clever shot. Played it into the ground, and the ball bounced over the head of Tom Haynes and ran away for 4.
Yeah, jumped down on it, didn't he?
Nice shot. Skillful shot.
Don't have to be a psychic to predict an over a spin before lunch,
In comes Crocombe bowls, drives into the offside. There's a loud cry of no, and fielded at mid-off by Daniel Hughes. And there is no run, so I wonder whether that might be the end of Henry Crocombe, and they might decide to have... I would imagine Sandy's going to bowl the next over from this end of the ground.
I don't know.
Oh no, it's going to be Carson. It's going to be Carson now. So Jack might get a couple of overs.
Should do. There's 10 minutes left. You would hope they'll get at least 3 overs in, and he bowled 2 of them. Should be interesting to see whether there's any more in the pitch.
Yeah, I think it was Kate was speaking yesterday about Jack Carson and saying because he was very much on the radar. Jack, he's been away with England Lions previously, didn't make the trip last year, bowled beautifully down at Hampshire, the last game that Sussex won in the county championship. When he took, and I'm just going to look it up, 5 for 26. Sussex won that game by 9 wickets. That was before the second batch of T20 matches. Hasn't quite had the same effect since. But of course, all these games have been with the Kookaburra ball, so I guess that may be part of the issue. I don't know, but we shall see. But he bowled really nicely here last year, and John Simpson getting him into the attack while the ball is nice and hard.
He's going to be bowling to Adam Lyth with a slip and a short leg. Round the wicket to the left-hander. Lyth forward, pushing that back to the bowler. 2 men saving 1 on the onside and a deep backward square leg. 3 men in a line on the offside and presumably a deep cover. Yes, out there in front of the covers. Next delivery brings Lyth watchfully forward to orthodox cover. Carson having a look at his spinning finger by the look of it. Bowls again to Lyth, and again Lyth no intention of attacking that. Just almost decided to meet everything with a dead bat at the moment. So, Carson again bowling, and it's pushed back to the bowler. I think Lyth has decided that he'd like to be walking out after lunch, and therefore he'll just Take these next couple of overs carefully. No, he might come down and he's immediately had a big swing at that one just to prove me entirely wrong. Didn't get hold of it. The ball's run away fine for. Are they giving us leg buys, or did he get a bit of bat on it?
I think they were giving us leg buys.
Yeah, that ball just from Carson had just drifted down leg, and that's what tempted Lyth, because the short boundary of the bleachers is away to his leg side. Carson bowls to him again, and again he goes for the sweep.
That hit down Ibrahim, I think.
That's another couple of runs. It should probably only be one out deep back with square, but deflected off the short leg, and Lyth gets 2 more. So he moves to 33, 77 for 1, 17 to Imam.
I think we're going to get spin. I thought we were going to get spin from both ends for a moment. I thought we're going to get a bit of James Coles, but we're going to get Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to bowl an over before lunch. So I think we'll get 1 over from Hudson-Prentice. 1 from Jack Carson. Hudson-Prentice, who opened the bowling an impressive spell, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 14. But I think Yorkshire will be very pleased with the way this is developing. 77 for 1. Sussex making 222.
They do have that huge advantage of knowing how many they're aiming for and their position, which Sussex didn't have. They didn't know what was a good score and what wasn't on this pitch, and Yorkshire can just play off that. And they also have the huge advantage of having watched Sussex struggle for runs and knowing that the pitch is slow and that they don't have to go along at 4 and over. They can chisel away at 3 and a bit.
Increasingly, it's looking if Sussex are undercooked with their 222. I mean, it could have been worse. They were 150 for 9. Hudson-Prentice motoring in, bowls, let go outside the off stump by Imam. It goes through to John Simpson, and there is no run.
Interesting, just bringing Sandhu on for the 1 over at this end, wasn't it? I'm not quite sure what that's about.
Yeah, that was a bit odd. I wonder whether we might get a little spell from Sandhu. But, I'm trying to see whether Ollie Carter is still out on the field. They've been on and off a couple of times. I think we're back to the original 11. Some Prentice wheels around. And bowls, and forward comes. Imam plays onto the onside, no run.
Just wondered, maybe with Sandhu, he bowled his opening spell from the Trafalgar Square end, and maybe after 1 over from this end, he said to John Simpson, "Nah, don't fancy that. Just not arriving at the crease right. There's a slight running up a hill. If it's all right with you, Skip, I'll just do my bowling from the top end."
James Coles just wandered over to Jack Carson, a cover for some reason, to have a natter about something or another. Hudson-Prentice in. Imam tucks this one away through square leg. He's going to pick up at least a couple of runs. Danny Lamb has to chase around the boundary edge. 2 more to the total, and he makes Dave's point, just picking up 1s and 2s. Scoreboard ticking along, 79 for 1. We're at the 23rd over. Which I only mention because there's so much talk about the Kookaburra ball and how difficult it gets to bowl with. Also, it can be quite difficult to bat against because the ball is going softer as well. But some Prentice in, bowls, and let go outside the off stump by Imam through to John Simpson, and there is no run. 2 slips, gully, point, cover, mid wicket, and a fairly wide-ish fine leg. Danny Lamb with his arms folded behind his back.
Similar sized crowd to yesterday, I would suggest.
Yeah.
A couple of thousand in. Bleachers probably about as populated as it was yesterday.
Why are they called the bleachers?
I think it's an American baseball term, isn't it? The wooden benches
I see.
bleach in the sun.
Hudson Prentice in bowls, let go again by Imam, taken by Simpson, and there is no run.
I could have made something up there, Adrian.
You could have done it, and I'd probably said, "Oh, right." Yeah. I wonder if this might be the last over before lunch. We can't see the clock. My watch says about 58 and a bit.
That'll be one more.
I think we'll get one more.
Your watch is
a bit fast, I think. Yeah, my phone says 12:58. There's Hudson Prentice back to his mark. In again, bowls in line, just defence, and so nice and tidy from Finn Hudson Prentice. Yorkshire, as they say, very much playing for lunch. 79 for 1, live 33. Imam is on at 19. The man out, Finley Bean, who was looking to hook Danny Lamb, got a big top edge and was caught behind by John Simpson. Other than that, it's fair to say that Yorkshire have looked relatively untroubled.
Yeah, there was that one from Bean earlier that he got an edge, and we thought it carried to first slip, low to the left hand of first slip. At the press box, they think it didn't quite carry, so there was that one. Couple of deliveries where Lythe has admonished himself for fiddling at the ones outside the off stump, but largely untroubled. Yes, Carson bowls and Lythe gets one that he steps back and hammers it in the direction of Silly Point, who's got his back turn or back pad. He's a bit forward at point.
No, he's a very silly point. I mean, he's right
a ridiculous point, isn't he?
Yes.
Carson bowls again, and Lythe dead bats that one back past the silly bat pad.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I think you've every right, if Jack Carson bowls a long hop outside the off stump, fielding where Ibrahim is, you've got every right to say, I think I won't field here anymore, Jack. Because he's very close.
Carson bowls, and that's driven nicely by Lythe. He's got it through past diving cover out to the sweeper for a single. You'll be thinking that's my morning's work done, with 3 deliveries to come. Imam takes his guard again. There's a look round the field. Mainly an offside field to the left-hander. Carson bowls to him and he drives that nicely back to the bowler, but no run to be had there, just the 3 men. In fact, on the leg side, so Carson's very much bowling an off stump just outside of off stump line, the off spinner turning the ball away from the left-hander. Bowls again, and they've got the wicket. Carson has got the wicket. That ball's turned, it's taken the edge. Iman has got a little tickle, and great joy right on the stroke of lunch, just as yesterday we had a wicket on the stroke of lunch. 84-2. Yorkshire go in. Imam has gone. That ball must have turned. Absolutely delighted, wasn't he? Carson, he just leapt in the air and punched it, and valuable wicket, 19 to Imam. Makes his way off, chatting to Lythe as he goes. See a replay of that on the stream. Those of you who ever get a chance to look at the stream and see how much that turned. Oh, very good bowling, but he just got the wrong line for that. So just a little bit of encouragement for Sussex in that final over.
Yeah, and certainly the feeling before Sussex came here was that Jack Carson bowled very well here last year, and that there may be a bit of turn in this pitch. A good sharp catch taken by Tom Haynes at first slip, so yeah, a little bit of hope. I think, you're quite right, Dave, that wicket went down with the last ball before lunch yesterday when James Coles was out, which did seem to change the course of the...
Yeah, it was a turning point.
And Sussex will be hoping it's a turning point, and we wondered if Jack Carson might get a bowl. He does, and he picks up a wicket, so well done, Jack.
And he got the wicket in his second over, and if he could only had the regulation 1 over...
Yes, he wouldn't have got it. It's lunch. We can have a bit of breather. We had very nice sandwiches brought to us yesterday, and we'll be back with you about 40 minutes' time.
Jack Carson to complete the unfinished over.
Welcome back then from North Marine Road in Scarborough for part 2 on day 2, which sees Yorkshire in for the first time, and by lunch they'd reached 80 for 2. Imam Al-Haq was of course out on what was the final ball of the morning session, caught by Tom Haynes at slip off Jack Carson for 19. Finlay Bean had preceded him back into the dressing room. He was caught Simpson bowl lamb for 21 when the score was on 46. Of course, earlier in the day, Sussex all out for 222. Lovely sunny afternoon, and Adam Lyth at the non-striking end, because James Wharton will have to face one delivery that remains in the 24th over here from the off-spinner Jack Carson. And let's get through this one first up, and then we've got a special guest for you on this afternoon. Here's Carson in and flicked nicely off his legs by James Wharton. No run. So 80 for 2 after 24. Watching the stream or listening to us this morning will have heard about a couple of special catches. One of them yesterday was taken by James Wharton for Yorkshire out there in the field, one of the best that you'll see. And then this morning, Finlay Bean, I just mentioned that he was dismissed for 21, could have been out a little before that by a great catch just over the boundary edge by young Joey Scott, who it's cost us a lot of money to get him in the commentary box for this afternoon. And his agent, his granddad Paul, is with us as well. Your negotiating skills are excellent, Paul. So welcome along, Joey.
Yeah.
Great catch, first of all. I mean, what was that like, taking that, catching Finlay Bean?
It was fun because I had to I stood up in front of all the crowd and just caught it.
You certainly did, as we've got Hudson Prentice bowling down the hill from the Trafalgar Square end, and Adam Lyth shoulders arms. Look, they always say don't work with children and animals, and I do enough working with animals in the commentary box on a regular basis, and you're doing a fine job, better than the animals already, Joey. So tell us a bit more about you, because you're obviously a good player yourself.
So I played for Lassells Hall in Huddersfield, and then I played for Huddersfield Taverners, and they won the Taverners Cup recently.
So, good representative player already. That was a dot ball from Finn Hudson-Prentice to Adam Lyth. So the Taverners, for those who don't know, is the representative side for your league, isn't it? The reporters who came out to speak to you to see if you wanted to come up and have a chat with me, they were saying that you play for Yorkshire, but typically of reporters, of the quality that I work with, actually they were inaccurate, weren't they? Because is it East Yorkshire under 10s rather than Yorkshire?
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't worry, we'll be having words later on. As Hudson Prentice comes in, and Lyth flicks off his legs in front of square on the leg side, and he's going to come back for 2 runs. So we see these professional players put catches down all the time. And talk to us about technique. What have you got to do to make sure you get hold of a catch like you did this morning?
Well, my granddad and my dad always tell me what to just keep my eye on the ball.
Great advice, and you close your hands at the right moment. Job done. Lassells Hall, good fun playing there. Well-known West Yorkshire club.
Yeah.
200 years old this year. 200 years old, says Paul. As Hudson Prentice makes his way in towards us again, and Lyth leaves that Scarborough length delivery wide of off stump. And you're from East Ardsley, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you play school cricket as well, or is it all about playing for your club?
Yeah, I play school cricket for Ackworth.
For Ackworth, right? Okay. And what are you, a batter, bowler, a bit of everything? You're clearly a great fielder.
Bat and ball and field.
Bat, ball and field. So it looks like Yorkshire have got themselves a promising all-round player already. Anthony McGrath might end up making his way over and making a signing before this is done, as Lyth turns one into the leg side, and there is no run. So how's your season gone so far? Have you taken many more great catches like that?
Yeah, in the final for Huddersfield I took 2 catches and I bowled and I didn't get any wickets, but I got not many runs off me.
So it bowled it tight, couple of great catches. What's your best score of the season with the bat?
44 off 18.
Ooh, 44 off 18. Tell you what, and that's
average losses on.
just Adam Lee just leaving this one off Hudson Prentice. End of the over, 82 for 2. Sorry, Paul, you were saying he's got an interesting
Batting average at Lassel's Hall.
Batting average at Lassel's Hall. Go on.
I've not been out all season at Lassel's Hall, so I've retired every game.
Wow, and what do you retire at?
25 or more.
I tell you what, are you listening, Anthony McGrath? So you've not been out all season. Fantastic, that's unbelievable. So you've clearly got a very good defence, but you're also playing some shots if you're getting yourself to 25.
Yeah.
And if you can get 40 odd off 18 balls, I can feel a white ball contract coming on already. Fancy yourself in the T20s,
Yeah.
the blast, in the 100. Yeah?
Yeah.
Jack Carson's in, and James Wharton turning that one through mid-wicket, in off the boundary comes Danny Lamb, and they get through for a single. And do you get to watch Yorkshire play much?
My granddad takes me to see Yorkshire play at Scarborough every year.
Oh, nothing better. What a great education in cricket. Well done, Grandad. Who's your favourite Yorkshire player?
Don't really know.
If you choose one, you never know what might happen come the end of the day's play. As Adam Lyth pushes forward and drops that into the pitch, and there's no run.
Finley Bean might be quite high up there on the list.
Finley Bean. Well, I think that could make quite a good photograph, don't you? Finley Bean caught by Joey Scott. Yeah. Fancy that?
Yeah.
See what we can do. Jack Carson round the wicket. Adam Lyth goes back foot and punches square through the offside, and they pick up a single. So is it something you want to do in future? Do you want to play for Yorkshire? Do you want to be out there playing at Scarborough in front of a crowd?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that smile on your face. He's up for it, ladies and gents. Joey Scott, it certainly was this morning with a superb catch of Finley Bean. Unfortunately for Sussex, it was over the boundary edge and it counted as 6 runs for Yorkshire. But you've been a great sport, Joey. Thanks so much for coming on. You've been far better than any other commentator we've had in the com box all week. And if you just stick around a little bit later on, we'll see if we can sort out a snap with Finley Bean, the man you caught. I'm sure he'll be up for that one. Brilliant. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks then to Joey Scott. Remember the name, because you might be seeing plenty more of him in the future. And thanks also, Grandad, for bringing him in.
Pleasure, thank you.
Carson is in and bowling to James Wharton, who's turning that one out into the deep on the leg side, and we'll pick up a single. Kit, he's going to come in alongside.
If you ever want an assistant at Scarborough for Yorkshire, I'll volunteer.
We like the sound of that. We like the sound of that, yeah. I mean, coffees now and again are always good, Paul. As that's turned away by Adam Lyth, off his legs, up towards short fine leg, and they get through for another single. So Yorkshire just at the moment ticking along in ones since the break. They returned at 80 for 2, 85 for 2 now, 37 to Lyth. And just a couple to James Wharton, and off goes Joey back into cricket land. But who knows, Kit Harris, whether we'll hear more about him in the future. We wish him well.
That's the beauty of junior cricket, isn't it? You just don't know. And certainly if he can take a catch like that at the age of 10, he's not going to get worse, that's for sure. Professional international cricket they are scattered with little stories about and Joe Root was in the crowd watching this great moment. Who knows what happens to Joey Scott. Lyth is back in action straight away on the front foot this time. So another half volley, this time from Hudson Prentice, operating from the Trafalgar Square end. We say farewell to Grandad Paul and Joey. Pleasure at lunchtime of taking a handwritten message from Finn Bean down to Grandad Paul and Joey. signed scorecard saying, well done, great catch. Hudson Prentice has Lyth defending off the back foot this time. The ball is back of a length. In fact, Jonathan, between you and me and the wider world, I said to Joey's granddad, I've got a message here from Finn Bean. His response was, who's that then? So perhaps he's not quite ready. Not quite ready to be your assistant. I think Dave Townsend has got no immediate rival commentating here at Scarborough. Hudson Prentice bowls again, and Lyth just chops this down towards the deep third boundary. Crocombe is nimble, chasing after it from backward point, and restricts Lyth to a single. Takes him to 39 and the score to 87 for 2.
What I should have asked him was, has he got any advice for Finlay Bean on trying to get over the top of the ball?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I do hope you managed to get the two of them to meet.
Just
44 runs off 18. It's we may not see him at too many championship games. It looks like the shorter format might be the one for young Joey Scott. They could sign him on a white ball contract, perhaps. Right-handed number 4. Wharton settles over his bat. 2 slips in a gully, and a good line to the left-hander as this ball hits him either on the bat blade or perhaps the thigh pad. Tucks him up one way or t'other. There's no run.
And I think that is the sort of thing that it's not impossible at a test ground, but it's the sort of thing that really is only really likely to happen at a place like this.
Well, we've seen the best and the worst, haven't we, of no hoardings, and the crowd sits right beyond the boundary rope over the last couple of days. So this ball is short of a length and just guided to point. Yesterday there was a bit of a tangle when was it James Wharton who was going for the catch out on the boundary. He tried to pull off an out and in catch on the boundary, and one of the spectators trying to get out of his way then did get in his way, and Wharton went to ground.
Yeah, it was Matt Mills actually, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. It was Mills, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Thank you, Dave Townsend. I associate that area of the ground with James Wharton. This ball is driven, backward point again. He got quite a lot on it this occasion, Wharton, but no run, and that concludes the over. Yorkshire are 87 for 2. Lyth has been at the crease throughout the innings. 39 not out to him so far, 2 to Wharton. Yeah, I associate that area with James Wharton because of the catch he took. But then today, the best thing that could possibly have happened when you've got no boundary boards at all, the ball just sails straight into the hand, and we get a really good view of it on the live stream camera as well.
Yeah, look, I think we should seriously start a campaign here, because we've got the Peasholm Park end, the Trafalgar Square end. We've obviously got the North Marine Road side of the ground, but as Carson comes in bowling round the wicket to Lyth, who leaves, the walkway up the top side there, I don't believe it's got a tag, so maybe that should be Wharton Way after what we saw yesterday. Maybe the campaign has just started for Wharton Way as Carson is in. Wharton looking on from the non-striking end at the moment as Lyth opens the face and runs it out to gully. No run. Wharton Way is, it's got the fish and chip van at the minute. There's a charity van, as well as a Greek stall, which was already serving up some, look like chicken on skewers earlier in the morning when I got here. Chicken for breakfast. Another dot ball there. Carson to Lyth as a goal swoops in from behind the con box, and here's Carson, tosses this one up. Lyth, he's missed out there. I think he really did drag that down the leg side, Jack Carson. And Adam Lyth, in his eagerness to get that away, had he got anything on it, I think it would have been a fairly fine 4, but he lost his balance in trying to play it. Made a bit of a Horlicks of it in the end. 87 for 2. Lyth on 39 and Carson bowling to him now. And this time he just props forward into the leg side. No run. Most seem to now have returned from wherever they popped out at the lunch break, making their way back to seats as Lyth runs one down past Gully. As it turns out, he told James Wharton to wait on. There probably was a run in the end, but I think it was a fair call to stay put. It was a misfield, and Lyth sending Wharton back. And they were involved. They've been involved in 2 run-out mix-ups this year, the pair of them. James Wharton barbecued by Adam Lyth down at Chelmsford, I think it was, earlier in the season, and then there's been a bit of a reverse of that since. Probably not quite as bad, but it is possible they can miscalculate the odd one out there. Hudson Prentice is going to continue at the Trafalgar Square end.
Well, he may have only 2, but Wharton looks comfortable so far. There's only reward in this pitch for a bowler if he really bends his back. It's a real sporting surface. That's a tight line from Hudson Prentice. Right on off stump. Just the slightest of shape away in the air. And only when the ball is really full, Wharton defending. I don't know what air exercises are going on way above us, but there are jets about. Is that RAF something?
Sure.
Hudson Prentice again, that accuracy. Not express pace, far from it. So just a little shorter this time, and Wharton again just happy to defend and wait.
There is a bit of a rumbling, isn't there? I'm not sure it's DT's lunch.
Fylingdales has been decommissioned, hasn't it? That was years ago. I think the early warning system, not so far away from here, but I assume airspace knows what's going on. Something's going on. It's much wider of the off stump this time. Again, we see that lift, but it was probably still too close to the body to cut, and Wharton just leaves it alone. I expect there are all kinds of people on the live stream who can tell me what the RAF station is that's nearer to here. One assumes it's not an incursion by Mr. Putin's reconnaissance planes.
You never know in the world at the moment.
Another ball from Hudson Prentice again, just probing away on off stump, and this time there'll be a run off the face come edge out towards the deep third boundary. In fact, simply trotted 2, which advanced Wharton to 4. Score to 89 for 2. Lyth at the non-striker's end has been accumulating. Wharton really yet to get going. He faces Hudson Prentice and defends again on the onside. There's lots of noise from the Sussex fielders, lots of oohs and ahs. That kidology that goes on. We were trying to convince the relatively newer batsman that he has only just kept that out or very nearly hit that. In truth, is well behind and well in line with these defensive shots. So Hudson Prentice bowls another one lifting away outside off stump, and once more Wharton resists temptation. End of the over. Yorkshire 89 for 2.
India apparently going to take a decision tomorrow on the participation or otherwise of Jasprit Bumrah. And yeah, basically Shubman Gill in an interview with Habib saying that Gautam Gambhir had every right to look at the pitch yesterday. That rumpus with Lee Fortis, the head groundsman down at the Oval.
Storm in a teacup, but quite a storm. You can't talk to a groundsman like that, or can you?
If you ask him politely to let you have a look at the pitch, then I don't see why he wouldn't, but it's not the first time you've heard it at all. It's not uncommon, is it, for the home groundsman to be not that forthcoming. Lyth eases a single out into the offside. Moves on to 40, I think, now. Kate will back that up. Thank you. So, is the total on the board right? 89 for 2, or is that 90 as well? 90 for 2. Thank you. Jack Carson over the wicket now to the right-handed James Wharton, who's pushed one down to deep mid-on. Sandhu fields. Field set here is a slip, backward point, cover sweeper, wide-ish mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket, a sweeper out in front of square on the leg side, as well as backward square leg, more or less leg gully. He's trying to flick that one away into the leg side, and brought a yelp from my colleague. Didn't bring an appeal from the visiting side. Wharton on 4. Got 70 odd here last week, of course, and he hits that one firmly straight back at Jack Carson. Fielded it nicely enough off his own bowling.
Carson's bowling really full. He's trying to attack the stumps and the pads. Not much turn though.
No, a bit of drift there, away from the right-hander, turned to straightish mid-wicket. Now run.
Tom Best got a lot of curve away from the right-hander through the air with his off-spin yesterday. And he got more drift than turn.
Carson again, down the leg side this time, and Wharton happy to let that one go. End of the over. So 90 for 2 with Lyth on 40 and Wharton on 4. You can get in touch, BBC Cricket. No, sorry, Yorkshire Cricket. So used to saying the other one, even now, 2 months after it was supposedly defunct. Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk is the current email address, or you can find me on X.
Had some answers on the live stream chat about the jets that are flying. I nearly said the jets that are flying overhead, but that is a bit tautologist. There's nowhere else that they could be flying, is there? Wrong about Fylingdales for a start. Radar golf balls are not on the landscape anymore, but Fylingdales still operates as an active station. Hudson Prentice now round the wicket to Lyth, who drives but can't beat mid-off. It was well timed. He didn't put everything into it. Run. And Coningsby in Lincolnshire is the closest, and that's where the Typhoon jets come from, says a user whose name is Bomber Command Historia. So I'm inclined to think that that correspondent knows what they're talking about. This is much fuller this time, going for the Yorker, and Lyth blocks it out. He was hurried into it a little bit. The bat was solid. A lot of Sussex fans feel that the introduction of coals would be desirable in the near future. I'm not sure there's a lot of turn on offer for him, accurate though he is. Hudson Prentice is driven by Lyth, and this will be 4. No chance for mid-off. Just pushed at it. It was all timing, no brute strength. Well placed.
Yeah, signature shot again for Adam Lyth. There's not a better player at playing that shot in this competition.
So he moves on to 44. Yorkshire 94 for 2. chipping away in pursuit of Sussex. Lyth has to take one hand off the bat here. He's just slightly hurried by a ball that was hit high. He'll take a single out to Lamb at long leg. 45 then to him, and 95 for 2 Yorkshire in response to Sussex's 222. They added 12 this morning to an overnight 10th wicket partnership of 60 not out, extending it to 72. I believe you said was, or Adrian Harm said was a record for Sussex against Yorkshire. I don't know if it was a record for this fixture. Yes, for the whole fixture. Hudson Prentice over the wicket now, and a drive into the offside by Wharton. Still playing himself in. There's plenty of time to do it. The pitch has still got something in it for the seamers. Certainly got some bounce. It's got some good pace in it too. I gather that's de rigueur here at North Marine Road. There's a thick covering of cloud now as well. Hudson Prentice is defended by Wharton again. He's been very accurate in this spell. Concludes another over, 95 for 2. Jonathan, I read that Scarborough Cricket Club ground is not called Queen's anymore. Is that right? It used to be called Queen's. But do we know when that stopped happening? We're going to say 1970s now.
No, I don't.
I think of it as being called the Queen's ground. The Scarborough Cricket Club's website says formerly known as. In my mind, that it's been called that until quite recently, but I'm perfectly prepared to be told that I'm 60 or 70 years out of date.
In my conscious lifetime, anyway, of thinking of what the ground is called, North Marine Road has been it. But that's not to say that it wasn't called Queen's when I was younger or something like that. I can't remember that. Adam Lyth plays out square on the offside. So his first Jack Carson delivery, no run. The sale of the Northern Superchargers to the Sun Group has completed.
Right.
On a press release that Josh, who's sitting in the press box next door, has just put out 7 minutes ago, as Lyth pushes up to Sandu at mid-off, and there is no run. Yorkshire County Cricket Club is delighted to confirm that the sale of Northern Superchargers to the Sun Group has now completed.
Spend it wisely, chaps.
Here comes Carson. Lyth turns off his legs and will pick up a single. The Sun Group, who also own Sunrisers Hyderabad and Sunrisers Eastern Cape, have purchased 100% of the Northern Superchargers and will take operational control from October the 1st, 2025. The deal sees the Yorkshire County Cricket Club benefit from a significant financial influx, whilst also gaining a world-renowned strategic partner. Carson over the wicket, and Wharton over the top of that and smothers it. And then there's a lengthy spell of quotes from Sanjay Patel, Yorkshire's chief exec.
Of course, that money isn't all Yorkshire's. It goes around the game in this country. Many clubs will benefit.
Carson is in. That's turned to leg by Wharton. Mid-wicket, no run.
Jonathan, this might be slightly superficial concern, but have you had any inkling about what the new owners will call the Yorkshire-based 100 franchise?
Nothing.
Something.
Yeah, could have something to do with Sun, you would imagine, as Wharton turns one off his legs.
Yeah, Sunrisers will.
Maybe the Yorkshire Sunrisers. But who?
Northern Sunrisers. Does that quite work? Sun doesn't rise in the north.
What's in a name, Kit?
A great deal, I gather, because at the Oval, I'm told that the sticking point over the sign-off of the Oval Invincibles funds, well, one of the key sticking points is the name.
Really?
MI, the Mumbai Indians franchise, no doubt want to call it MI something. My guess is that they want to call it MI London, because they've got MI New York, haven't they? MI Cape Town. They want to call it MI London, and perhaps this is conjecture. There is a London spirit. There's another London club in the 100. Anyway, what's in a name? Maybe it is all a bit superficial. Wharton took a single at the end of that over. He's now kept the strike to face Finn Hudson-Prentice. He has 5. I shall be leaving you at the end of this over. Dave Townsend will be taking my place. Wharton looking to be positive in running there, just defending the ball into the offside and taking a couple of paces down the pitch, but then a no firmly delivered in the direction of Lyth, who has steadily accumulated 46. He's just a run machine for Yorkshire, Mr. Reliable. On strike facing Hudson-Prentice. He plays it into the offside. They take the single this time. A throw at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Doesn't hit. Wharton is safe. There seemed to be some harmony there between Lyth and Wharton, as though they knew that the next ball that was tapped into the covers, they were going to go. And go they did. To 6. Yorkshire 98 for 2. Field changes round Lyth.
Yeah, Adam Lyth began this match on 908 runs for the season. So, what is he on now? 46. In fact, just got a message in here from Chris Parkin as well. Says he's in the bleachers.
Hudson-Prentice gets a defensive out of him, and that's all.
Just thinking, with Lyth on 45 or now 46, am I right in thinking another 46 runs will get him 1,000 so far this season in the Championship? I saw him reach that here around now, July 2014 against Middlesex. So he needed 92 at the start of this knock to get there, and he's bang on halfway there. 46. Thanks, Chris.
One of the slips has come out and has gone all the way to the point boundary. Hudson-Prentice sticks to his line and length, though. Wharton plays the ball into the onside ring. Mid-wicket has come into a catching position, exactly halfway down the third strip along. An unused strip, and there aren't many of those left here at Scarborough Cricket Club. It looks like it's a week away from being used for the first time. Is there a one-day cup match coming up here?
Next Tuesday.
No, I bet that's Tuesday's pitch. Hudson-Prentice again bowls on leg stump, and Lyth just covers up, finds a square leg. It's a huge square here. In keeping with the festival, during breaks, the spectators can walk all over the field, but the square is so big they can walk all over most of the square. Yesterday at tea, there was a mum and her son actually playing cricket on the westernmost strip. I don't see that anywhere else. Next ball from Hudson-Prentice. Again, Lyth has one hand off the bat. That's the second time that's happened in a couple of overs. I wonder if he's just jarring the splice there, or whether he has some sort of bruise. Well, I'll leave that speculation to others as I vacate the commentator's seat now with Yorkshire 98 for 2. And after a few words from Jonathan Doidge, you'll be joined again by David Townsend.
Thanks, Kate. Sylvia from Bradford says, good morning all from the UK City of Culture 2025. This was a while ago. Regarding the ball, the security guard putting his foot on the ball, it's a sad fact that security at Scarborough are not given any training. Are they supposed to be given cricket training, Sylvia? Jack Carson's going to continue from the Peaceout Park end and bowling to James Wharton with a silly mid-on come short leg, sort of short leg in place really, and a slip, and that's flicked along the deck there. Diving stop off his own bowling by Carson, no run. Andy Lockwood sitting in the bleachers soaking up the sun. What time's the quiz tonight and where? And that is in the marquee bang opposite you then, Andy, and it's a 7:30 start, so get there earlier. 2:50 on the door. And Carson is in again, and Wharton plays nicely off his legs down to deep backward square, 1 run. Joshua liked the interview with our future star Joey Scott, and Kate's also put up a picture on socials of the little interaction with his granddad Paul in the background. Carson bowling round the wicket here. Lyth pushing forward. Maybe just off the deck for a moment, but don't think silly me off to the left-hander had a huge chance. Bent Nielsen on the subject of what name might the Superchargers adopt. May I suggest the Northern Sun Deprived, he says. As in comes Carson, just floats that one and drags it a little bit leg stumpish. You might recall Adam Lyth falling over, as I described it a little while ago, trying to get one away around the corner there. Off Carson. This time he just got a little tickle on it and gets back for 2. 100 up for Yorkshire for the loss of 2. And at the point Sussex got to 100, well, they lost their 4th wicket, so a little ahead of the game at the moment, Yorkshire, but there's a fair bit of work to do yet. As Carson round the wicket and Lyth goes back foot and then punches this one out into the offside. Danny Lamb loses his white floppy as he comes into field, and they get 1 run. Lyth on to 47. Averaging 53.41 this season, Adam Lyth. That's from 19 knocks. He's had a tremendous season. Here's Carson again. Feels like he's just bowled that a little flatter to James Wharton. A little bit of wobble in the air again. Wharton defends. So he's on 7. Lyth 47. And it's 102 for 2. Ollie Carter, sporting number 11, has just made his way out onto the field of play, and one of his teammates is going to take a quick breather. DT's alongside.
Yeah, yesterday we were talking, weren't we, about This Is Your Life. And I was just thinking that, in a sort of 30, 35 years' time, Joey Scott's on This Is Your Life, having just gone past Joe Root's record number of test runs or something like that. And they say, do you remember when you were 10 years old at Scarborough? You took a catch on the boundary and then you got interviewed. Who did you get interviewed by? And then you come doddering out down the steps about sort of, 85 years old with a Zimmer frame or something. And I spoke to him, I set him on his way. All in the future, Doherty. He was good though, wasn't he? He wasn't shy.
Better than you.
102 for 2. A very low bar, that. Sort of new spell from Sandhu, who plays that. That's played down backward a square for a single.
The great thing about that, ladies and gents, is that he thinks I'm joking.
Confident young man, but you could see how much you could just see how much joy that catch had given him today. And you don't get that at the Test match ground so much. Sandhu over the wicket to Wharton, who clips him to mid-wicket, won't get a run. Tumbling stop by the substitute. Who did you say the substitute was?
Ollie Carter.
Ollie Carter, sir. He's gone back to sit with his dad. He's getting a few people around there chatting to him and his young Joey now.
Harmsy will tell and remind me that of the great commentary moment that we had at Hove, where Harmsy was on.
It's Sandhu bowling to Wharton. Wharton gets up on his toes and plays that beautifully square of the wicket. Away there down to the west stand for 4. He moves into double figures and he's got 11, 107 for 2.
Harmsy, was it Ollie Carter? Was it Tom also? Tom Clark? I forget now. When you said the little moment we had at Hove when he said blah blah blah, he's done really well this season, blah blah. You watch, he'll get out next ball, and then Ali Orr, and then bang straight to the fielder. Oh no.
Next ball from Sandhu is driven up to mid-off. There's no run to be had there. I bet that got a few hits on social media.
It went viral that for 24, 48 hours, didn't it? Yeah. Brilliant.
They say the commentator's curse. I mean, there's no such thing. There's nothing we say up here is going to affect anything that goes on in the middle, but it's amazing how often it does happen.
I'm surprised he kept his job after that, DT.
Sandy bowls forward defensively. And no run, Wharton covering up.
I thought Paul Farbreast might have come into the com box and marched him off the premises straight away.
Yes, it's
clear your desk, Harms. There you go.
It's
you can stick that microphone where
Sandu bowls and trying to find the gap between cover and mid-off, off the back foot, a little punch, but not really enough behind that one. James Wharton, he's now starting to look as though he's got his feet under the table, isn't he? After a few seasons where he's been in and out of the side, he and Matthew Revis now are two of the first names on a Yorkshire team sheet.
Yeah, I'd say that last season was that sort of whatever you want to call it, climbing year, if you like, for James Wharton. He's made two seriously big scores, 185 and 285. And I think that's when he felt part of it. And this year he's gone on with several more 50-plus scores, hasn't yet nailed a ton, and that's the aim for him, isn't it, really, to get that first Division 100 as Carson is in. Lyth steps back as if he's going to hammer that one away and maybe give Joey Scott a second catch of the day, but then pulls out of the shot at the last moment. He's silly mid-off has moved a lot closer now to the cut strip, and he's only probably no more than a foot away from it, and then has to raise both feet as that one is hammered into the deck in his general direction by Adam Lyth and fielded at cover.
Given those two a little bit more air, hasn't he, Carson? And although they're short, they're spinning away, and Lyth's giving himself too much room.
Yeah, he stepped away again, and will find the sweeper out near the covers and the ground staff. Danny Lamb, 1 run. On back out for a moment. Enjoy it while you can, folks, because of course just 2 more days of this championship contest to go, plus 2 one-day matches. Scarborough will be behind us for another year. Wharton flicking out to mid-wicket where Danny Lamb will field, and they get 1 run. Just 2 more days for us in the comp box at Scarborough this year.
Yeah. It's great to get here, and always a little bit sad to leave. But we'll be back next year, hopefully, Georgie, living and spared, as they say in Ireland.
Yeah, Carson in. There's evidence of a little bit of turn there. Lyth catches it towards the outside edge of the bat, but soft hands played it to Ollie Carter, coming in from backward of point. Something's brought a smile to Harms's face. Is it a Peter Osgood hat-trick, something like that? As Lyth turns one off his legs. Square on the leg side, there's no run.
To compliment with you, saying how sad you were to leave Scarborough. You think it's okay?
Yeah, it was like the Hovis advert.
Yes.
The music.
Oh, do you remember the Hovis advert? Yeah. It was great when I was a lad. My mum used to send me to the bakery 3 times a week for a loaf of bread.
It were uphill going there, and it were uphill coming back.
She always liked her granary, did me gran.
But that street still exists, doesn't it? Is it where they film that, the cobbles and things?
Yeah, probably.
Sandu bowls to the right-handed Wharton. That one comes back on him. He pushes it into the onside.
It were right tasty.
It were right tasty. Hovis was basically just white bread that they painted brown or coloured brown or something, wasn't it? It wasn't. I don't think it was particularly wholemeal or. Certainly wasn't artisan bred as we have down south. Sandu bowls, and Wharton plays that back past him, and there's we had the this I don't know what the cost of a loaf of bread is up here, Deutsche, but you can pay £4 or £5 for a loaf of bread now these days. Ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
You're obviously shopping at Waitrose, DT.
Well, here's
other supermarkets are available.
Next delivery. It's pushed back down the pitch to Sandu and no run. Yeah, they've got a Waitrose in got Waitrose out in Thailand, which is quite amusing. And Tesco are quite big out there. I'm sure there are other supermarkets that are thinking of going out. It's not the sort of thing you expect, really, is it?
No, are you a supporter of local trade? Tradespeople?
I tried to be. Stand 2 bowls, and that's through to the keeper. Wharton leaving that one alone. And there's no run. Farby making his way around the...
Yeah. The way he sidestepped the little chair, the little stool there that the photographer's got, tell you what, could be involved in the Lions this weekend against Australia. Magnificent sidestep.
He'll be quite pleased with the way his bowlers have been restricting Yorkshire since lunch. And another good delivery there in the corridor. Through to the keeper, John Simpson. Best keeper never to win a Test cap. Oh, it's shocking, wasn't it? During COVID time, where John Bracey got to. Was it or Bracey? What? The James Bracey. He's the Gloucestershire lad got 2 Test matches, and you got Simo available. It was an ideal chance just to slip him in and say, Simo, you've earned this over the years, you know. Sandu bowls, and that's striking Wharton on the pad as he looks to turn it through mid-wicket. No run to be had there at the end of the over. I don't think it's hard to think of a more deserving case for a Test cap than John Simpson up and down the country. I'm sure you'll have your suggestions, but
no.
You know, if somebody's in their 30s and served their time, you know,
yeah.
Whatever. You always get them, don't you? We were talking the other day about little Alan Jones, who used to open the batting very successfully for Glamorgan and had that one Test match which was late against the rest of the world side in 1970 that was later scrubbed out.
Yeah, I still disagree with that. Carson round the wicket, bowling to Lyth, gets one on his legs and just dinks that away. Square on the leg side and right on cue. The Yorkshire supporters applaud Adam Lyth yet again at Scarborough because he's made another significant contribution in this innings with a half-century, a 6th of the campaign for him to go with 2 tons, and he's fast approaching 1,000 runs.
117 balls and 7 fours.
117 balls and 7 fours. 50 for Adam Lyth. Carson floats one up. Wharton picks out the man down at long on and will get through for 1 run. So 958 against Adam Lyth's name. He has achieved the 1,000 in a season on several previous occasions. 5, in fact, up to press, and he's cutting this one backward of point. And we'll get through for a comfortable 2, taking his score to 52, the total to 113 for 2. I think it's inevitable he's going to get there this year. It would be a heck of a bad trot in the last few matches if he doesn't, having got to 960 now.
Yeah.
Carson in again, and Lyth pushing forward. There's just an outstretched arm from Silly, made it off. across the pitch to try and reel that one in. Can't do so. Ibrahim it is, who's our unnumbered man for the first day. Adrian Harms walking the tightrope there. Carson in again. Lyth goes back foot. Eases this one out square on the offside, no run.
There's just so much time, isn't there? He was thinking of coming forward to that one and then still had time to go back and just pat it away into the offside. This is what they've got to do, Yorkshire, to build that lead, is just remain patient. Just take your runs, accumulate.
Yeah, pushes another one into the covers to complete that Carson over. Jack Carson. Let's have a look at the latest from him. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for, Kate will tell us in a sec, 19-ish. 18, my apologies.
Well, 19-ish, yes.
9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18, 19-ish. He's bowled with control so far. They've certainly not looked to take him on. Yorkshire, well, probably just safety first at the moment, trying to accumulate, trying to get themselves in front. Batting points, of course, as well.
Under bowls, and that's pushed into the offside by Wharton. No run. We had 38 overs.
Yeah.
113, that's almost exactly dodgy. 3 and over, isn't it?
Yeah, so a little quicker than the opposition.
114 would be. So, yeah, they tickle along at that pace. Okay, they're not going to get a full quota of batting points, but they won't do that anyway. And a bit of bounce outside the off stump through to the keeper.
They're certainly pushing for as many as they can the longer it goes on, I guess, because they know how important those can be. Remember the relegation by 1 point back in 2022.
I think the win points are obviously the primary objective, and they're in a very strong position at the moment. Sandu from the Trafalgar Square end bowls, and that's pushed square the wicket by Wharton. And if they bat, well, until tomorrow lunchtime, I think they will be looking to, wouldn't they? Maybe go to about 450, something like that. Then it's an awful long way back for Sussex, particularly as we saw in that game against Surrey, the ball spinning on the 4th day and being harder to play. I'm sure Don Bess would fancy that. Sandu, who doesn't actually charge in, he just very relaxed, balanced run to the crease. And a leg by there as Wharton looks to turn that towards square leg, just takes him on the thigh pad, the batsman jog through. 52 to Lyth, 13 to Wharton. 14 for 2. Plane going over. Dear, that's very low. Yeah. A lot of noise as it goes over. Sandu bowls, Lyth drives, diving half stop, well, a diving 3/4 stop, really.
Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Splendid bit of fielding for a fast bowler out there at cover. Oh.
They were going to drop into Suits You, so then for a moment.
Yorkshire are making steady progress here in their first innings. They're 114 for 2. Adam Lyth is
Sandu bowls, and that's over-pitched, and Lyth has got a boundary. He's punched that one out square of the wicket, and that was very low on the bat. I was surprised it's gone to the boundary quite as quick as it did. It's in the vicinity of young Joey Scott out there.
Surrey will have 300
I think he's back out there with his granddad.
Kent are 58 for 1. Jane Denley, the man out from 20. That in reply to Leicester's total yesterday.
Front of the bleachers.
471.
Carson is well into this spell now, as we know, and going to continue from the Peaceholm Park end of the ground. Yorkshire 108 runs behind the 222 that Sussex made first up. To his 10th over upcoming, Jack Carson. Ibrahim's going to don the helmet once again and go in short leg to James Wharton. Slip in place, backward point, cover sweeper, mid off, deep mid on, straight mid wicket, man backward of square on the leg side plus a leg side sweeper, and that's a good tumbling stop by Sandhu. James Wharton struck that firmly. He's strong through that area, flicks it away firmly on a regular basis, and that was a good stop because that was boundary bound.
He likes that shot, doesn't he? So for working it from outside off, just past mid wicket out in the direction of long on.
119 for 2 with that Wharton single. Live back on strike, flicks one past Tom Alsop, who's out to collect. They get 1. 20 for 2, Live on to 57. Wharton now 14. There's a bit of a blue sky overhead, but at the moment the sun obscured by cloud. But it's warmer than it was yesterday, no doubt about that. Carson is in, and nicely played by Wharton there, just waited for it. Strokes it on its way down to Sandhu at deep mid-on. Another single, so they're starting to tick things over just a little more regularly here, Yorkshire. Remember, the second wicket went down, which induced lunch. A ball before it would have been taken anyway. Imam was caught Haynes, bowled Carson for 19. That was 80 for 2, so they've added 41 since. Lythe's just turned one square into the leg side. There was no run. And silly mid off, just been moved to short leg by Jack here. Left-handed Lythe on strike. He's coming round the wicket here, Jack Carson. And evidence of a little bit of slow turn. Adam Lythe, though, right behind that and blocking. No apparent immediate weather issues at the moment. Despite that cloud, it's fairly high. You can see Oliver's Mount over the back of the Trafalgar Square terraces there. So all is clear in that direction. Carson is in again. Lythe cracks that away off the back foot. Danny Lamb out there sweeping in the deep on the offside fields, and another single to Adam Lythe. 58 to him, 122 for 2, 15 to James Wharton.
Again, it may not be the most scintillating cricket to watch, but a very important period of play here as Yorkshire now trailing by exactly 100 runs. If they can draw level with, say, 3 or 4 wickets down, then they will be extremely well placed to go on and win this game, which is obviously got to be the objective. Their position, precarious position near the bottom of the table. Sandhu round the wicket to the left-handed Lythe, who eases that one into the offside, doesn't beat cover. No run. Set up an interesting final 3 weeks of the season. Doidgy.
It has. Carl Williams with a C says DT mentioned John Simpson not playing for England. Glenn Chappell was also unlucky not to be picked.
Good call. Sandhu bowls, that was dug out. Backward a square for 1 run by Lythe. Simpson needs to do, as captain, he needs to do something here just to break this up a little bit. I think it's almost, well, it's very predictable at the moment, isn't it? It's 3 2 or 3 runs, 3 or 4 runs and over. No chances been taken by Yorkshire. Next delivery from Sandu. And leaves that one alone. There's no run. It's just perfect if you've had a really big lunch. None of us have had a big lunch, but you can imagine just having tucked in down in the hospitality tents down there, now sitting out in front in one of those chairs, bit of sunshine, belly full, and just everything in the world to rights. Sandu bowls, and that's played back to him. And this is the sort of cricket you want to be watching, just quietly ticking along. You get too excited about. Adrian's nodding away there in the corner. Oh, he's joining me on commentary. Is Sandu. Bowls to Wharton, and Wharton digs out an attempted Yorker up to off. Now, where were we yesterday with the chin-strap penguins, Adrian?
Yes, I know. Well, the best thing about listening to your two jokes and the slight mickey taking is I know that really you don't mean it. Oh, sort of sideways there from Dorothy.
Oh dear.
Sort of a raised eyebrow.
Here's Sandu again, and Wharton again defends. No run there, so fairly quiet period of play at the moment. I did quite like his line earlier. I don't know whether you heard it, Adrian, when he was interviewing the 10-year-old. He said they do tell you not to work with children and animals. And I thought, blimey, where's this going? He's on, and he said, and I do work with a lot of animals in this box.
Right, yeah. I thought it was auditioning for Animal Magic or something, don't you? Do you remember that back in the Johnny Morris?
Oh,
yeah. Can you do that impression as well?
Which one, the seal or the lion?
No, the chin-strap penguin. I think. And
the gulls as well.
Yeah. So since lunch, what am I talking about? Sussex was called 40 Yorkshire. I'll get this right. Shall I start again? Good afternoon, everybody. Since lunch, Yorkshire has scored 43 in the hour, and we've had 18 overs. Kate, is that right? Or 17 overs and 1 ball? No, 18 overs, I reckon that is. Nonetheless, I think Yorkshire have consolidated. I mean, I think Sussex have actually bowled quite well since lunch, but these two are ticking off the runs. And what will 17? Thank you, Georgie. Yeah. What will be a concern for Sussex is that, well as they've bowled, they haven't taken a wicket.
Yes.
By the way,
yes.
Yorkshire, for those asking, finished +3 at the end of their innings.
Thank you.
We were certainly rushing through them, weren't they? If you're watching on the stream, a gentleman's got his ice cream there.
Oh, very nice.
So, I thought this was your over, Adrian, but well,
I was just looking at gentleman's ice cream, and I know you always think I'm moaning about money and paying too much for things. Reminding me, I paid £4.50 for an ice cream at Sandown Park the other night. Oh. It wasn't 99, but
What, £99?
Was the flake extra?
Well, no, the flake was included. It was an all-inclusive 99. Henry Croker was back into the attack. I thought bowled very nicely before lunch. He runs away from us to bowl to Lyth, who's forward, plays out into the offside and takes a single as the sweeper comes running in from deep backward point. Danny Lamb doing the fielding. 1 more to the total. 120. Is that going to click over? The scoreboards aren't in sync. I was chatting away to the scores at lunchtime, and then they're not quite it. But I think, is that 124, Kate, it is. I went and had a little sit in the stand away to our right-hand side. What's that stand called, Dave?
Yeah, well, that's the West stand.
Right. Okay.
It's the one that Dave Bracegirdle, for some reason, refers to as the Ken Dodd stand.
Oh, right. Why?
Well, nobody really knows.
Right. Okay.
It's just something he started doing which amuses him, as many of the Girdlers things do.
Crocombe in and bowls and clipped away onto the onside, but fielded by Sandhu, who's very quickly round from mid-on, and there is no... But it's one of those stands. I went over there to have a sit down and thought, I get a different view on the game. And you're not sure whether people are sort of coming back to their seat after lunch. I wasn't sure if they were reserved seats, so I sort of sat on the end, and someone gave me a slightly old-fashioned look as if to say, what are you doing here?
Did you have your ice cream with you?
No, I didn't. I hid my press badge, so they didn't know who I was. In comes Crocombe bowl, and forward comes Wharton plays to the offside. There is no run. Sorry, Georgie.
Must be a military bearing. So, with the aircraft passing out all the time.
Possibly, yeah. But it's you do get you feel like you really are in the action over there. I have to say, I mean, it's pretty good looking out from here as well. But it's just a different perspective. And the sun was out, and I have to say the pavilion looked fabulous. Looks like it's been re-roofed, the pavilion, actually. In comes Crocombe again. Right arm over the wicket, bowls, and clipped back to the square on the leg side by Wharton. He's going to pick up at least a couple of runs. The speedy Finn Hudson Prentice after it, gets in the throw, but not before a couple more runs are taken. And Yorkshire now to within 100 runs of that Sussex target, which is looking distinctly under par at the moment. 222 for those of you who are joining us for the first time. Sussex recovering from 150 for 9 and indebted to that record 10th wicket partnership against Yorkshire between Danny Lamb and Gurinder Sandhu of 72. In comes Crocombe bowls and driven sweetly down the ground, and that's not a great bit of fielding by Gurinder Sandhu. That's the second time that's happened today. I mean, in fairness, it bobbled slightly in front of him, but it was one that you get used to seeing stopped with the better fielding this season, and Crocombe concedes a boundary. Nonetheless, lovely shot by James Wharton, an on drive, and 128 for 2, Wharton to 19.
Yes, it was travelling. I mean, it was one of those that if he misses it, as he did, then you say, oh, well, probably he could have done better. But if he'd have stopped it, he'd have got a good round of applause.
He would. He would, and I wouldn't have got anywhere near it. It's very easy to sit here and say, but it's just you get used to the standards of fielding being so high these days that you almost expect those to be stopped. But it wasn't, and take nothing away. Lovely shot by Wharton. He goes to 21. The scoreboard has now ticked over, Kate. Is that right? Yeah. I'm told the scoreboard to our right, and you guys were talking about it last night, is far more reliable and updates far more quickly.
Well, it's got more information on it.
Yes, it has. Overs remaining in the day and that sort of thing. Jack Carter switched ends.
Yeah, well, we were saying just now that Simpson really needs to do something just to break this up. At the moment, you don't see where the breakthrough is going to come from if the Yorkshire batsmen remain disciplined, and certainly plenty of discipline there from Blythe as he pushes forward defensively. Carson from the Trafalgar Square end. Well, we were saying before lunch, Adrian, if you fancy, you could buy an apartment down at the Trafalgar Square. Drive from Blythe out to the sweeper for a single.
Or one of these ones overlooking the ground? Or?
One of these, one overlooking the ground. The one just by the gap in the house. It's the top one that sort of goes up into the roofs. You've got a bit of eave stuff going.
Yes, I can see that.
62,000 for 1 bedroom.
Wow.
There you go.
Is it sort of in need of renovation, or?
Well, it's livable, I think, but you would.
What, running water, or?
No. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
wow.
Bring your southern ways up here.
That's a great view, though, isn't it? I mean,
you can actually see the ground, the pitch, and everything, and you're pretty close to being behind the bowler's arm. So I had a look at that. I walked past and there was a for sale sign, so I looked it up on the internet. Carson bowls to Wharton, who pushes that one up to a long on, straightforward single to be had there. And shown a lot of maturity at the moment, James Wharton.
He is. Batting very nicely. I've taken some lovely photographs this week. I mean, look at that one. It was the sun rising across Scarborough yesterday.
Rising?
Yes. Yeah.
What time were you up?
Well,
Carson bowls again, and Blythe attempts to sweep that fine. Doesn't make any contact. Simpson takes.
There were some very noisy seagulls, which woke me up.
So there you go. You got 99 out there at the moment. Simpson with a 9 on, and batsman Lyth with a 9 on his back. Forward bat pad doesn't come into play there, as that's pushed up to mid wicket, and a slip. 3-man saving 1 on the sweep on the boundaries. There's plenty of space out there on the leg side, but of course he would be sweeping against the spin, but so makes room and attempts to sort of late cut, back cut that one, but can't do so, can't get past is that Danny Abraham?
Yes, very good point. I just sorry.
I'm just saying, it would be absolutely wonderful to have an apartment up there, wouldn't it? And live there for the summer, watch all the cricket.
Very nice.
Too many steps there for me.
Well, what would you see? You'd see a couple of county championship games. I presume they've got a 50-over game here.
Yeah,
over the next few weeks.
Plenty of second 11 cricket as well, which is...
Yeah. You were just talking about where Sussex might be going to get a wicket from. I don't think it'll be long before we see James Coles into the attack. Just a bit of variation, a bit of left arm spin. Because Sussex are... What's the lead? Or the arrears, I should say, are just 90 runs now. With 8 wickets in hand. Henry Crocombe running away from us. And bowls and driven firmly by Wharton to mid-off no run. Earlier on this season, in fact, with the Kookaburra ball, I was talking to James Coles. He made a very good 100 at Durham against the Kookaburra. And everyone talks about how difficult it is to bowl with the Kookaburra, but with it going soft, it can be quite difficult to bat against as well.
Yeah. I think that's true also of the Duke, isn't it?
I'm sure it is.
The new ball, the new hard ball goes faster off the bat.
Crocombe again in bowls and played it to the onside by Wharton, and again there is no run.
I think the problem with the Kookaburras is not that softness is a problem. It is not a problem. The big problem with it is that the seam disappears. What do the bowlers work with?
Yes, and particularly if it gets damp, apparently it becomes increasingly difficult. Crocombe in and bowls, and up on his toes is Wharton, and flicks that off the hip down to fine leg, where Danny Lamb comes running into field. 1 more to the total. Wharton goes to 23, 133 for 2. There have been plenty of wickets around, despite the fact the Kookaburra ball is being used this week. Up at Durham 153, Surrey 322. Durham making a better fist of things second time around, 88 for 1. Emilio Gay going along very nicely, 47 off just 38 balls. So Durham fighting back at the Riverside. Raining at Chelmsford. Crocombe is in, bowls, and that's beautifully played. That's a lovely shot by Adam Lyth. He just waited for that and steered the ball beautifully, sort of where it's sort of second and third slip would be all along the floor to the fence. 4 more to him. He goes to 65, 137 for 2. Nice shot.
I was just thinking that was a little bit...
Did you?
A little bit risky, given that he's sort of trying to angle it past second slip. And
right. You don't think he? You don't think he meant to do that?
I think he meant to do it, but maybe just a little bit wider than it actually ended up. Maybe we'll have a look at that again on the stream in a minute.
Crocombe in bowls to Lyth, plays that into the offside, and there is no run. I wonder if we're going to see a replay of that shot for 4. Yes, raining at Chelmsford, where there haven't been many wickets actually. Essex 557 for 5 against Warwickshire. So, and Trentbridge Notts 22 for 1 in reply to Somerset's 438. A battle of second and third in the table. Crocombe. Sky's getting a little brighter, a bit more blue sky around us. Crocombe is in again. Bowls and live drives. Very good bit of fielding by Hudson Prentice. He's a good athlete, is Finn Hudson Prentice. Came in very quickly to field. And there is no run. End of the over. 137 for 2. Lythe on 65. Wharton is on 23. The partnership between these two now worth 57. Wasn't that? Yeah.
Just seen the replay of that guide, if you like, from Lythe for 4, and played it very well. He just opened the blade, but he'll say he knew what he was doing, but it didn't need to be very far out to be.
No, sort of. If there'd been a third slip, they would have stopped it. But he's sometimes when you watch, I don't want to put the mockers of Adam Lythe, but sometimes when you watch someone, you just feel the way they're playing. You just feel they. Well, I'm not going to say it.
What a desperate attempt to take.
Well, I didn't say it. I didn't say it in the end.
But you meant it.
Oh,
start of a new over from Carson, and batsman quickly through for a single as Wharton pushes out a square leg. 139 now. 8. The scoreboard's ahead of us again. Just the 2 wickets down, so worrying situation this for Sussex. Next delivery from Carson. Played up to mid-on, no run there. So just chibbling away at these runs. 84 behind now. Carson bowls again. Lythe, so much time just to sit back and play that one out through the gap on the offside for another single.
Other options, Dave, might be Tom Haynes bowls a bit of medium pace. I always think Tom Haynes is a bit like Greg Chappell. He comes on and picks up wickets and big partnerships.
Carson bowls, and that's a favourite shot of Wharton's, that one with the ball side off stump, and he plays it down to long on. It's a little bit ungainly, a little bit playing across his body, but very effective shot and bringing plenty of runs. Pretty safe shot. Carson bowls to Lythe, sees that one early, a bit more air, give it a bit of a rip, just defends it. Lythe having a look down towards, behind him on the leg side. There's a lot of space there with just the one fielder. But Carson's not giving him anything.
That turned.
That one.
Well, held its line anyway.
Yep. 140 for 2.
Well, he's going to have a lot of bowling to do here, Jack Carson. That was his 12th over. Figures of 1 for 20. I mean, in general, Sussex have been very tidy, but at the moment, Yorkshire are able to go along at 3, 4 and over without really taking undue risks. And we've still got, I'm trying to think how many overs we've got left in the day. Kate might be able to tell us. There's no, I'm going to guess 42.
Well, we've had 45, 2 for change of innings, weren't there? 45, 50, 46, I think.
Yeah, because at the close last night, it was 90. How many did Sussex use this morning? He used, 4 overs this morning, so it was 4. Oh, anyway.
4, 5 with the 1 added on because it was part of an over.
Yeah.
So 5, so 50, 46 left.
Crocombe in bowls and hammered away. Lovely shots for extra cover. Beautiful timing from James Wharton. There wasn't an awful lot wrong with the delivery. It was slightly over pitch, but Wharton drove the ball firmly through the covers. No chance to cut that off. Lovely shot from Wharton. He goes to 29. And Yorkshire to 144 for 2. In reply to this Sussex total of 222. John Simpson, he's got a problem here. He's got to keep his attacking options open, so he's got 2 slips in place. But by the same token, he doesn't want Yorkshire to really get away here. Crocombe in and bowls. There's a bit of extra bounce from Henry Crocombe. Ball veering down the leg side and Wharton having nothing to do with it, taken by Simpson, who moves smartly across.
it needs maybe needs to go to a sort of a bouncer attack here. Needs one of his bowlers to really bend their backs and. I mean, not that Crocombe's not bowling quickly, but you know what I mean. Just
Crocombe again in the bowls, and all is right in behind this, plays it into the offside, and there is no run.
Make them sniff the leather a bit, eh?
Yeah.
I think would be useful.
3 men saving 1 on the offside. In a ring, there's a mid-on, mid-wicket. A deep square leg and a fine leg way down in the distance as Crocombe wheels around. In front of us, Adam Blythe leaning on his bat at the non-strikers. Then Crocombe is in, bowls, and there's plenty of time to play that into the offside, and there is no run. It's the sort of situation. Sussex are without, I would say, 2 bowlers who would definitely have played in this game were they fit. The main one being Ollie Robinson, who is missed at any time, a very skillful bowler. But also Sussex have been without Sean Hunt for a large part of the season. Left-arm seamer who picked up 9 wickets against Somerset, second match of the season, but got injured in that game and hasn't played since, and he gives Sussex a point of difference as well. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Wharton again just times this beautifully through the covers. A couple of runs here. Ibrahim in hot pursuit out towards the boundary edge in front of the bleachers, but 2 more to Wharton, who goes to 31, 146 for 2. Because I guess the Sussex attack, I mean, Crocombe is the quickest, but Crocombe, Sandhu, Hudson Prentice, Lamb, they're all right-arm seamers. Just wondered whether John Simpson might give James Coles a few overs and have left-arm spin to mix it up. In comes Crocombe, bowls. And Wharton clips, good delivery from Crocombe, but it's clipped away through mid-wicket. Hudson Prentice quickly round the mid-wicket boundary, gets in the throw. Lyth needs to get a bit of a move on as he comes to the non-strikers end. Good bit of fielding by Hudson Prentice, but 2 more runs, and the applause around the ground is for 150 up for Yorkshire. 150 for 2. Wharton goes to 35. I think that's going to be at the end of the over effect. Is that clear? Is it still 148?
It's 148.
Oh dear, I thought those 2. No, that's me trying to be clever Watson.
Sometimes the scoreboard's very quick.
Yeah. What was the applause for? The good bit of fielding, do you think? Or I don't know. That wasn't a significant landmark. Either way, I thought there was 2 to go on the scoreboard, but there wasn't. So that serves me right for being.
Perhaps the crowd were misled, a bit like you, by the score going up so quickly.
Yes, maybe. Anyway, it is 148 for 2, we're reliably informed.
So, start of a new over from Jack Carson, and Lyth turns that towards the square leg umpire. It's intercepted there by Tom Alsop. And he will try again, and that's going down the leg side. Don't think there was anything on that. We'll have to wait. It's a leg bye. I should have known better. John Simpson wouldn't have let a bye through. So flicking off the pad as Lyth tried to turn it round the corner. Score advances by 1. Pause in a minute, Adrian.
Yes.
For your 150. Carson gives that one good flight, and that one must have turned a little bit.
Yeah, I think it did.
Just played that one around the corner, did Wharton, to sort of back with square leg. Just signs of a little bit of encouragement, which of course isn't good news for Sussex.
No.
Carson again bowls and pulls that one down, and Wharton says thank you very much.
That's gone a long way.
Catch that one, Joey. That's up on the pathway somewhere. Wharton's way, as Doidgy was suggesting it should be described, and that's certainly Wharton's way of scoring 6 runs. Just spotted that one early, and bang. Shortish boundary over to the bleachers, and that was struck, and he struck that one down the ground as well. Thank you very much. That one's gone all the way for another 6, and a very straight 6, that one. So Wharton just moving to 45 from 33 in very quick time. Just a couple of deliveries. Will he go to his 50 in a similar way? What do you do if you're Jack Carson? Do you tempt him with another one, or do you fire one in, or he's sending his mid-on back, but can still hit him in the air over mid-off. Carson bowls again, and Wharton defends. Sensible play. That's the end of the over. So, a bit of excitement there, a couple of 6s. Because since lunch it's been very much on an even keel, hasn't it? They've been tickling along.
During the season, on a couple of occasions, when I've asked Sussex players, and indeed Paul Farbrace, said, what is the main difference between Division 1 and Division 2? And the general response you get from the players and from Paul is that when sides have got you on the rack, when they've got the foot on the throat in Division 1, they don't let you off. And I sort of get that feeling here at the moment with Yorkshire, that they've got Sussex right where they want them. And they're just starting to put that foot a little harder on the throat. Sussex are in trouble here, if they weren't already. Because the 222, I was, sort of hoping from a Sussex perspective, maybe this was a pitch that was difficult to score on, but I think James Wharton has just put it completely in perspective.
I think it's a pitch that's difficult to score quickly on.
Yes, that might be the difference. Yep.
The just accumulation that we saw after lunch is the way to go. And okay, it's not entertaining. It doesn't get people off their seats or whatever. A couple of quick 6s too,
but it's good cricket from Yorkshire. Crocombe makes his way in, bowls to Lyth, who lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. You were talking earlier about players who haven't played for England. I'm going to make this very Sussexy, no apologies for that. About 3 players, one of whom I think would have probably played in the Bazball era, is Luke Wright, who never played Test cricket.
Right.
I think they'd have quite liked Luke Wright in the side. He'd have been the sort of player who... Well, it's certainly when he was bowling as well. In latter years, Luke didn't bowl. Another one who was unlucky, I think, perhaps not to play Test cricket, would have been Mike Yardy. Come in, bowls, and looking to cut that away at him live. And this time it completely, the ball dribbles into the gully. There is one. Oh, Doidge's about to say something.
Well, he didn't create the right impression.
Have I missed a joke? Oh dear. This is our reference to our Mike Yarwood conversation yesterday. And another one who was unlucky, I think, not to play for Australia, but in another era might have played for Australia, was Steve McGoffin.
Yeah.
Who was terrific in county cricket for Sussex. In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and that kept low. That did keep. That's the first one that's really kept low, and Adam Blythe had to rather dig that one out. Head onto the onside, and there is no run. But I'm sure there are many, many examples of players who've been unfortunate. Henry Crocombe's got hands on hips as he wanders back to his mark.
As you said, kept low, and wonder whether we'll see a replay of that one on the stream, those of you watching on the stream.
Crocombe again, bowls clipped away by Lyth, confidently down to fine leg, picks up another single. See how quick the scoreboard is on this occasion. 162 for 2 as I look in Kate's direction. Yes, and Lyth goes to 67.
I think this might be the replay if you can watch the stream. We're seeing Crocombe, the previous delivery, keep. Yeah.
It wasn't horribly low, but it did keep a little low. Yeah.
Wasn't a grubber.
No, it didn't roll along the floor. 2 slips weight as Crocombe is on his way over the wicket, bowls, and just eases this one through the leg side. And whereas for the first hour after lunch, runs were tough to come by, Yorkshire were picking up 2s and 3s and over in the last half hour or so. Yorkshire have certainly stepped on the accelerator. 164 for 2, Wharton to within 3 of his half century.
Yeah, just playing a replay of that one that kept a little bit low. got to thank our TV director. I know not all of you are watching on the stream, obviously, but the replays are excellent. The camera work's excellent.
Crocombe in bowls. Stylish extra cover drive from Adam Lyth straight to Finn Hudson-Prentice. And there is no run. End of the over. Umpire Peter Hartley tosses Henry Crocombe his cap. He wanders off into the outfield, gets a pat on the back from, who's that down there? Tom Alsop, I think. 163 for 2, 67 to Adam Lyth, 46 to James Wharton. These two coming together when the score was 80, so this partnership is now worth 83 between this pair as the two seagulls sit proudly on top of the pavilion. And talking of that, the screen shows a gentleman with 2 pints of beer wandering to his seat. I wonder if one's for a mate or whether they're both for him.
Well, it could be both for mates. You never know.
It could be, yes. Yeah, absolutely, yes.
He might be like you and sort of a non-alcoholic something or other.
Maybe, yeah.
I'm going to make way for Kit so that you can carry on for the next half hour or so. He's outside.
Jack Carson making his way in from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground, comes in and bowls to Wharton, who plays that backward on the legs. I just wonder whether Sussex might think of having a leg slip in there, you know. So a couple of times Wharton's just played a slightly forced shot. He's carrying those pints, that Jack. Let's see what he does. He's making his way. We're not watching the cricket. This is very poor commentary. Are the 2 pints for him? He's still carrying on. I know he's standing there. Perhaps he's pretending to his mates that he's watching the cricket. He's not doing anything with those pints of beer. In comes Carson. Bowls and Wharton flicks this backward of square on the leg side. Picks up a single. He goes to 47, I think that is now, Kate, and the total to 165 for 2 as Kit comes back next to us. We're watching the cricket. We're also watching this chap on the screen, Kit, with his 2 pints of beer. I'm wondering whether they're both for him or one is for his mate, or maybe he's got 2 mates and he isn't having a beer. Carson again bowls full toss and Lyth clips this away through mid-on, and that's a very good diving stop at mid-on, prevents an almost certain boundary. Good bit of fielding up there by Gurinder Sandhu. 2 more to the total. Oh, there he goes. There's our friend with the beer. Yes, he's got a pint for his mate. Isn't that kind? He's saying thank you very much.
There's no need to be double parked on a day like this because there aren't so many people in the ground that you can't get a beer when you want one.
Carson in bowls. Lyth drives to mid-off. And there is no run. 166 for 2. Sussex are looking a little undercooked here, Kit, in terms of the 222.
That's absolutely right. Well, that's consistent with my thoughts from yesterday.
Yes, I was holding up hope. I know we are impartial as in comes Carson and Lyth. Sweeps down to a fine leg and picks up a boundary. He goes to 73, 170 for 2. And whilst in the first hour after lunch, I thought Sussex bowled well. By the same token, I thought Yorkshire were picking up the 1s and 2s, keeping the scoreboard ticking along, taking overs out of this Kookaburra ball. There's been a noticeable acceleration.
It has been.
In the last half hour. And the scoreboard is looking rather ominous for Sussex. 170 for 2. I was, clearly we are impartial, but from a Sussex viewpoint, I was sort of hoping that perhaps there was a bit in the pitch or it was a little more difficult to score, and 222 might not be as bad as it sounds, but increasingly it's looking substantially under par. Carson in again, bowls wide and cut away by Lyth through the covers. Picks up a single. He goes to 74. The total to 171 for 3. The end of Jack Carson's over. John Simpson, I'm having a chat to one or two of his options here are some left arm spin from James Coles, which I think would be worth employing. He could use the medium pace of Daniel Ibrahim, but that's pretty similar to the rest of the Sussex attack in reality. Henry Crocombe is just leaving the field. I'm only slightly concerned about that because in the previous over, Henry sort of had his hands on his hips, and I don't know whether he was. I can't believe he's short of puff because he's a very fit young man, but I hope that's nothing that needing.
Well, he's moving very freely.
Yes, he is. Yes, perhaps he was just disappointed. He had his hands on his hips. Danny Lamb is going to come into the attack, so he could use Daniel Ibrahim, but it's kind of more of the same. Tom Haynes bowls his sort of slow medium. I describe him like the modern day Greg Chappell, that he comes on and breaks partnerships. But he's not, without Robinson in the attack, there's a real point of difference. You know, this is when you need your top bowlers, isn't it? On wickets, they're not giving a lot and just able to mix it up a little and take wickets.
Well, and Sandhu, the strike bowler, the overseas player, he's bowled well, he's been accurate. None for 33 off 11 overs with 2 maidens, but Sandhu has not been penetrative.
I would agree with that. I would say I think he's bowled well, he's bowled tidily without looking threatening.
And Lyth has for Lamb a slip, and Tom Haynes in at, a good old-fashioned silly mid-off, I would call it. And the first ball is outside off, flushed away, and 4 down to the deep third boundary. There was width, not quite where he intended it, I think. It was destined for the covers, which is flashed away off the face. 4 more to Lyth, take him to 78. Yorkshire 175 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, he'll want to keep attacking fields if he can, John Simpson, but they can't afford to leak runs. It's a real quandary for him at the moment. I mean, I think they've decided they want the third man a little straighter.
It's a very it's a well spread field now. So Lamb bowls the same ball outside off, and Lyth leaves it alone. And there's the 2 boundary riders are 45 degrees from square. Third man and long leg, the slip and extra cover, the close fielders, and there are 5 in the ring. Total of 3 on the leg side. Lamb to Lyth, who drives through extra cover, just a hand on it by the man in the ring, but it's not going to be enough to stop the ball from going all the way. 4.4 to Lyth. Proceeds through the 70s, 179 for 2 now.
Yes, I don't know. Finn Hudson-Prentice is a very good field. I don't know whether that was sort of over an old wicket end there, but the ball really raced away. And now John Simpson has come all the way down from where he's keeping wicket to talk to Danny Lamb. I think Danny haven't got this field right at all. Tom Haynes is making suggestions. I have to say, there's now 4 people in a discussion. It's soon going to be 5 with Daniel Hughes. I'm a bit old school, actually, Kit, and a skipper of a side, if a bowler came to me and said, you know, at the end of an over, can we make a change? But I don't think you want loads of people chipping in. I know Sussex are up against it here, but you've got to stay together and be unified and hope that you can pick up a couple of wickets.
I think all the chipping in is considered to be,
everyone's trying to be helpful. Yeah,
let's not leave the captain to it.
No, and I can see that. I think as a captain, I captain crikey village town, but I used to have my own thoughts as to what we're going to do, and I didn't want too many people making suggestions.
Well, it doesn't help the decision get made.
No,
quite the reverse, I'd have thought. Lamb to Lyth. Better line now, no width, but he's still going to get a single. Dear. There was an indifferent piece of fielding.
Well, that's a rarity.
They're actually coming back for 2. And the applause you hear is for the 100 partnership between Lyth and Wharton. They came together at 80. And Yorkshire are now 181 for 2. And Lyth, with those couple of runs, is now 84.
Yeah, and that's just what Sussex didn't need, did they? Sort of a misfield when you reset your field. It really shouldn't have been too unusual for Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's a very fine fielder. But Sussex increasingly under pressure.
It's a much fuller ball this time, directed at middle and leg from Lamb. He hasn't been wholly consistent in this over, but we're wondering whether perhaps the messages that he's getting from John Simpson about where he's supposed to bowl with the field as it is have been totally clear. Field is really set for a short ball, I would say. Here's a length ball. Forward square leg this time does the fielding. That concludes an over of 10.
It's one of these things, isn't it, about captaining a side, you know. I used to think, we've got drinks now, the best place for a skipper I always used to think was at mid-off. I like the skipper being at mid-off because, you know, he can chat away to the ball. It's a little bit like, you know, in football, I always liked my captain to be the centre half. I never liked it when the centre forward was captain, but it does work in certain, and there's been plenty of wicket-keeper batters down the air. I just think it's, you know, sometimes trying to convey that message. And, you know, John Simpson, to be fair, then took time out and came down and, you know, wanted to get the field absolutely right as Danny Lamb wanted it. But the Sussex will welcome this drinks break. Now there's a discussion going on between 5 or 6 Sussex players about, you know, some experienced heads down there. Gurinder Sandhu, Daniel Hughes. James Coles is signalling towards the dressing room. I think they want a helmet brought out.
They're going to try and bowl a bit short. That might be an option because the pitch, when the bowler has banged it in, and that hasn't happened often, but it does have good bounce. And there was a time when Lyth was in the 20s and 30s, runs-wise, I mean, not age. He was just made to struggle a little bit by Crocombe, bowling at his chest and waist, and the short leg came in. He didn't look quite so well settled then. At 84, he might find it a different prospect altogether now. He's really got his eye in.
James Coles did want the helmet brought out. Harry Cavelas, who is on 12-man duties together with Ollie Carter. Umpires don't look favourably upon this sort of thing. They like, if they're going to bring helmets and that sort of thing on, they want to see them brought on smartly.
Well, now, hang on. You say they don't look favourably upon it. They don't do anything about it.
No, in county cricket, they do more than Test cricket. I mean, Test cricket is dreadful, isn't it? I mean, they just get away with...
Well, they just... I'm not sure what the umpires massively do in Test cricket, truth be told.
They've got that sort of leg slip in now, which I like. Is it me or is it you, Kit?
It's me, and that's Carson coming on from the Trafalgar Square end, and the first ball is a little bit short, and Wharton just is square on defending. Carson needs to make the ball turn here. Good flight, but he's driven down to long on. Wharton will take the single. He came across right in front of his stumps there. No obvious sign of turn. Wharton to 48, 182 for 2. The deficit being wiped out very steadily by Yorkshire, who at the moment look like taking a substantial lead. Carson is going to bowl round the wicket to left-handed Lyth, full. Lyth just eases into a defensive with very soft hands. Matter too much if he plays far around his front pad and comes forward, because there's no one in a catching position in front of square. Just a big drive, slip and leg slip are waiting for. Fizzed through this time, flatter, fuller by Carson, and Lyth defends again. Ibrahim is the leg slip, Haynes at slip. Like 2 centuries either side. Big dip on this one from Carson, very full, curving into the left-handed Lyth. Lyth defence into the covers this time. Hudson Prentice who picks up. Long off, long on. Both come up on the single now as Lyth goes back to cut, and he's got it past Hudson Prentice and will take the single. There's a sweeper on the boundary in front of the bleachers. But, well, it doesn't rotate the strike because it's the end of the over, so it farms it. 85 now to Lyth. Yorkshire 183 for 2.
These are just gorgeous batting conditions, aren't they? I mean, the sun is out now, the outfield is quick. The Kookaburra ball is 51 overs old. John Simpson's going to need all his experience and all his nous here to try and take a couple of wickets. because at this rate of scoring, and Yorkshire are going on a little shy of 4 and over, although since in the last 3/4 of an hour they've been scoring at significantly more than that and over, and if they carry on at this rate, Yorkshire could find themselves, best part of 100 runs ahead by the close of play, which would be a significant advantage with 2 days to go. And Sussex really up against it. Danny Lamb is going to carry on. Home end of the ground. Just the one slip in place now. Lamb is in, bowls, and forward comes Lyth. Plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. The rest of the field, there's a slip. A backward point, cover, there's an extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, a long leg way down in the distance. Is there a third man in place? I can't see that there is one, no. In fact, there's a ring of 4 to go into Sandu. I apologise. There's a backward point, cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. Lamb is in, bowls, and well, there's no third man, and that's not where you want to bowl, to be honest. Ollie Carter is in hot pursuit down towards the third man boundary, but he's not going to get there. We've got the field set to exactly not bowl that delivery.
Yeah, that's pretty much it was the only one.
It was wide outside the off stump, and I was just looking. I looked into in that third man direction because a couple of deliveries had gone down there, and now Danny Lamb has moved Ollie Carter a little more towards third man.
It's a halfway house third man, neither in one position nor the other, not saving the single, not on the boundary.
In comes Danny Lamb, and Lyth pushing out into the offside, if I can get the headset on correctly. And there is no run. This is Adrian Harms reporting in a Yorkshire accent from Scarborough.
I'm not quite sure what's going on in the other headset. Jonathan Deutsch has supplanted Adrian Harms for the moment. Perhaps he has a...
It's just popular demand. People have said, get him off, Harmsy. Lyth turns one into the leg side, and there is no run.
You better explain why you've taken over.
Yes, you were telling us something.
Yes.
Well, just that the radio station like to have these things for archive purposes, and Adam Lyth is 3 runs short of 1,000 for the season. It's got to spoil the surprise, really, hasn't it? But anyway.
No. Yes, hell.
Lamb round the wicket. Lyth drives. Square on the offside is Finn Hudson-Prentice to do the fielding. And there is no run. Of course, it'll take 12 overs now, won't it?
Yep, that's it.
It's always the way.
I guess those listening on the South Coast, Deutsch, you might say, well, you've got somebody who's made 1,000 runs. He's done his bit for Yorkshire, who have struggled this season.
Yes, you can stop trying now. He wouldn't be the first to get there in Division 1.
Lamb again. Lyth off the hip, runs it down to long leg to pick up 1, taking him to 90. 188 for 2.
In Division 1, Surrey opener Dom Sibley was the first there. Currently sits on 1,040. And at Chesterless Street, Surrey have taken the second Durham wicket. Durham at 118 for 2, still trailing on first innings by 51. The wicket to fall was Ben McKinney. How many times has Lyth got 1,000 in a first-class season? We can look that up for you as well in a very few moments.
Harmsy will be back in a minute or two. He's just got to go to his update, so I'll hang on for a few minutes anyway. So it's got to be Jack Carson to bowl to Adam Lyth. Sorry, Kit, just trying to get the head together as well on that front as Carson in bowls, and Lyth dinks it into the onside, and there is no run.
We're assuming that we don't jinx him here with a couple of runs left to get. He has done it 5 times before.
So he plays this one into the leg side, and there is no run.
2010, 2014, 2016, 2023 and 2024. And 2014 was the most, 1,619 with 700s. So this will be the 6th.
He might as well have done this bit as he steps away and turns that one down to deep backward square leg. He'll pick up a single. So 1 run short.
Have I just read something out that you've got in your Yorkshire handbook?
It's all there.
Oh, that is the finest annual on the county circuit. What a marvellous book that is.
Carson to Wharton, who turns it into the leg side, no run.
I hope it's got other things that it can tell us. I'm sorry to have stolen your thunder.
There's a wealth of information in here. Just a little bit further up the list from Adam Lyth, Maurice Leyland, 17 times he passed 1,000 runs in a season. For example, as Wharton turns one into the leg side, and again, there's no run. He's on the same page as Martin Moxon, who made 11. Doug Padgett, who made 12, and a certain Wilfred Rhodes, who made 17. Drives through the offside. Sandu, the tumbling stop. 2 runs for James Wharton will take him to another half-century in this 2025 campaign. He's yet to turn any of them into a ton. He's painfully aware of that as well. I mentioned before that never seen a man more disconsolate to have made a half-century than James Wharton in his interview at Chelmsford back in May. He was gutted not to have gone on. Enjoying a good season. Just like his partner out there, who's managed to make a couple of tons, Adam Lyth. Earlier in the campaign, a really gritty one in the first match of the lot down at Southampton. And James Wharton has now made that 7 half-centuries for 2025.
There are 2 others in Championship cricket this year in Division 2 who've scored 1,000 runs. Saif Zaib of Northamptonshire, Ben Compton of Kent have both passed the mark, so I think that means Lyth will be the 4th if he gets there in a moment, but he'll have a chance of doing it against a bowler that some have been calling for some time.
Bit of off-spin from James Coles now for the first time from the Peasholm Park end of the ground, and he's bowling to Adam Lyth at 191 for 2, and that will be a fist-clenched pump from Adam Lyth as he runs it down to long on then. 1,000 runs for the 6th time in his career, and as we've heard, 2010, 2014 and 2016. There was a lengthy gap, but he's now done it for 3 successive seasons, 23, 24 and 25. Well done to him.
And that, Jonathan, is a knowledgeable crowd, because they did not have to be told. Half of them were clapping the moment Lyth hit the run, and the other half have just clapped because the PA told them.
Yeah, super stuff from him. They want to see this through. He's had a few tons here, not least in that match last year when he shared in that record first wicket partnership with Finlay Bean. He's been and gone, as has Imam, but James Wharton is giving him excellent support out there. Turns that one to leg, no run. Kate's come back armed with water bottles.
What does she do
Coles now? Round the wicket with his left arm spin.
There's
There we go. Sorry, I think I said off spin, didn't I? At the start of the left arm spin.
I took you to mean finger spin.
Yes. There's a lot going on.
Left arm off spinner in a manner of speaking.
Yeah, kind of. Leg slip, an orthodox slip in place as Coles is in, and that's turned to leg by James Wharton. Fielded at mid-wicket. There is no run. Wharton on 50 then.
How does Kate catch up on the over she's missed?
The internet's amazing.
And Coles in again. Quite a nice little pivot in there. as he bowls it, and that's cut by James Wharton. Picked up deep backward square, another single. He's about to do his update, then I'll be back with you. Coles switching to over the wicket. He steps back, Adam Lyth here, and he's drilled that one down the ground, flat bat style. Sandu, I think it is, the fielder, who comes round to stop that in front of the sight screen beneath us. And they pick up 1 run. Lyth on to 93, the score. 193 for 2. At the end of the 53rd over of the innings.
Renewed applause for Wharton's half-century. He has been a rock this season. In the absence of there's another Adrian Harms BBC Sussex audio whirlwind sweeps through the commentary box. I shall resume, if I can focus. Jack Carson bowling to Lyth. Forward in defence. 7 more for Yorkshire to reach 200. Rest in peace, first batting point, as you once were, but also 7 more for Lyth to reach his 100. Here's a checked drive to cover where Finn Hudson-Prentice scampers to his right to pick up. And there isn't a run. The tornado hatches can now be lifted again. So Adrian has concluded his report. I think that was to BBC Kent, actually. They keep him busy in the southeast. Lyth defends Carson again. A little bit cat and mouse here, but I should think Lyth is quite happy being mouse over the course of the next 7 runs. Tee nearing, as there's another checked drive back to Carson.
Yes, I'm not sure how many overs we've got until tea, actually. We've got 50, is that 50 over 4 overs gone in this innings? Sorry.
58.
58, thank you.
Carson starts his run up a bort and goes back half a pace, which is about a quarter of his run up. And he's in now. Floats one up this time. That was more spinner than fizzer. Lyth defence.
What interested me with Kit, you were quite right. I think a lot of spectators knew in the ground that Adam Lyth that was his 1,000th run, and he knew, didn't he? I mean,
yes, he did.
He absolutely punched his fist as soon as he played that ball down to long on for a single.
Carson tosses it up again, curling in, very, very full. Lyth defends again, and it's the end of the over. So there are 35 left in the day. Wonder if you're thinking tea is 340. Forgive you. We'll probably get 1 more over in before 340, but we can't take tea until there are 32 overs left on the clock. But it won't be too much of a delay. We'll be switching the kettle on no more than 5 minutes after scheduled tea, I should think.
Yes, Paul Farbrace has finished his circuit of the ground and has come back just down on his haunches here watching the action, and he'll be thinking about what to say to Sussex at tea time. They haven't bowled badly, but they just haven't got enough runs on the board. Here comes James Coles, bowls to Wharton. They go a little low, and Wharton steps inside the line and plays it through the covers, picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is, I think that's Daddy Lamb out there. Yes, it is. 1 more to the total, 195 for 2.
Scarborough's a great ground for taking a circuit, because on your lap of the ground there is no point at which you're hidden from the cricket.
That's very true. In comes Coles again, round the wicket, bowls, and Lyth plays carefully and cautiously to mid-wicket fielder there by Hudson-Prentice, and there is no run.
I can't think of too many county grounds anywhere on the circuit where you can do a lap without missing a ball.
Coles, and again bowls and turn to short leg where Ibrahim is under the helmet, and there is no run. Sussex making 222, so 27 Yorkshire in arrears by, but with 8 wickets in hand. Coles again in and bowls, clipped away by Lyth, again onto the onside. Nice and tidy by James Coles. I was advocating to Dave Towns a little earlier, perhaps James Coles, he just gives just a point of difference. The fact that he's left arm. And has got this knack of picking up wickets. Comes up, that's a horrible delivery. Well, he's very, very, very lucky to get away with that. That might have ended up halfway towards the sea. It was a long hop down the leg side, and Adam Lyth can't quite believe he missed out on that. I don't know whether he got a bit of bat on that. I think
he got an under edge.
Yeah, well, that could have gone out the ground. But it didn't.
He's all smiles, he was, as he completed his single, looking back at Coles.
In and bowls to Wharton, who's forward, carefully plays onto the onside. So a nice tidy over from James Coles. It's just what Sussex need. It's something that John Simpson is striving for here, just a bit of control. I mean, don't get me wrong, Sussex haven't gone around the park here since lunch. At lunch, Sussex were 80 for 2. Sussex weren't 80 for 2 at all. Yorkshire were 80 for 2. So there's been, 116 runs in the session in 32 overs. So, it's perfectly respectable. But certainly for the first hour after lunch, Wharton and Lyth were being very careful in their approach. At one stage, I think 8 overs have gone, they'd only taken 10 runs, but these two have been very cautious in their approach. They've accelerated since. And the worry for Sussex will be that they haven't taken a wicket. And in fact, all day today here, we've only had the 3 wickets that have fallen. As Yorkshire, as we said earlier, I've got a foot on the throat and they're in no mood to take it off.
Carson to continue to Lyth. Tossed up again, curling in. Lyth once more finds extra cover. He's such a patient man, Adam Lyth. That experience, he won't be feeling too phased about being 6 short of a century. He defends again, very, very soft hands, just letting the ball come onto him. Carson is bowling very full. And to compensate for the absence of turn, well, there's a little, but not much. Carson is giving the ball plenty of drift. And this time he's more on a length. Just for a moment, Lyth wanted the single, but Wharton yelled at him to go back. Finn Hudson-Prentice was quickly round to his right at extra cover. Wharton was definitely in the right. And Lyth put a hand up to his partner to acknowledge this. Someone's a bit quicker, and there was some turn outside off. Had to be quite wide of off stump. Lyth left alone.
Yeah, it's a little slow turn, wasn't there, from Jack Carson?
That's no good.
No.
That's no good for a professional bowler. So much time the batsman can just play it off the pitch. Carson's next ball is much, much fuller again, back onto that middle stump drift. Stalemate. Carson, I'm sure, would love to be getting a bit more out of this pitch, but the pitch, while it's not helping the seamers as much as it did yesterday, it's still middling. Lyth this time beats Hudson-Prentice to the left-hand side and does scamper a single. He's kept the strike there. Wharton won't mind. He'll be happy to see Lyth notch ever closer. 95 he has at the end of the over, 197 for 2. And Lyth might be precariously placed at the tea interval, because I think this is going to be the last over before it.
Yes, and it's going to be bowled by James Coles. So the arrears going into tea, well, at the moment, are just the 25 runs. And you'd have to say, with 32 overs to go after tea, 3 and over, unless there's some sort of dramatic collapse from Yorkshire, which doesn't look likely at the moment, they could well be 100 ahead by the close of play. A new ball would be available to Sussex much later on in the session, but they're not going to get any relief for that for another 22 overs after that, as James Coles is in over the wicket to bowl to Lyth, who cuts and all goes into the gloves of Simpson, and he's cross with himself as Adam Lyth could so easily have got a nick on that. There's no one down at third man. That's what he was playing for.
Yep.
but very, very close to getting a nick. Coles again, bowls alive. Is hit round about the thigh pad. The ball bounces out. Now they go for a quick single as the throw comes to the correct end. Lyth gets some bit of a move on as Tom Haynes gets in the throw. For a moment, he'd have been thinking, I need to get the afterburners on here. In fact, that must have come off the bat, I think.
It did, yeah. 96 he's got now. There was turn and bounce. Was it inside edge onto pad?
Possibly. 198 for 2. Some encouragement for James Coles. Again, bowls. Forward comes Walton, who's... Well, there has been a... Throughout this match, wickets taken just before the end of a session. We saw James Coles out yesterday on the stroke of lunch. We saw Emmanuel Hook out on the stroke of lunch today. Well, we get someone out on the stroke of tea. Coles around the wicket, bowls to Walton, who defends bat and pad close together. Plays out into the offside, fielded by Finn Hudson-Prentice. And there is no run. 198 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, Leeds, York, BBC Online. Coles around the wicket. Oh, and Walton clips this 2 mid-wicket, fielded by the always eager Tom Alsop. And there is no run. Just 1 ball now to go until the tea interval. Coles waits. A seagull just standing behind him, and Coles is in bowls. That's a full toss, so Walton doesn't want to miss out on that. Plays it straight down the ground, fielded just down below us. And it's a single taken by James Walton, fielded there by Daniel Hughes, and that is going to be tea and an excellent session for the hosts. 199 for 2, 53 to James Walton, 96 to Adam Lyth. Yorkshire have batted the entire session without losing a wicket. They've added 119 runs. There are still another 32 overs to be bowled tonight, another 22 overs until the new ball will be available. And that will tell you, with the arrears now just 23 runs, that Yorkshire are firmly on top at tea on the second day here at Scarborough. We're going to have a break. I think Jonathan Doige has been out and bought us all cream cakes for tea, which is incredibly kind of him. So we will look forward to Jonathan's hospitality at the tea break and a nice cup of tea, and we'll be back with you here at Scarborough as the players leave the field with a well-deserved round of applause for Adam Lyth and James Walton. We will speak to you again in about 15 minutes' time.
Stress car right wing ball for Scarborough. One she got and was fed with goal. Stress car right wing ball for Scarborough. One she got and was fed with goal. As absolutely not upwards descends. So she took the time of stage. I think once through the goal, no. Is the what she allowed you all. Also, something like that. Times no 104 she allowed you all. Also, something like that. Times no 102. Down in Brighton. I'm high off the front edge. I'm on 3 miles. Friends watching live. Records high. Meet them. Western and all you in Brighton follows. Email words. She said, and I was batting well. Now Matthew Revis gets some runs. And you see James Culls with his left in from the P-Zone Park end again. To James on lobs up first Morton. He keeps on the right. This thing's got 2010. Figures go for previous 610 record for Yorkshire. Culls up both lines. Came one down in 97. The joint road holds previously A. That was 1985 and B. And Seeps and 1981. That's right. All that round walk stack and has Michael says that the two jabs connect with Norman and Sussex. Do you think his future lies in the middle order, or could he move up, stride in and smothers this next delivery? Probably move up, but I think he's probably perfectly happy at 3 or 4 as well. Does he need to move up, or are you thinking of when Adam Lyth retires? A little while away yet, hopefully, and more than hopefully, I think, for Adam Lyth, given the way he's playing again this season. And then those not to play for England. Neil follows up saying 2 names that immediately jumped to mind from a decade or more ago who went without international recognition. Andrew Gale is one of them, and James Hildreth the other. That's Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Crocombe to continue, and he's bowling here to Adam Lyth. Gets a ball with a bit of extra effort on the back of it, and he kicks off the pitch there. Adam Lyth, thinking about playing at it, was quick to withdraw the bat. Some energy from Henry Crocombe early in the final session of the day. Don't forget, if you're listening around the ground, it's still not too late to enter yourself individually or as a team up to a maximum of 4 in the quiz tonight over in the marquee, the sports quiz, $2.50 a person, pay on the door. Love to see you there. Pack as many as we can. Lyth just driving that latest delivery. A diving stop at mid-off. Adam Lyth, well, he was announced in the Yorkshire team yesterday. Serious sports quiz man, Adam. Be pretty good if there's a round on fish and chips as well. He's driving this one into the covers. This is the moment. Adam Lyth makes it to a 3rd century of the season in the same knock as he's made it to 1,000 runs for the season. Yet another century at Scarborough for this modern great player for Yorkshire. Takes his helmet off, looks up at the skies, punches the air, 37 years young. And that a 40th first class 100 for Adam Lyth. Brilliant.
Exactly, and 14 fours.
200 balls exactly and 14 fours. The tail of the tape from Kate. Thank you. And that was one of his signature strokes, wasn't it, really? 102 then to Lyth, who tries the ramp and plays it really well. Crocombe banged that one in. And that was a delightful little lob over the top of John Simpson, straight down beneath our commentary position to back up the 100 with another 4. 218 for the loss of 2 wickets. 106 now to Lyth, 62 to Wharton. This partnership goes on. Came together at 80. 138 they've added for wicket number 3. Crocombe in again, and Lyth punches again through the covers. Beautiful shot. Don't really need to say any more than that, do I? Because the crowd did the rest. 4 more. There's a man posted an extra cover, and there's a man square on the offside. And to Adam Lyth, with the way he's playing, that must feel like a yawning gap. He's found it a couple of times to very good effect in this over. So 222 for 2. Lyth on to 110. Crocombe has switched to over the wicket, and Lyth just cuts this one to Haynes, who is at backward point, and there is no run. There you go, confirmation from Howard Ferguson. 200 balls and 14 fours for Adam Lyth. So it takes him to 110, and James Wharton now. Eyes really, our attention's turning to him. He's gone big twice before, as I mentioned earlier. 185 against Derbyshire last year, 285 against Northamptonshire. A couple of big Div 2 centuries. Hasn't made one yet in Division 1. He's got it to this sort of spot in his innings on numerous occasions this season and not been able to go on, including a 78 here last week, and he's just pushing the first Coles delivery of the over from this Peaceholm Park end back to the bowler, and there's no run. He's got a bit to go yet, but he's on 62, playing well, dare I say it. Coles is in. Wharton from the crease just pushes this back to the bowler once again, just pushing that through maybe slightly quicker. James Coles again, and Wharton just rocking back, has punched that one backward of point, actually straight to the fielder. Once again no run, so there is that backward point. There's a cover sweeper, extra cover mid-off. Long is right out on the boundary edge away to our right, a straight mid-wicket and a sweeper backward of square leg, and it's the straight mid-wicket Tom Alsop who comes into play here. Round to field to his right. No run, so good over so far by James Coles. We've got parity in the match in terms of runs, and Yorkshire now have a lead as Wharton works one away in front of square on the leg side. Crocombe is round to field. James takes his score to 63. The total 223 for 2. Yorkshire 1 in front and 8 wickets in hand, as it were, and they now are in a very strong position as Coles comes over the wicket, and Lyth just dinks one to Finn Hudson-Prentice at mid-wicket to complete that over. Then the board's still saying 222 for 2, but it's I think now 223 for 2. Kit Harris is back alongside.
Well, about an hour ago, Adrian Harms said that what Yorkshire were doing here had rendered Sussex's first innings, well, it made it look a little bit undercooked. The way things are going now, Sussex are in danger of getting burnt, because Yorkshire are finding things spin and seam coming all alike at the moment. There are precious few alarms. The pitch is now, I think, very much in Act 2, the assisting the batsman phase. It certainly had, 2 strips along, the Scarborough pitch had an Act 3 helping the spinners towards the back end of last week's home game. Crocombe to continue to Wharton, who just leaps into a defensive shot and without a care in the world just strolls across his wicket, waving his bat around, keeping his wrists supple, waiting for the one that's perhaps just a jot shorter. He can smash into the bleachers. There are 2 fielders back for the hook shot. This one is on his hip. Again he walks across, taps to the leg side, finds mid-wicket. Finn Hudson-Prentice is the fielder. Crocombe hasn't yet given Wharton one that he can really get underneath and try and launch out there. It's the well, it looks like a sort of little marketplace high street. So many things to buy, not all of them cricket related. Crocombe hits Wharton on the thigh pad, and he's hurt him a little bit there. He's just got a bit of a limp. I think that hit him right at the bottom of the thigh pad. A limp, a shake of the left leg, a wobble of the bat. Brief constitutional over towards the square leg area, and Wharton is back on his mark, facing Crocombe, and now flicks off his pads. Will square leg stop it? No, he won't. He slid feet first, and all in vain. He just felt that was coming. 4 runs to Wharton. He was waiting for the ball on his pads to get away, and he placed it perfectly in front of square. I think those fielders on the onside boundary are really there for the short ball, not for the full ball and the clip. 67 to Wharton. Crocombe bowls to him again, very short, and Wharton just opens up his stance and defends back down the line. Just sitting pretty. Sussex's travails now characterised by the lone slip. He's quite wide. There is a gully and a backward point. Crocombe bowls on a length this time, and Wharton again pushes it down the pitch, but he's looking to be aggressive. He's forcing the ball rather than gently defending it, letting it come onto the bat. Crocombe was trying to get his speed up in that over, but Wharton came off the better. 227 for 2 now, Yorkshire.
Yeah, enjoying themselves out there since the tea break. 28 runs added in... I'm always reluctant to say how many overs looking at that board, because sometimes it's late. It's either 5 or 6 since tea. 5 since tea, thanks Kate, so it is up to date. And it's going to be James Coles to continue at the Peasholm Park end of the ground. Left arm over the wicket, first ball, sees Lyth go back foot. He's clossed that one though into the deck, square on the offside, and although James Wharton was keen enough for a run from the non-striking end, Lyth, a little bit preoccupied with the shot he'd played, said no. Short leg in place, plus a slip. Coles passes Peter Hartley and bowls, and Adam Lyth pushes out into the offside no run. Those 2 previous centuries for Adam Lyth, 106, where he really had to battle and didn't play with any real fluency. Nothing like the Adam Lyth we normally see in the first match of the season down at the... whatever it's called these days, utility bowl, as Lyth pushes one back to Coles, no run. Probably in about the final third of his innings, he started to play with anything like the fluency that we normally expect to see from him. And then, of course, he made a big 100 in the second innings at Essex, 185 down there, as he just eases one down to deep mid-on, where Sandhu fields. Takes his score to Nelson, 1-1-1, 228 for 2. And he'll love another big one here, I'm sure. Ground that he probably enjoys batting at more than any other, as Wharton turns one square on the leg side and will pick up another single.
Well, it's his 5th century here. He was averaging 40 at Scarborough before this innings. Does average just a touch more at Headingley, in fact. But that's a lot of centuries for an outground.
Coles in again. Lyth strokes it back to the bowler to complete the 6th over following tea then, 229 for 2. 168 Lyth on 111.
How often do you find yourself, Jonathan, having to answer questions about what all those little white marks are on the outfield at the Trafalgar Square end? Seagull feathers, I suppose, from...
None, really. I think anybody's ever asked me
I've
that.
seen it about 6 times on the live stream already. I wondered myself. You can see from a close-up like that you can see their feathers. I don't suppose it should be a surprise to anyone, but seagulls are as vicious with each other as they are with anything that resembles a chip in your hand. You perhaps heard that Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to take over from Crocombe at the Trafalgar Square end. Not blessed with the height, the pace or the bounce of Crocombe, but he's got a skiddy energy about his bowling. Certainly caused Somerset all kinds of bother at Hove earlier this year.
Crocombe went for 23 in his 3 overs.
Crocombe 3 overs went for 23. Thank you, Kate Holdsworth. Hudson-Prentice, in the absence of Robinson, who's still nursing his groin injury, I think it is, probably represents the best control seam option for Sussex. Cole's at first slip. He's still the only slip. And the 2 fielders are still back for the hook on the leg side for the right-handed Wharton as Hudson-Prentice bowls to him and is immediately onto his immaculate line and length. The line being off stump and the length being either too short nor too full. And it's a question of patience, really. Here, he's got to maintain it. We're swathed in sunshine for the moment. There is a shower edging our way from the southwest. Not a massive one. A few grounds around the country have had a splash today. So far, the weather has been benevolent here at Scarborough. Hudson-Prentice's next ball is driven through the covers. No great timing, just the single. A slide. A slide from Crocombe is right on a cut pitch, and I imagine that he's parted company with some of his leg, if only just the skin part. But he's rubbing the outside of his left knee, and now he's doing the non-macho thing, which is just rolling up the trouser to have a little look at what it seems like. Discomfort rather than injury. That single has taken Wharton to 69 and Yorkshire to 230 for 2. And as Hudson-Prentice changes his action to right arm round, needs to be careful not to bowl too full outside off to Lyth, who will be looking for that cover drive. And he's on a length this time, middle and leg, and it's just played into the leg side. Fielder has come in close into a catching position at mid-wicket, just in case Lyth moves too far across to the offside and plays uppishly off his hips. He's done that a couple of times, but mainly off the quicker bowlers. Next ball from Hudson-Prentice is wide of off stump, and a very good diving stop prevents 4.
Yeah, I'll be frustrated he found the field there, because he nailed that. Just hit it straight to him.
It's the shot we've come to associate with Lyth. Anything full, anything wide, gets flayed away through the covers. Hudson-Prentice full to him this time, comes across his stumps, taps on the bounce to that short fielder. Short mid-wicket. playing hide and seek with the sun at the moment. The spectators don't care. It's 60% Panamas, 10% floppies, 10% buckets. You wouldn't know it was the 21st century hat-wise here. Everyone has got their headgear. Another ball short on the hips to Lythe, who again plays it to mid-wicket. It is the end of the over, 230 for 2 Yorkshire. They're very sun-conscious, aren't they, the Yorkshire folk? There are not too many red faces, not too many people overdoing it. The baseball cap is conspicuous by its absence. An older crowd, Jonathan?
Bit of slip, slap, slop. Well, I guess maybe a bit of a younger crowd than normal because we got to the school holidays. So be a few, as we've seen already today with young Joey.
He's gone to cricket.
A few younger ones. He's gone to cricket, so he's not been able to stick around for a Finley Bean photo unless it's been taken. Here's Coles, left arm round the wicket. Wharton, high elbow, punches that one out into the distance towards Wharton Way, and they get through for 1.
He'll be able to take all those video stills from the live stream. There'll be lots of good ones there. Should think old Mother Scott be turning that into a Christmas card, sending it to everybody she knows.
Coles is in, and Lythe cuts square on the offside. Crocombe does the fielding. They get a single. Might be a nice bit of PR for Scarborough if they invited him back for a day, maybe one day.
Absolutely.
On the back of his super duper catch. To make those suggestions, here's Coles in again round the wicket, and Wharton punches to Finn Hudson-Prentice this time, who's prowling. Hudson-Prentice, praying mantis, I don't know. Is there no sort of link between the two? He's prowling around in the covers anyway, and Coles bowls again. It's turned to mid-wicket this time, and there is no run. 232 for 2 over number 66 of this Yorkshire innings. We'll have a double change in the com box at the end of this over, as Coles is in again. Wharton flicks off his legs. Crocombe round to field. There's Wharton into the 70s again. 78 here last week, his season's best.
Durham either this afternoon, because Durham in their second innings are 163 for 2. Trading Surrey now by just 6 runs. Down at Kent.
Lythe back on strike. Coles over the wicket. Lythe can't get it past the bowler. That completes the over then. So the pair of us will move on. DT, if you want to step in whichever way that is. And we'll leave the next half hour to David Townsend and Adrian Harms.
Yes. I'm never sure whether I'm meant to or not, to be honest.
That's her Harmsy shouting in the background, by the way. It's not. There's not interference from another planet, or maybe there is. Hello, DT.
A drunk wandered in or something like that, which wouldn't be entirely unusual at Scarborough, but nothing of that nature this year. 233 for 2. Yorkshire had to take a snap at that scoreboard and looking to improve on it. It's delivery there from Hudson-Prentice. He's played up to mid-off. No run. It's been a funny old day as far as the weather goes. It's gloriously sunny this morning. That seems to have been the pattern for the last 8 or 10 days that I've been here, and then in the afternoon it clouds over, but there's no threat of rain today. Sort of, can you have a grey fluffy cloud? I don't know. Hudson-Prentice bowls, and that ball comes back into Wharton, and I think an inside and there's no run. Well, the fluffy clouds are usually considered to be white, aren't they?
They are. I think Sussex could do with some rather fluffy, heavier cloud, to be honest. But I think the forecast seemed to be improving. It's certainly down. I was just listening to our local weather forecast down in Sussex. They're talking about torrential downpours and all sorts of things tomorrow. So, but that's not going to be the case here, I don't think.
Hudson Prentice bowls, and that's clipped beautifully by Wharton. Past mid-on, and races away up to the tea room for 4. So continuing on his merry way is James Wharton. Hasn't got that century this season. He's very conscious that he's got his feet under the table now in this Yorkshire lineup, and lovely batter to watch as well. That's always pleasing, I think, Adrian. That you get a youngster not only coming into the team, but you actually, I like watching this lad. Short delivery and a sort of pull jab, and he's got 4 more runs over to the bleachers. Diving attempt out there in the distance.
Yeah, Daniel Ibrahim there charging around the boundary, but no chance really of cutting it off. And I mean, I think Finn Hudson-Prentice has bowled well here today, but John Simpson's probably wondering where on earth he turns at the moment, because this Kookaburra ball is 66 overs old, and Yorkshire are really cashing in now.
Prentice bowls to Wharton, who drives beautifully there. He's not going to get a run though this time. He doesn't find the gap between extra cover and mid-off, and this is James Wharton, season's best, 79. But feet under the table, and himself and Will Luxton also is another young player coming through who, when he walks out to bat, you enjoy watching him bat. There are some young batters very effective, but not necessarily aesthetically pleasing. Wharton someone into the offside, no run. I think we always sort of look for that, don't we, in a player? You were mentioning an old Sussex player from a few years back, Ed Joyce, that he was always a joy to watch when he was batting. And going back further than that, the likes of David Gower and just a grace, a fluidity. Is that a word?
But I think we all know what you mean, Dave. And Ed Joyce was the master of that. I mean, Ed Joyce just those wonderful cover drives, and particularly the shot backward of point through the offside. Oh, they're showing the catch again.
Yeah, showing young Joey's catch out there in the distance. I think they've done a bit of work on that and got it more in the centre of the frame, which is good stuff.
James Coles comes into bowl to Adam Lyth, who tucks this nicely away through the offside, picks up a single. Interesting to know what... I mean, Yorkshire after lunch certainly took their time, and Wharton and Lyth were very circumspect during that period. They just got some overs into this Kookaburra ball, but since mid-afternoon, I reckon Yorkshire have been rattling on the best part of 5 and over. Coles in, bowls to Wharton, who with a flick of the wrists turns that comfortably down to deep backward square leg, or deep square leg, Crocombe Fields. 1 more to the total. Wharton goes to 80, 243 for 2. The lead goes to 21.
Well, I can give you one. I don't keep these records, but I can give you one little stat that highlights that.
Coles in bowls to Lyth, who's looking to play that one. There's that vacant area down at third man. He was looking for that area again, but he rather missed out. The ball ends up in the gloves of Simpson. No run.
After 40 overs, Yorkshire were 120 for 2.
Wow. Coles bowls and Lyth drives without timing back to Coles. There is no run.
It might have been 121 or even around that, so 3 and over.
At 40 overs?
At 40 overs. You've now got the second 120 coming off just 27.
Yeah, so it makes the point. Coles in, and Lyth again looking to cut down towards that man. I think that probably came off the glove, Bounces down towards backward point, and there is no run. Yeah, and it's felt like that, hasn't it? They've just stepped on the accelerator. They'll be keen to maximise batting points if they can, but the priority here will be to establish a big lead. Ball's in, bowls, lies, takes a step down the wicket, doesn't time that. Fielded at mid, wicket by Finn Hudson-Prentice. Tidy enough from James Coles, who has now bowled 8 overs. Tidy enough, no wicket for 19, 243 for 2 at the end of the over.
Trying to think, we haven't really seen we were talking about it earlier, an attack, a bumper attack, a bouncer attack, and somebody who can come in and really bend their back and hurry the batsman out. It's not sure there's anybody in this Sussex lineup capable of that, is there?
I think probably the closest, Dave, will probably be Henry Crocombe, who is the quickest, but with, as you said a couple of times, and it's just a fact, with no Ollie Robinson in the side, you feel they're just missing that little cutting edge. And the seam attack, they've all not dismissing it, they've all tried very hard, and their figures are okay, but it's a very samey attack, isn't it? They're all right arm over, medium quick, and it's obviously got the spin of Carson, who hasn't bowled since tea. I just wondered when they got that wicket before tea whether there was going to be a bit more in it for Jack Carson. They've gone with James Cole since tea. Gurinder Sandhu's been tidy, but doesn't really look like taking wickets, I don't think.
I think in this situation Yorkshire would find somebody who doesn't normally bowl out and out pace, somebody like Jordan Thompson, who we were talking to yesterday.
Yeah.
And would sort out a bouncer or two. Hurry the batsman up, which would be one tactic. So, first ball of the new over from Hudson-Prentice. The batsman quickly through for a single as Wharton just pushes that wide of extra cover. He moves to 81, season best for James Wharton. Just mind his work, there's a century there to be had.
What Sussex will have for the final of the grade 3 games of the county championship will be Jade Abanukat, the Indian left arm seamer, who bowls at a decent lick, and a left arm, and he'll be probably different, and he probably can't come quick enough for Sussex, to be honest. He's come for the last 3 seasons and done really well, and Sussex will need to hope he does the similar this season.
Hudson-Prentice bowls, and Lyth's got that one away down into the distance in front of the hospitality tents. They've settled for 2. If they'd have really wanted 3, they could have probably put foot to the accelerator. Got the 3rd run, but Lyth's quite happy with a couple. He moves to 115, 246, so approaching that first batting point.
And on course, really, for full batting points.
And at the moment, Sussex are still at 0 points.
They are. They are, yeah.
So you like my little touch of continental there. Here comes Hudson-Prentice, and that's the Yorker outside the off stump that, Lyth's trying to jam down on, and don't know where it would have gone. It would have been one for the umpires, perhaps. It might have been caught or taken a slip, might have run away quickly down to 3rd man.
Yeah, to get those full batting bonus points, they're going to need 200 in 40 overs. So 5 and over, 8 wickets in hand. Might fancy that, Yorkshire.
I think they'll reassess at the end of play tonight. Hudson-Prentice bowls, and it's driven back to him by Lyth, and there's no run there. If these 2 are still in at stumps, you would have to think that in the morning, yes, they would then, because if these 2 are still in at stumps, they're going to have a lead of 100, 120, something like that. And then tomorrow they could have a little dart for the 450. But the most important thing, I think, is to play Sussex out of the game, which at the moment they look like doing. Hudson-Prentice bowls, lovely flowing Adam Lyth cover drive, and another splendid piece of fielding at short extras at Jack Carson.
Yeah, he's a real competitor, is Jack Carson. And Sussex need a bit of his sort of steel and determination at the moment. And mate, that stung his fingers, because that was a beautiful shot.
Yes. Hudson-Prentice again and again. Jack Carson is brought into action. that extra cover stops the run. That's the end of the over. Yeah, very fine young player, Jack Carson. I'm sure he still harbours ambitions of playing for England test matches, but with my Irish hat on, I would have to say that I think he should be playing for Ireland.
Yeah. Well, I guess at the moment, with Shoaib Bashir is very much regarded as the off spinner. You've got Rian Ahmed with his leg spin. Jack maybe hasn't taken quite the wickets he'd have wanted to this season, but he's a fine player. James Coles coming around the wicket in and bowls to Wharton, who eases this back of the square on the offside, picks up a tingle, 247 for 2. I think you're spot on, Dave. I think the Yorkshire objective here will be to try and get 5 batting bonus points, but the overall objective is to bat Sussex out the game and clearly try to win it, because they're in a position where they've really dominated the game from the off. And they will know that a big win here would put them level on Sussex in the table. Coles in again, bowls to Lyth, who's forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. And it's going to really set up September to be very exciting for the last 3 matches in terms of who's going to go down. Coles in, bowls to Lyth, outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run. Because Sussex, I feel, will need at least one more win. They've got 2 home games to come against Hampshire and Yorkshire. That's going to be a big game at Hove. Coles in again, bowls outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. Tidy here, James Coles. Sussex just needs hoping to keep these 2 quiet. The new ball is 10 overs away after this one. I can't see any reason why Sussex wouldn't take that as soon as it's available. Coles in, and is that a wicket? Well, it was taken by Tom Haynes. It wasn't a thoroughly convincing appeal. Let's just see that again. Did it bounce before it went to Tom Haynes? If we could see a replay of that.
I think it might have come off the pad, did it?
All right.
We'll have a look in a minute after this delivery, perhaps.
Coles in again, bowls, and forward comes Lyth. That's good, tidy stuff from James Coles, who's doing a good job for his skipper. 247 for 2, 115 to Lyth, 82. Here we are again. That came off. It flicked John Simpson's fingers and went through to Tom Haynes, but I think the appeal lacked a certain degree of conviction.
A little bit of inside edge of some sort there.
No
touch.
Just ballooned off the pad. Yeah. James Coles thought he'd got his man. He was off celebrating.
Desperate appeal, really, wasn't it? That was the opposition at 247 for 2, lead by 25. A sort of appeal.
We're going to get spin from both ends now, Dave. I think Sussex looking to get to this. I mean, I see no reason why they wouldn't take the new ball. As soon as it's available, I would have thought.
They'll grab it, won't they? So. Spinners will take us through to the new ball, you would think.
Yeah.
10 overs remaining.
And Durham are making the fight of it up at the Riverside. 173 for 2, leading Surrey by 4 runs. Emilio Gay, 99 not out. Colin Ackerman on 29. This is Kate.
So it's Carson into the attack, and 1 run there, just eased up to long on by Wharton. Again, if these 2 players could launch themselves at the 2 spinners in the next 10 overs, but I think they'll just be content to accumulate, get the runs. If there is a bad ball, then yes, dispatch it, but otherwise look for the runs as they have been doing. 83 to James Wharton, 115 to Lyth. He's on strike to the off spinner, round the wicket, bowls to him, and just quietly pushes that into the off. So could possibly have had a run there, because it was perfectly dissecting. Extra cover on backward point.
Do you mean bisecting?
Yes, bisecting. Yes, that's what. big discussion about that in the pub last night, ladies and gents. Lyth comes forward, defends, no run. Sometimes the things that people just say by accident on air. So, Carson to the left-handed Lyth, and Lyth is stumped by John Simpson. Lovely piece of work by Simpson, and there is the breakthrough. He's brought him forward, beaten him, and the foot's out of the ground. Lyth's not happy, but he's never happy when he's out. That's the end of an excellent partnership, the end of an excellent innings from Adam Lyth. 248 for 3 now, a first bonus point. Lyth making his way off, and I'd say the whole ground rising to their feet. There's one or two that remain seated and clapping as he walks off. But, not pleased to have got out, Adam Lyth, brings in Harry Duke. He's been waiting a long time to come in.
He has. So what was that partnership worth? 168. Thank you, Kate.
Those of you watching the stream, just seeing the replay of that. Don't know how good a shot. This shot will probably give us a good idea. But wind speed removed. Here we get the side-on shot for those of you that can see the stream. Leg in the air by Lyth, and he's still in the air. It took a while for him to get back there. Get his foot down. So good work there by Simpson. And
yeah, it was quick work. It was a marginal decision, wasn't it?
Yes, very close decision. So second wicket for Carson. Lyth gone for 115. Carson bowls to Duke, and that's turned to short leg, and you've got to say not exactly a half chance, maybe a quarter chance there. Turned it sharply into the forward short leg fielder. Carson bowls again, and that's turned into the onside. We're now going to see some sort of optimistic calling and some bouncing around by the jack-in-the-box that is Harry Duke.
But I was just going to say, Dave, before Adam Lyth got out and looking at the scoreboard, 9 overs to go until the new ball, whether I'm sure that Lyth and Wharton would have liked to have been there for the new ball, because what you don't want to do is lose a couple of wickets and you've got a couple of new batters coming in, to face the new ball. So I'm sure that'll be very much on James Wharton's mind. He won't want to get out and suddenly find that numbers 5 and 6 are coming into face. Which you'd imagine would be taken in 9 overs time. So it's a bit of a bonus for Sussex as John Simpson chases away a gull that had flown onto the wicket. And in comes Coles to bowl to Wharton, who chips to mid-wicket, fielded by Alsop, and there is no run.
On the bounce.
And what Wickets may do is perhaps just slow this Yorkshire advance a little. Coles again bowls, Wharton back and plays handsomely through the offside off the back foot to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Jack Carson, who gets in an arrow-like throw to John Simpson. Wharton goes to 83 to 48 for 3. A lead of 26 as Harry Duke takes strike, and John Simpson quite rightly brings in a couple of fielders. The long on-ers come up to a more orthodox mid-on, and deep backward squares come up to square leg. In bowls and Duke with them. model forward defensive shot pattern, pad close together, plays it down the pitch, and Coles fields off his own bowling. There is no run. Looking at James Coles' figures, it's in his 10th over, figures of 0 for 20. Comes in again, bowls, and played to Lamb at mid-on, no single there. So he's doing a good job here, James Coles, in terms of economy. And Sussex will want to, well, this is good from Sussex, but it's trying to build a little bit of pressure towards the new ball. Coles in, bowls, Duke defends. Coles fields again off his own bowling, and again there is no run.
Getting a little bit of action on the ball, isn't he, James Coles?
Yeah, he does. Yeah. On the one slip, a ring of 4, saving 1 on the offside, 3 on the leg. Coles in again, bowls, and Duke works this off the back foot into the offside. There is no run. There's a good tidy over from James Coles, just the 1 run coming off of it. 249 for 3. Wharton on 84. Duke yet to score. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. I'm Adrian Harmers. Next to me, Dave Townsend. It's in a good day's cricket. We've seen 100 from Adam Lyth, making 115. In so doing, he passed 1,000 runs for the season. And the lead now for Yorkshire is 27. With how many overs left in the day, Kate? I'm going to say 25?
17.
Oh, crumbs. Okay, I'm way off, aren't I?
15 overs since tea. Carson bowls, and that's defended by Wharton. And again, that one might have just popped just a little bit.
Yeah.
But, and that's worrying news, of course, obviously for Sussex.
Yes, it is.
We're going to be facing a pretty hefty first innings deficit, as you think. Some bowls. And that's eased up to long on for 1. So applause for the 250. The first batting burners. Yorkshire picked up all 3 for bowling and got 1 for batting. Sussex have just got the 1 for bowling so far. You'd imagine they'd probably get a second one. But
yes.
Whether they pick up all 3 is another matter. Carson gives that one some air, and Duke comes forward, pushes it back to the bowler. No run.
I was saying that Emilio Gay was 99 not out. He's 99 and out.
Oh dear.
Victim of Sam Curran.
Well, there you go. Next ball is quicker ball from Carson. Duke eases that to mid-wicket. 3 catches. Forward short leg, backward short leg slip. Then you've got a shortish mid-wicket. He's not really a catching mid-wicket. A deeper mid-on and backward square leg. Again, gives that one good air. Does Carson. Bowler. Concentrating very much on the stumps at the moment, with 6 fielders on the leg side. And Duke gets a delivery there that's possibly just outside off, and he plays it back to the bowler. Duke's still not off the mark. 85 to Wharton. He runs have slowed a little bit.
Yes.
As you did expect after that wicket.
Yes, Adam Lyth out for 115. Harry Duke yet to score, and Coles and Carson just doing it. Actually, I was saying that I see no reason why Sussex wouldn't take the new ball, and I still don't. But I guess all the time, if Coles and Carson are keeping things quiet, John Simpson might be tempted to just keep them going for a little longer. But the chance of wickets you think would come with the new Kookaburra.
Well, I don't think there's any chance for him keeping them going, Adrian. I hate to disagree.
In comes Coles, bowls, and he's bowled him. Wicket goes down, and James Wharton has gone, and Sussex have picked up their 4th wicket. Wharton playing all around, well, unless that turned, it looked like he played all around a fairly straight one, and Wharton goes, and all of a sudden Sussex have picked up 2 wickets. And the total is 250 for 4.
And the ball is turning, which... of course, is, as we said, is good news in a way for Sussex, because it probably means that Yorkshire won't get away to a very big score. But Wharton again has not gone on to get that century. So, getting good applause as he comes off, but he'll not be happy. Big hero yesterday with his catch, and today entertained the crowd. Very good 85. The crowd have enjoyed that here at North Marine Road, and well, that brings in Revis, Matthew Revis, the chair of his fan club, is down there with Lily with her pink visor on today. Revis has scored not-out centuries in his last... Was he out last week? I don't think he was he? No. I'm looking at Kate for inspiration, and that's never a good thing to have to do. Let's have a look at this one again on the replay. If you can see the replay at home, we'll just sort of talk you through it. He went back and it sort of hurried through him, and nothing sort of shot, wasn't it, from James Wharton.
Oh, we're going to get a better view here of maybe whether it determined whether he dismissed a straight one. Oh, actually, we can't see.
I think it just hurried through him, didn't it?
Yeah.
He'll be very disappointed. He was not out in last week with his century and century before that.
Coles in to Revis, Sussex. Fighting back here. Picked up those 2 wickets. 2 wickets have gone down. I didn't actually make a note of the score when Adam Lyth was out, Kate. I could look it up.
248.
Thank you. Coles in again, bowls and cut away by Revis, and that's going to be 4 runs. A little bit too much width from James Coles. And Revis very quickly on his way with a boundary.
He'll be brimful of confidence at the moment after those 2 not-out centuries. One at York and one here at Scarborough last week. And, thickish edge, really, wasn't it?
It was.
It's gone away quickly.
Coles again. Round the wicket, bowls. Revis defends. Down the pitch, there is no run. Have you changed your mind? Do you think Sussex might elect to keep these 2 going?
No.
Okay.
Another 2 wickets in the next 6 overs, maybe.
Coles bowls, and Revis is forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
If nothing else, it's taking the new ball and having perhaps 3 overs at each end. If the seamers are unsuccessful, spinners get a hard ball to bowl.
Coles. Revis plays that firmly but without timing into the covers, fielded by Jack Carson. There is no run. Good reward for James Coles, who's bowled a tidy spell here for John Simpson, keeping it tight at the end of the over. 254 for 4 are Yorkshire. Revis is on 4. Harry Duke is yet to score. The 2 batters have a natter in the middle of the pitch.
And it looks as though it's time for a change.
It is. Dave's going to make way.
And
Kid Harris is going to come and join us. Clock ticking to 5:05 on this Wednesday afternoon. Some sort of milky, watery sunshine making its way through the clouds, but the clouds are high and had uninterrupted play here at Scarborough on the first 2 days. It's going to be Jack Carson who's going to come in from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. He's in and bowls to Harry Duke, who's forward, clips to mid-wicket, and there is no run. A slip, a short leg, and a leg slip. Duke, who's yet to get off the mark. Carson over the wicket, bowls, and Duke back on the stumps and clips to mid-wicket, and again there is no run. Jack Carson is in his 21st over, figures of 2 for 55. In and bowls to Duke, and he beats Duke outside the off stump. Simpson doesn't take the ball cleanly, but there is no run. And Sussex are just asking 1 or 2 questions here.
Is the pitch starting to reallocate its favours towards the spinners?
Well, We weren't sure with that one from James Coles, as in comes Carson again, bowls, and Duke clips that through the onside. They're going to go through for a single. Some indecision there as the throw comes in from Gurinder Sandhu. Matthew Revis did call for the single, and I think Harry Duke was just very slow at setting off. He's on his way, 255 for 4, but well, certainly with 3 of the wickets being taken by the spinners, it would suggest that, and certainly Sussex coming up here, the feeling was, Jack Carson bowled really well here last year, that it might spin, or that it would spin was Sussex's feeling. Which brings Revis on strike. Tall right-hander. Still the 3 close catchers in position as Carson is in bowls and Revis is forward, a little tentatively, fielded at short leg by Dan Ibrahim. If nothing else from a Sussex point of view, they'll feel that those 2 wickets have at least stemmed the flow of runs for the time being. So again, bowls and Revis defends from the crease, just drops his hands, and there is no run. End of the over from Jack Carson, nice and tidy, 255 for 4. Revis was on 4, Duke is on 1. A new ball, should Sussex want it, is 5 overs away. The lead now is 33, so not particularly significant, and Yorkshire, from the position they were in, will feel they'll want substantially more than that.
Well, for much of this innings, it seemed obvious that they will want the new ball when it comes. It's only in the last 20 minutes or so that the spinners have started to make inroads, if not strictly get the upper hand, with the old one. Coles to continue, running away from us. This is outside leg stump, so an easy single to Alsop at mid-wicket. Duke doubles his score. He now has 2. 256 for 4. Revis really crouchy in his stance. Punches off the back foot to cover. No run.
One spinner who has had a good day is Mason Crane, who's taken 6 for 19 over the Pennines at Old Trafford.
Really tossed up this time by Coles, and Revis defends. 6 for 19, and is that the close of innings?
Yeah, Lancashire bundled up for just 137 against Glamorgan.
Okay. Coles
that's home.
Outside leg stump, not out. I think, well, given that he's moving it away from the right-hander, outside off stump, I should say, he didn't play a shot. I thought that probably hit him outside the line, and certainly the direction was to continue with the turn. Revis might not do that again. Coles bowls a little shorter, much straighter. This time Revis has the sense to defend. Revis leaving the ball before last suggests that his understanding is that there's some turn. Now he cuts, and he beats cover point and has 4. That was a ever so slightly dragged down.
Yeah, he was just cross with himself, wasn't he, James Coles? There had been a good over, and he just gave him a little bit too much width, and Revis wasn't going to miss out on that.
He caused a problem, and he asked a difficult question, and in the end he allowed Revis to dish out a simple answer. Revis goes to 8, 260 for 4 now, Yorkshire. Extending their lead, it's 38.
Just a chat between one or two of the senior pros down there. I just saw John Simpson having a natter away to Daniel Hughes. The new ball would be available in 5 overs' time. I'm assuming it's 75 overs. The scoreboard has been a little behind, but it is going to be Jack Carson who's going to carry on. 77, so it is an over behind. Carson in bowls to Duke, who's forward, plays onto the onside, and there is no run, fielded by Tom Alsop. Also, 1 or 2 people making their way towards the exits, but we've still got a good hour's worth of cricket left tonight, and it's pretty absorbing stuff. The sun is out. Carson in bowls, forward comes Duke. Plays it to the onside, no run. Sorry.
Litter pickers have started to make their way around the ground. It's a way for a teenager to make a few quid. They've got their dinosaur claws and their black plastic bags.
Carson gives that plenty of air. Duke is forward down the pitch now. I was watching an article on the news last night. It was the World Litter Picking Championships.
Is that by time or by quantity?
I don't know.
Kilograms?
Yes, I'm not sure how much you picked up or how quickly you did it, but it was...
See, I want to know now. As soon as you mentioned a competition, what are the rules, Adrian?
Pick up litter. In comes Carson, bowls. Duke plays through mid-wicket and picks up a single. Total goes to 261 for 4.
I assume rules could have laws.
Could do.
Picking laws seems more appropriate than rules. The laws of litter picking.
Well, litter picking, some of us, it's sort of taken off. It took off during COVID, didn't it? When people were finding things to do.
Community clubs of it.
Yeah, they do. Absolutely, they do. Coles in again. Bowls. Revis is forward, plays into the offside now. And I see James Kirtley has just come out of the Sussex dressing room and is just crouched down by the boundary edge. I don't know whether he's looking at the balls in the box. Is James, where a new ball would be stationed. I wonder why he's doing that. In comes Carson again. Bowls. I wonder if that goes a little low. Yes, he might have done. And Revis plays it back down the pitch.
Yeah, we've got a member of our club like that. You leave a bunch of balls around, he's walked off with one. I don't think we haven't seen you, Mr. Kirtley. 261
for 4 at the end of the over. Revis on 8. Duke is on 3. Would you know how many balls Harry Duke has faced, Kate?
Yes, I would. 19.
Right, okay. So not a huge amount, but certainly since the departure of Adam Lythe, the run rate has slowed considerably. We think the over should be 78 now. Is that right?
77 ball.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so still 3 to go until a new ball would be available.
James Kirtley might have thought that ball was litter. He could pick it up, maybe. Coles continuing. Left arm round, outside the leg stump, and it's just nudged away by Duke for another single into the leg side.
Well, we were speculating that the way that Lythe and Wharton were going, that Yorkshire could have a lead of, maybe 100 plus at the close of play. That's looking less likely now. It is now 40.
Bowls to the crouching Revis, very, very full, and when he digs it out, there's a big explosion of dust. But that's not from a length, that's just from the batsman's guard and footmarks. No run, and Coles is already prepared to come in again. Drops a bit short, and this is punched off the back foot out to the offside sweeper. And the most languid run imaginable, very nearly a walk from Revis. And it's that sort of day when you stand up behind the bleachers. I was there just now. It almost looks like there's a haze across the ground. Defensive shot to a full ball. Duke not in any hurry. I don't think anyone's in any hurry at the moment. The sun's out again and everything feels very mellow. Next ball is very full. Hit him on the pad. Appeal was aborted as soon as they saw the umpire's look of disapproval. But it didn't look like a bad shout.
It's just this point of difference, James Coles. So earlier on, I was a little surprised he wasn't into the attack sooner.
So he seems to be, yeah.
But he's bought control.
Balls again to Duke. Again, to a probing line. Duke is forward. I wonder if we're going to get an opportunity to see the LBW shout again. Duke was away forward. And now someone's running on to give the umpire the ball selected by James Kirtley, perhaps. Or no?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I'm just noticing Gurinder Sandhu has come running off, presumably to put on his bowling boots, and Ollie Carter has gone out.
Right, you can't have a substitute for bowling boots. What's going on there?
If it were me, I would keep these two going. I would not take the new ball at the moment. I think these two have kept it pretty quiet, and I would. And they don't look desperately happy against the spin of Carson and Coles, and Of course, they may take the new ball and pick up a hatful of wickets, but I just wonder whether John Simpson just might be tempted just to keep it going for a little longer.
I agree, Adrian. There's a shout of some sort every other over. This is as in the game, bowling-wise, as Sussex have looked in the innings.
I agree. Carson in bowls to Revis, who plays to short leg. There is no runner. What it has done is enabled John Simpson to post an attacking field. He claps his gloves together. There's a slip, a leg slip and a short. I think Sussex feel there's another wicket here, you know. So again, in and bowls. Revis is back and he clips that to backward square leg, fielded by Carter. And there is no run. I think it's absorbing cricket, you know, at the moment. It's what the 4-day game is all about, the ebbs and flows. Carson again. In and bowls, gives that plenty of air. And Revis, was it a full toss? He played it into the offside, and but it wasn't a controlled shot of any manner of means. Almost as if he didn't middle it. He's picked up a single, but not a convincing single. He goes to 9, 263 for 7. We'll see that delivery again. He suddenly gave it plenty of air, did Jack Carson. Brings Harry Duke on strike. Carson is in again. Bowls. Duke is forward. Plays it down the track. And there is no run. Jack Carson is in his
23rd.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
He was nursing. One thing Kate was saying about Jack Carson, about he has been nursing a finger injury for much of the season, which may have affected him. So he's a spinner. Comes in again, bowls, and Duke is forward. I don't. You can hear us above some rather noisy seagulls. Plays it to mid wicket where it's fielded by Tom Alsop. Gurinder Sandhu is standing on the edge of the boundary down here, so he's coming back on. Doing some loosening up as well. Carson bowls. Duke comes forward. It was Duke. Just don't look particularly comfortable against the spin here of Carson and Coles. Ollie Carter is going off. Gurinder Sandhu is coming back onto the field, which does rather suggest that Sandhu might be out. John Simpson's coming across. I wonder if he's having a word and just saying, actually, I was going to bowl you, Gurinder, but I might just hold you back for a couple of overs, because these two are looking as threatening as Sussex have looked for the entire 79 overs.
I agree that Alsop, that Duke is not looking all that together against the spin. Revis, who is now into double figures, is all set up to face Coles. Short leg crouches, so does Revis, and again he punches off the back foot. You'll probably hear a lot of oohing and ahhing, but there's bluff in that, I promise you, because Revis just played that very easily to Hudson Prentice in the covers. Coles is in, and this time immaculately forward comes Revis. The angled bat, defending the ball back into the ground in front of him. He's smothering what spin there is, which is a little, no more. And identical defensive shot to the third ball of the over.
I reckon we're going to have 10 overs left in the day. Is that right at the end of this?
I think so. Crucially, so does Kate. Coles bowls, tossed up this one, and it's drilled to the straightish mid-wicket fielder, Alsop. So nothing being given and nothing taken so far in this over from Coles. This one is a little bit shorter, skiddier, and it slightly hurries Revis into a back foot defensive shot, crouching a bit as he plays it. He's very, very tall, and if he doesn't get a stride in and he has to drop his hands, there's a long way down to the ground. Coles' next ball is floated up on Midland leg, and once more
bowled.
Once more defended. And that concludes a maiden. Well met by Revis, who's perfectly happy, as I should think both of the batters are at this point, not to take any risks, conscious as they are that there are 10 overs left until the close.
Well, Coles and Carson between them would have bowled 38 of the 80 overs. So a fair amount of spin, and they've looked to cause. I just wonder whether John Simpson, whether he just might think, well, we've got one more over than the new ball would be available. I just wonder whether. I mean, Sandhu sort of hands in pockets, isn't he, at backward square leg. I just wonder they might think, well, let's have 6 overs with the new ball tonight.
It depends if they get
if they get another wicket, I think they might keep going. Carson again over the wicket, bowls. Duke is forward, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. It would make sense to suddenly have someone shouts out, "Get on with it." Now Sandhu is warming up. Carson again, and bowls. Duke clips to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
It is possible, Adrian, that Sandhu is going to be given the other end from Carson.
Yes.
They say, well, Carson with a new ball might be more of a handful. We'll have a seamer operating up the hill to the north, I don't know.
Carson in bowls to Duke, who hits the balls into the shins of Dan Ibrahim, who's at short leg. The ball rebounded and was heading towards the stumps, and it caused Duke to very rapidly get back in his ground. In the end, it goes down as a dot in Kate's scorebook, which doesn't belie the action that actually took place. Carson again. In and bowls, and looking to reverse sweep is Harry Duke, which is maybe an indication of the fact that he's trying to find ways to score. I don't think the dressing room will be desperately happy if you get out to a reverse sweep with the ball literally just around the corner, but he has struggled. He's 4 not out, 264 for 4. The lead is 42. And again, in and bowls, gives that plenty of air, and Duke's wrapped on the pad. The ball just dribbles out in front of him. Again, there is no run.
Carson and Sussex really do feel at the moment that they're going to get Duke out any minute.
I agree.
I would be very surprised to see cars coming off.
Just wonder in the last, in comes Carson again and bowls, and Duke clips to mid-wicket. Again, Ibrahim is there. There is no run. I don't know whether Kate's... that's the end of the over. So the 80 overs are gone. 264 for 4. I just wonder, Kate, I don't know if it's too much trouble. I just wonder what the score was at 70 overs.
No, it's all 2-7 to...
Okay, so the last 10 overs, they've added 17, which shows what a good job Coles and Carson have done. Now's the decision.
We are continuing with Coles. With Coles.
Well, John Simpson is talking to Tom Alsop and James Cole, so there's a decision to be made here. Well, I think the decision is they're going to carry on with this ball.
Well, Sandhu certainly, from the moment the over ended from Carson, looked like a man who was not expecting to bowl the next one.
No,
they could change the ball before they bring the seamer.
Yes, they could. Of course, they might. Absolutely, they might take it and give it to the spinners. But I'm not sure they've taken it.
His next ball is aerial.
Oh my lord!
Bunted away. Just a couple of bounces to the deep cover fielder, but just for a moment it looked as though it might land right in the breadbasket of Hudson Prentice at cover. Revis, well, just the one. It doesn't look very harmful in the scorebook.
Well, they're certainly unsettled by this, aren't they?
11 to him, 265 for 4. And Duke pushes this away. He'll get at least a couple of runs here. Flicked it off his pads. It strayed down the leg side, this one. Duke does get 2. 6 to him, 267 for 4. Dave Townsend is convinced that if and when Sandhu does come on to bowl, it will be down the hill from the south, from the Trafalgar Square end. That is where he was operating earlier.
Yeah, he's only bowled the one over, hasn't he, from this end, and didn't look like he much enjoyed it.
Here is Coles again to Duke. Flat, just jumped a tiny bit. I think Duke was undecided. He's not a tall man, but he's undecided whether to go forward or back. When you're not tall, you tend to err on the side of playing back, but that spat at him a little bit. He's ready to face Coles again, and again leg side, and again a tap. Square of the wicket for a single this time.
Yes, no, you're right, Dave. Yeah, Dave's saying from the back of the box that the old ball's doing what the new ball, or you'd expect it to do.
So 7. That took Duke to. And there are a couple of balls left in the over for Revis. This one is punched much more securely than the one earlier in the over to Finn Hudson-Prentice at cover. No run. And if Sandhu is determined to bowl down the hill, he's going to have to wrestle the ball off Carson. Here's a cut. Again, something jumped there. Missed it, sort of jumped and spat.
Yes, it did.
Misbehaved, certainly. This is all encouraging us to stay with the spinners. And this ball, end of the over, Yorkshire 268 for 4. Still no sign. No, Sandhu is...
he's not going to bowl, you know.
Hands on hips, just staying exactly where he was.
Yeah.
Does the tide have an effect, say, David Townsend? Scientifically, it oughtn't to, but there's many things that science hasn't got its head round, especially in cricket.
Big debate between Tom Alsop, John Simpson, Daniel Hughes, and I'm pretty certain that debate will be around the new ball.
Well, I'm inclined to think that the debate is about, do we give the new ball to the spinners? I don't think they would change the bowling at the moment, but might they get even more freakery out of the pitch if they switch the ball? But of course, once you've done it, you can't switch back. If it turns out to be as placid as anything, you're pickled. So
John Simpson is just giving some instructions to Gurinder Sandhu, who I think is a fielding instruction more than whether you're going to bowl. Yeah, I think it might be. I think they might leave B. Carson comes in with the Trafalgar Square end, bowls to Harry Duke, who clips through the onside and picks up a single down to deep square leg where Hudson-Prentice fields. One more to the total, 268 for 4. If nothing else, Sussex have slowed the run rate, because we were predicting, as I said a few moments ago, a lead of about 100 at close of play. Well, I don't think it's going to be anything like that. Carson in again bowls. He gave that a bit of a tweak. Revis takes a single through the onside, 270 for 4. So Yorkshire have added 71 since tea. So, but a lot of those came. That Matthew Revis wants something brought out. He's making some sort of a signal towards the dressing room. He's trying to catch someone's attention on the balcony away to our left. Carson in again, bowls, and Duke plays that with a little bit more authority through on the side. I'll have to depart at the end of this over. Our update, total goes to 270 for, and let's face it, 270 for 4. The lead is 48. Yorkshire is still in a very powerful position. Who do?
James Dayson with news of tonight's West Yorkshire Sport Daily from 6. We will continue our reaction to the news of Super League expanding to 14 teams.
We've got someone chatting in our ear from BBC Radio Leeds.
Joining us live to explain why he voted for the proposal.
Here comes Carson. Bowls and played onto the onside by Revis, and there is no run.
I think we might be on the verge of
leg slip.
Hearing
short leg.
Adrian Harms doing a BBC Leeds
271
update.
for 4. Carson in bowls. Forward comes Revis, plays into the offside, and there is no run.
Towns League 1 opener against Leyton Orient will meet Towns' new skipper Ryan Ledson and the head coach of Leeds Rhinos netball.
Carson back to his mark.
Downs in 2025 and reveal her efforts to
In and bowls, and Revis is back and plays this firmly to extra cover, and there is no run. Now the fielders are coming on. I wonder whether the new ball might be taking now. There's some refreshments being bought out, and quite possibly there's going to be a new ball taken now. We shall see. 271 for 4. So I'm going to make way. I'm going to leave you with Dave and with Kit after that little blast from BBC Radio Leeds.
Yes, you didn't hear our blast from BBC Radio Leeds, but just for a moment, we were faced with the thrilling idea that BBC Leeds were going to drop into the commentary box here at Scarborough and seek an update from Jonathan Doidge that they weren't going to get. And they might have to have heard either me or Adrian Harms do it, but as it turned out, the feed was disengaged and it was merely a tantalizer for a 6 o'clock update. So whatever you heard probably must have sounded faintly chaotic at times, but that's the reason why.
Yes, I've done those before now, which is at York or somewhere where Doidge has been trapped around the ground chatting to... Well, Doidge, there's a crowd of 2,000 in. He probably knows about sort of 1,900 of them personally, you know. So
he's gone round the ground pressing the flesh, I think.
They're not missing any play here because we're having a drinks break, and Sussex having a chat. They've come back into the game in the last 20 minutes, half an hour, haven't they? Or have they? Because the way the ball's been spinning and misbehaving is not really good news for a team that are trailing by 14. Well, already trailing by 49 runs. With Yorkshire got another 6 wickets to increase that lead, and then Don Bess, who bowled beautifully here last week and took 7 wickets. So, well, we shall see. I think they should take that new ball because it'll be harder.
A drinks break at 5:30 with 8 overs left to be bowled, and a very leisurely one at that. Time enough for me to bid you farewell for the day and the game. I'm off to Chester Street this evening to pick up coverage for BBC Sport on Durham against Surrey. So, Dave Townsend, I'll bid you farewell.
I think what we'll do is, if you keep sort of nattering away, I'll let Doidge in here, and then I'll slip into your seat.
They have favourite seats, you know. You can't do your best work if you're not sitting in your best chair. I think as many will testify to that. So as Dave Townsend prepares to sidle across, Jonathan Doidge will call you through the final half hour or so of the game, and he'll shortly be joined by David Townsend.
Thanks, Kit. 71 for 4 then. And as Harms has just been saying to me off air, good hour for Sussex, best hour they've had with the ball so far. Couple of wickets, 2 players going very well. Just put a little bit of a squeeze on things in terms of the scoring rate as well. So it's going to be Coles to continue. Second new ball yet to be taken. Fairly lengthy drinks break at this stage, but anyway.
Oh, well, they were in danger of finishing on time, Doidge. They had to do something.
Yeah. Prompted an obvious bit of discussion in the middle between the Sussex contingent and the field. So Coles round the wicket, bowling to Harry Duke, who steps away to leg, opens up square on the offside and cracks it away for a single. Waiting for the board to update. Does that take him to 10, Kate, or is he still on 9? Yes. He's on 10. Thank you.
On the lead, exactly 50. It will be when it ticks over.
Revis on 12. Coles round the wicket to the right-hander. Pushes out into the offside, no run. 2 previous tons, of course, on this ground for Matthew Revis, most recently just last week.
A couple of years ago against Derbyshire, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Fletch wasn't happy.
Coles in again. Back foot for Revis. And that's the sort of little punch I've been talking about during the season. You really heard him time that really superbly. Travelled quickly to the cover sweeper.
Sandu doing all sorts of warming up exercises there.
Here comes Coles again. Nicely played sweep shot by Duke. He's going to get 4 here. Backward square leg prone following the dive. Henry Crocombe couldn't get down in time to stop that. Takes Duke back in front of Matthew Revis on the scoreboard. 14 to him, 277 for the loss of 4 wickets. So the lead beginning to build. Just had a stroll round, talking to a few people, one of whom was John Dodds, the groundsman here. And John, who studies these things as he would as the groundsman, said he thinks it's getting flatter out there, and he thinks they're going to need to give themselves plenty of time to try and take 10 Sussex second innings wickets. Harry Duke punches one out into the covers and picks up a single.
Certainly doesn't look that flat in the last half an hour or so. I was just wondering whether something to do with the tide coming in and whatever, because that can affect conditions here, can't it? We've seen that in the past, where the timing of the tide.
Here's Coles again, and Revis defends, and there is no run.
You're looking at me as if to say that's an old wives' tale or something.
Is this the Martin Emerson influence, David?
It's like the thing, when there's cloud cover, the ball will swing more. The scientists say, well, that's not, there's no evidence for that happening, but we all know it does happen.
Yorkshire should sign King Canute as their
so Carson's going to continue.
A 3-year deal, something like that. Some of the spectators leaving.
Callie always used it. Callie was a big
tide man, was he?
Oh yeah.
So, when the tide's in, the ball swings more, does it?
It doesn't swing more, but the pitch it livens the pitch up.
Does it?
No, seriously. You're looking at me like Adrian Harms looks at me whenever I come out with one of these statements, and Harmsy didn't believe about my chin-strap penguins yesterday, did he? He still doesn't.
Yeah, they're just
going to be Jack Carson to continue. Temperature changes, that affects it. Carson bowls, and Duke just starting to find his feet now a little bit out there, wasn't he? A bit scratchy to start with, but gets a straightforward single down there to deep backward square.
So are you saying it's going to start zipping around for the last half hour now because the tide's in?
Well, next ball from Carson, and Revis defence. The nature of the pitch has changed in the last hour or so. One or two are popping, and the spinners are, making things happen differently to how it's been earlier in the day. The next delivery is short and well, with only 3 men on the offside. Can't really bowl there, but Revis hasn't found the boundary. He's got 3 runs, a good chase back. And for that effort, that's Danny Lamb, who's really...
Well, it was interesting that the 2 goals were separated by a lamb, wasn't it, when they were having a pop at each other earlier? You think I'm balmy, don't you?
For 4. That's very good, Dodgy. Pitched up, and that time Duke goes for the drive and doesn't meddle it. Change in conditions can change the pitch and change how the ball reacts. We know that. The temperature drops, the clouds come over, it's a bit humid, etc., etc. And the tide is another factor in that. The next delivery is outside off stump and through. But I am surprised they haven't taken the new ball, because I think the spinners would have done even more with the new ball. A little blast with the paceman at the start, and back to the spin. They bowled very well. Carson, quicker delivery. And that's pushed into the onside by Duke, who's looking much more comfortable now. Maybe the effect of the tide is now gone. We're back to how we were before, Deutsch.
Neil,
there are many things in the universe that we cannot explain.
Yeah. Our inability to use a card rather than cash. Neil Dutton says Canute was more of a batter than a bowler. Very much thought he was in the boycott mould, trying to fend off the tide.
Ah, there you go.
I'm trying to fend off the tide in this commentary box as well, Neil. It just keeps on rolling in. Just treading water at the moment.
Hey, we're going to have a whole succession of these now, okay?
So, Coles is going to bowl from this Peasholm Park end of the ground. Matthew Revis on strike and turns his first delivery to the left hand of short leg. Ibrahim doing a sharp piece of fielding in there.
Impressive, huh?
Comes again round about middle of the leg and turned into the leg side. No run. I was just talking to the Wharton parentage, Paul and Bev, on a lap round the pitch, and some of Paul's mates from Scholes Cricket Club. That's Scholes Huddersfield, by the way, not Cleckheaton. We're round the boundary edge having a beer, so shout out for them. I think they're back tomorrow as well. Came to support James. Good shot there from Matthew Revis, who cut that one firmly. Once again, showing that timing that's been a feature of his season so far. Didn't quite get to the boundary. The sweeper was a little too close to it, but wasn't so far off. And right on cue, the Whartons walk by.
That'd be a fair one.
Coles is in, and let's turn to leg by Duke. No run.
Fair old drive from Huddersfield, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
60 odd miles.
70 to Leeds, so and Huddersfield's 20 beyond that, so go on, you do the maths.
Yeah, but you go a different way, wouldn't you? You go down, you come a more direct route.
And he comes again, and Duke turns into the leg side, no run. Go a more direct route.
I think.
Coles in, Duke punches square on the offside, picks up a single to complete that over at 284 for the loss of 4 wickets, 17 apiece to our two batters out there, despite the fact that today's play could finish, well, reasonably swiftly after 6 o'clock. It's still not dissuading people from leaving the venue. It's nice and warm out there in the sunshine. It is a tad colder here now that we're in shade, but not complaining about that, because at least I can see what's going on.
Yeah, first thing in the morning here, it's a bit of a problem with the sunlight beaming in on his face. It's lovely, but at the same time it's not good for looking at your laptop screen, is it? Arsenal then going to continue.
150 to 1 winner of the big race at Goodwood today.
Did you back it? Did you tip it?
I didn't tip it, no. The pacemaker, who ended up staying in front, apparently.
Good for him.
Was he a local horse? I'm not sure where he was born.
So Carson continuing, still no new ball. That's push to forward short leg, no run.
Trained by Rafe Beckett, which is, he trains
Jonathan Doidge's.
He trains at Kimpton in Hampshire. Does that count as local for your radio station?
That's ease to deep backward square leg. For those of you interested in the
Kimpton.
cricket. Where a 4-legged animal was born. What's the big race today, Dodge?
The Sussex Stakes.
Oh. Oh, Lily's on her way by the look of it, is she? Time to go home, Lily. Next delivery to Revis is played to forward short leg. No run, 285 for 4. 17 to Revis. 18 now to Harry Jude. So these two just starting to get the scoreboard ticking again. No run as that's played square of the wicket. So Yorkshire with that lead now of 63 runs. Carson bowls. Revis is going to pick up a single. No, he's not.
Good piece of fielding. Mid-wicket. It's Tom Alsop who got down well for that.
Carson again. Revis eases that one through the offside. He's going to pick up runs. Picked up a boundary. Got it all the way through this time. Time that one down towards the Starfire in front of the west stand.
Walker says, quite simple, JD. There's no better batter in the championship than Adam Lyth. Not only his ability to make big scores, but the sheer beauty of his technique. We're lucky to have him. Inky was asking for you to turn your microphone up. I think sometimes it's more about where he's got the microphone in relation to his mouth than actually the microphone level. Inky. David thinks that Adam Lyth was not out and his foot was behind the line.
His foot was behind the line, but was it in the air?
Derek asking for an announcement on today's attendance. I'm not sure I can announce one just yet. Don't have one. It's going to be Coles to continue at the Peasholm Park end. Carolus Kane asking if you'll be without commentary for the one-day cup. This is Duke on strike, punching to Danny Lamb. Mid-on, no run. You certainly won't be hearing BBC Radio Leeds commentating on the one-day cup group games. If Yorkshire are good enough to get through to the knockout stages, then I think you will. Duke punches one out into the covers, and there is no run. Sorry, there is one run even.
Not even the Roses clash at York, which was a smashing game.
None of the group games, not even the Roses clash at York, as Coles is in, and Revis goes back foot and jabs down on this. Alsop into field.
For a part-time bowler, he's not the worst, is he, James Cole?
Now, what have we got so far on the board for him? Figures, let's have a look. In his 18th over here. 1 for 45 so far. Back foot crunched that one, Matthew Revis, but unfortunately for him, straight to point. No run. So Yorkshire, well, they're getting stuck to some extent. 3 batting points is certainly within reach, you feel. 23 overs to get to that. If these two continue, they'd certainly be having to take a few risks to get any more than 3. Revis punches out into the deep on the offside and picks up another single. But we know that both these two can pick up the pace if needs be, if they're there for long enough together. 291 for 4.
I think they need to make sure that they've got a decent lead really before they dash for the points.
Yeah. Coles in again, and they're just milking that single out to the sweeper, which is fine. Scoreboard ticking. They've put on 42 now since they came together, which was in the 74th over. 292 for 4 at the end of that. Well, it went to 88, did the overs on the board, and then it's gone to 87. It's back to 88 now, so a bit of hokey-cokey on the scoreboard. 20 to Duke, 22. Harry Duke's number put to Matthew Revis.
Lots of twos on the board, and of course Sussex as well were bowled out for 222. So lead of 70. We were thinking they were going to be 100 in front at stumps, but the Sussex spinners have pulled it back, dismissed the big scorers in the innings. Adam Lyth 115, James Morton 85, still hasn't got that century, Doidgy. That's his best of the season.
Yep. Played well.
He did, and then he went back to one that just sort of hurried through him, really, didn't he? What did his dad say about it? He
was all right. He said he played well, and similar, really. He went back to a ball that was through him a bit too quickly.
Started a new over from Carson.
Something like that, anyway.
Suggests Simpson is now just thinking to himself, we'll have that new ball in the morning.
Yeah.
And let the spinners continue through. Carson to the right-handed Duke, and that just striking him on the pad, I think, and dropping short of short leg anyway. Do you think there might have been a little bit of inside edge on that one?
No, but it was just was about the way he played it, because he was turning it in the general direction of the fielder, so it could have been in trouble if he hadn't got some bat on it.
Yes. Ooh. Well, what happened there? I looked on the replay. Those of you can see the stream. The ball's actually popped off his pad and hit his glove and then dropped to the floor. So that could have been a way to be rather unfortunate way to get out. 292 for 4. Good position for Yorkshire, but Sussex have just come back in. Fair play to them. Oh, hang on, there's Harry's chasing a pigeon away.
Should have got James Wharton on for that, sure.
Sorry, it's a goal. A pigeon. Oh, you're not at the Oval now, DT. So let's try again. Carson to the right-handed Duke, bowls, and Duke forward defensive, and I think he's just playing for stumps as well now, isn't he? Playing catch that pigeon. What was that? Was the Muttley and Dick Dastardly and Muttley catch the pigeon? Was it?
Yep.
I wish I could laugh like Muttley. Oh, can you do a Muttley laugh? You're great with your impersonation, aren't you? Carson bowls, and that's pushed into the onside. No run.
Good job there's no camera in this commentary box, isn't it?
I don't know, camera would be alright, wouldn't it? He's got that sort of evil-eyed look as well when he does that little... Well, the thing I could never work out was why Dick Dastardly just didn't win without having to... he got miles in front and then stopped and had to try and foul his way to victory. Here's Carson bowling, defending. I was always an Arkansas chuggabug.
Oh, yeah.
They very rarely won it,
yeah. I thought he might be a Professor Pat Pending type. I think that might be Harmsy, actually, Professor Pat Pending.
Which one were you?
Peter Perfect. Peter Perfect, obviously.
Oh, of course, yes. And who were the brothers that sort of...
The Slag brothers. In the Boulder Mobile.
So they were good. They won more often than the Arkansas Chugabug, I think.
Actually, I think
delivery was played into the onside. Is that the end of the over?
Yeah.
Harmsy with the dark hair, he could probably be in charge of the anthill mob. Right, Clyde.
I used to run. When that was in its prime, I used to run a book at secondary school on that.
What, on who'd win the wacky races?
Who'd win the wacky races that evening, because you never knew. And in those days, TV, you couldn't sort of fast forward it or anything. And,
am I right in thinking that Dick Dastardly did win once?
No, well, he did, but then
was he disqualified?
He was disqualified, yeah, because I think he had an extendable nose on his car or something. It just got him in the lead. So.
I think Kate must have been the creepy coupe.
No, she did Penelope pit stops.
Or the Army surplus special. Here's Coles bowling to Revis, who is on the back foot and pushing into the offside. No run.
Unless they get through it very quickly, yes.
7 overs remaining on day 2. Coles.
Oh no, I think
and that's pushed into. No, not 7 overs remaining, because of course we lost the.
Did we lose 5, I think, didn't we, at the start? So Wicket fell in the 4th over, and then you lose one more, don't you?
Yeah, so actually, is this
penultimate?
This is the last.
Last over of the day. Well done. I'm glad I brought that up at this stage, as Revis blocks. Yeah, that's right. It does say 1 over minimum remaining on the electronic scoreboard stuff. If you're cursing at your screen at the moment watching this, and you've got a caption on that says 1 over remaining, we don't have that on our screen on our monitor in the commentary box. No figures or anything, just the pictures. And Kate, as Revis turns that one into the leg side, and the nerves will already be starting to jangle ahead of tonight's sports quiz. Pressure on these 3 to bring it home for the commentary box team. Coles round the wicket, that's turned through mid-wicket by Revis, but good piece of fielding in there denies him a run.
There is a bar, isn't there, tonight?
Yes.
Yes, and it's you who's barred.
$292 for 4, Coles to Revis, who has a little flick at one down the leg side, and that, ladies and gentlemen, even though it says 5:59 on my watch, is going to be that for day 2. Handshakes from the Sussex players, because I think they feel like they've pulled things back to some extent. But that is that for day 2. 292 for 4, Duke 20, and Matthew Revis on 22, and put it in the diaries. A 5:59 finish at North Marine Road, Scarborough. I think I'm right in saying that's about the 4th day in 7 seasons that's finished on time, DT. Yorkshire obviously in a tremendously strong position, but Sussex in some ways, with that 2 hours that they took out of the game last night and then slowing things down this afternoon, have taken at least some time out of the game.
Yep.
Not saying it's good enough for them to win the match, but time will tell. But they've at least shown that they've got a bit of grit.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to affect them winning the match. But now the weather forecast is good for the final 2 days as well. Shouldn't really be enough to stop Yorkshire winning it if they push on tomorrow. They don't want to go daft first thing. Just get that 300, get to that 350, get those 3 batting points, and then they've got 1 at the moment, and perhaps if they only lose 1 more wicket getting there, they can deny Sussex a second bowling point. So Sussex would import less ball. It will be called Jessica. The free voice the this one. It's a complete not learned position to win, but also as off spinner, seeing the bit of help there was from the pitch in the press pile tomorrow.
and his fisting siege, so two things today.
And if you're selling us your car too, we'll give you another 500, making a total of £1,000, which is a lot of ice creams. It's not 14.
It certainly has, yeah. He was on 92 at the point he struck that 1,000th run of the season, Jimmy, and he went on to make 115, a sixth century on this ground for Adam Lyth. I think there's only one player in first-class history who's made more, so it's his local home patch, of course. As we know, he knows this pitch really well, and he's cashed in again here with the Kookaburra ball in play, and he put on a really good stand with Huddersfield-born James Wharton. They took the score from 80 for 2 at one stage to 248 before Lyth was out, third to go, and then shortly afterwards just 2 further runs added, as often is the case with these things, and James Wharton was bowled by Coles for 85. So preceding that, Finlay Bean had gone for 21. Imam ul Haq in his first innings for Yorkshire had gone for 19, and following it, Harry Duke not out 20 and Matthew Revis not out 22. At the end of the day's play, they finished the day on time amazingly here. Lots of spin being bowled by Sussex. Earlier, Yorkshire had taken Sussex's final wicket, that of Danny Lamb, for 48, and bowled them all out for 222. A stubborn resistance from that last pair last night and the first quarter of an hour or so this morning. The Yorkshire bowling figures, well, the pick of them, Jack White, superb, 3 for 25 off 19, 2 wickets apiece for Matthew Milnes, for George Hill and Will Sutherland, and 1 for Matthew Revis. But Yorkshire 70 runs in front, Jimmy, going into day 3 tomorrow with 6 first innings wickets in hand. They're going to have to bat for some more bonus points here and try and get themselves, a weight of runs in front, but then also on a fairly slow, benign pitch, give themselves plenty of time to take 10 Sussex second innings wickets. But they're going well.
Just before you go, James Wharton's miracle catch yesterday by the airport. I think he's been overshadowed today by a 10-year-old.
Yes, we had a lovely moment actually just after lunch where young Joey Scott and his